what genocide means exactly, but it seems like killing lots of people.
Here we go. I've never been having more fun and more terrified
in terms of
of a piece of Lego in my entire life. With it being 2D, it's very cool, but my personal opinion, some super glue is needed. Unfortunately, I have no super glue in the house. So we're just going to keep on building, and hopefully this thing is not going to splinter into a million. See that bend? And no, not going to touch it. Not going to touch it. Okay, right, here we go.
Will not know the story behind the images that you're referring to, simply because Hamas controls Gaza absolutely, and no information.
So yeah, we'll keep on building. Don't get me wrong, this was probably one of my favorite sets until I don't know if I'm just not doing it in the front scene. See how fragile this thing is.
Only one objective, and that is survival. And the way that they ensure in their survival and their ability to continue to threaten Israeli civilians and carry out this specific threat of conducting the 7th of October over and over again, the way that they seek to ensure being able to do that is by driving up international pressure against Israel with these propaganda images and messages. And the use of the term genocide is unbelievably pernicious. This was a term that was coined, in fact, to give terminology to the Jewish experience in the Holocaust, to provide a legal lexicon to describe the targeting of Jews as Jews by the Nazis. The definition of genocide is specific to include the intention to eradicate a group, an ethnic, religious, or racial group, in whole or in part. And it's that intention to eradicate part or whole of a group, which is certainly what Israel, certainly what the Jews experienced in the Holocaust, certainly what the acts of genocide on the 7th of October were aimed at. Hamas and other terrorists that crossed the border were clear about their intention, and intention is central to the whole concept of the international crime of genocide. That this is now being used as an allegation against Israel is the epitome of a blood libel. It is inverting reality.
Is it though, Natasha? Sorry to interrupt, but when Piers Morgan was sitting in that very chair only a couple of weeks ago, he said, look, I don't think what Israel is doing is genocide, but there are people in the Israeli government who are using genocidal rhetoric about cleansing Gaza of the Palestinians, etc. Would you not accept that maybe one of the reasons people are sometimes persuaded to that point of view is some of the things that Israeli officials are saying?
I think we need to be clear about the quotes that people have deployed to advance that argument. The vast majority have been utterly misrepresented, in particular those that have been made by members of the War Cabinet or anyone with an input to policy, including military officials. One of the prime examples of this was the way that South Africa's application to the International Court of Justice, which made this obscene allegation of genocide, was misrepresenting these quotations. For example, suggesting that these Israeli officials were talking about all Palestinians, when it's very clear from the original Hebrew, from the context of which these quotes were taken from, that they are talking about Hamas. And it is entirely legitimate to talk about eradicating Hamas because of the threat that they pose, not just to Israel, of course, but the threat that they also pose to our Western liberal democratic values. I think we have to fundamentally understand that Israel is not just fighting its own war against Islamist extremist groups, but is also fighting on behalf of the West in many respects. But when you take into account the way that both the images, the quotations, and the facts on the ground have been so badly misrepresented, I mean, all of this ultimately feeds into what we have seen in terms of this blood libel taking hold. And I agree with you, Constantine, it is extremely effective. And it is based not just on what we've seen over the last 8 months, 9 months now, but on decades of anti-Israel propaganda. Already in 1975, we had the United Nations passing that infamous Zionism is racism resolution. We have had deeply ingrained anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist propaganda pervasive throughout the Middle East, throughout the Soviet Union, of course, in the past, and now increasingly on our television screens on a daily basis because of the tragedy that is unfolding in the Gaza Strip, a tragedy that I have to insist and reiterate is ultimately, fully, wholly, entirely the responsibility of Hamas and their apologists around the world. And if we unpack that for just one moment, we need to come to terms with the international community's responsibility for what we have seen on the 7th of October and subsequent. Because 3,000 terrorists don't just wake up one morning and decide that it's a good day to slaughter Jews. It takes something extra special to brainwash thousands of people to commit the sort of atrocities that we saw on the 7th of October. And I know that you've had previous apologists for Hamas on with you who've denied the rape that occurred, who've denied what was not only celebrated by Hamas and documented by them, but also transmitted around the world, sometimes live streamed from the very victims' phones who were suffering these unspeakable atrocities. But what is it, I think we have to ask ourselves, that causes people to be capable of such medieval barbarism? This doesn't happen overnight. It is as a result of generations of brainwashing, and I say that the international community is complicit in it because we have been funding UNRWA, and 3/4 of those terrorists, according to UNRWA statistics,
Can I just stop you there, because there'll be people listening who go, I don't know what UNRWA is, what is this? So if you could just explain that for the layman, by layman.
The UN Relief and Works Agency is a special body that was set up. In fact, if you read the book that Einat Wilf and Annie Schwartz wrote called The War of Return, it is a seminal piece of work that documents how and why UNRWA was established and with what motivation, what the aims were. Essentially, it was established to perpetuate this phenomenon of refugee status amongst Palestinians uniquely, that it is passed down generation to generation. So there's a general UN body that looks after refugees all around the world. And then separately there is UNRWA. And they run schools that teach the Palestinian Authority approved curriculum. From kindergarten up, these children have been indoctrinated to believe that the highest calling in life is to become a martyr and to kill as many Jews as possible.
Are you saying they teach this in their school?
I do. And that is well documented by NGOs. Impact SE has done many studies of textbooks. It's been recognised by governments around the world. Now, some of these textbooks existed elsewhere in the Arab world. Saudi Arabia has done a phenomenal amount of work to de-radicalise and to address and entirely reform the content in its textbooks. But you will have Palestinian Authority-approved curricula taught in UN-run schools that teaches mathematics according to how many Jews are killed plus a few more, or teaches physics according to how a slingshot might be used to fire rocks or stones at Israelis. I mean, that is pervasive. Not only that, they celebrate the so-called martyrs, they name football teams after them, schools even. So if you are familiar with what has been happening over many decades now, then the atrocities of the 7th of October and what happened, albeit shocking that 3,000 terrorists managed to break Israeli defences and cross the borders, the repercussions of that, what followed, has been in no way surprising, because those of us that were alive to these issues had our eyes open not just to the textbooks and what is taught in schools, or on television, children's programs, or nursery rhymes and songs, or what has been found now in the context of these operations in Gaza, in homes, quite apart from the many copies of Mein Kampf, board games that talk about attacking Israelis, children's books, nursery rhymes. It is a whole culture that has been developed. It is a whole culture that has been developed to underpin what happened on the 7th of October. And the only reason that that hasn't happened prior is because of the very stringent security measures that Israel has taken. And there are many who criticize a lax approach, an over degree of confidence, even a naivety by the government of Israel to believe that Hamas might have put aside its genocidal aims because they didn't participate in barrages of rockets in 2021 that were in fact fired by a separate Palestinian terrorist organization, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They were fired from Gaza into Israel, onto Israeli civilian communities. That was the last major exchange between Gaza and Israel. Hamas didn't engage, and there were many in Israel that thought, oh, well, maybe they've ordered their priorities differently. Maybe now they are finally looking at state building, they are finally looking at the interests of their people. Well, in the context of what has followed, that was devastatingly naive because Hamas, from the very inception of their charter, have had their genocidal aims on full display for the world to see. These are not in any way hidden. On the contrary, these are celebrated. And in that context, when you understand the educational aspects, the indoctrination, and also separately, and this is the other major factor to take into account, the incentivization to terror, then I think everything starts to make an awful lot more sense. And what I mean when I say incentivization is the terror salaries that are paid by the so-called moderates in this equation, the Palestinian Authority. So this is the autonomy that governs the West Bank, because it's important to understand that the Palestinians have autonomy. We can come on to the separate blood libel of occupation and why that is entirely false. But as a matter of fact, the Palestinians have autonomy in the West Bank since the Oslo Accords in the 90s, and they have self-governance in the Gaza Strip since Israel's withdrawal in 2005. But the Palestinian Authority that so many people now are touting as the potential future rulers of Gaza, that are presented as the moderates in this equation, they pay the salaries of terrorists, no matter what banner they coalesce under, including the Hamas terrorists and Nukba force individuals who planned and executed the 7th of October. They pay the salaries of these terrorists dependent on how many Jews they have slaughtered, dependent on the severity of their sentence. And the organisers of the 7th of October, some of whom were released in the 2011 Gilad Shalit deal, Ali Kadri included, by all accounts, planned for 2 years. What was executed on the 7th of October while he was collecting a monthly salary. He didn't have to work. He was the two eyes that let's call them the two eyes which are critical to everything that we've seen in the last 9 months. This is to understand the situation and also where the things that people are having walked over their eyes when they look at these horrific images coming out of Gaza and they don't understand the context. Another aspect of that context when we talk about the images is Hamas. I mentioned that they use civilians as human shields. They use, of course, mosques, schools, hospitals, and by all accounts, every second house in the Gaza Strip as part of their terror infrastructure. So when you hear people talking about the widespread destruction in Gaza, there is a reason for that, and that is because all of Gaza over 16 years has been turned into a terror base for Hamas. The thousands, not hundreds of kilometers of terror tunnels that we have built, which of course they do not use to protect civilians. They put their forces in the terror tunnels and their civilians on top of them to protect their terror infrastructure. But when you consider how widespread the Hamas terror infrastructure is in the Gaza Strip, you start to see those photographs in a bit of a different context. But why is it important then that Israel waited for so long after the 7th of October before going into Gaza? Why is it important that it has taken this war in stages, that it has moved so slowly and meticulously? Because it has afforded the opportunity for as many civilians as possible to evacuate these areas, which had to be targeted because they are the terror infrastructure of Hamas. And we've heard people talking about how impossible it is, in the context just before Israel began the Rafah operation, how impossible it was to afford these civilians an opportunity to move. Many of them had already moved before. Well, about 1 million of them were successfully moved or assisted with moving away from that new location of intense fighting between Israel and the terrorist forces, the terrorist army. And I think it's important that we understand that the battalions and brigades that Hamas has established within this terror statement that Israel is engaged in fighting, it's doing its utmost at every stage to prevent civilian casualties, and as we see very tragically, losing soldiers in the process. It is sacrificing its own in order to try and minimize harm to Palestinian civilians. Otherwise, this war would have been over a long time ago.
And Natasha, what did you say to those people? Because I remember I went on social media a couple of weeks ago, and maybe a little bit longer than that, and it seemed on Instagram, every other post on the story was talking about Rafah, the refugee camps, raising awareness. What is going on in Rafah? And because there will be people arguing that that is a refugee camp, and by bombing it, that is a war crime.
GD5 shoes are the absolute best choice for walking, running, and standing. If you're someone who loves being active or you simply spend a lot of time on your feet, these are the shoes for you. Every shoe contains GD5's patented VersaShock technology, which 1, aligns your body, 2, absorbs harmful shock from the ground up, and 3, provides energy return, giving you the boost you deserve to walk like a champion. GD5 shoes will support your active lifestyle.
There we go.
Free from discomfort, whatever you're up to. These are mine. The GD5 samples have a front rolling design.
Me requesting Superglue because
I don't know what you
this shit is gonna fall to fucking pieces.
Go to GD5.com and use our code RELIEF24
3, 4, 5,
for an exclusive $20 off orders of over $100. That's GDEFY.com and use our code RELIEF24 for $20 off orders of $100 or more.
What you have to understand is the terminology of a refugee camp here is also deeply misleading. These are towns that have been established. They still carry that term for historical reasons. So firstly, we're not talking about tent cities here. Where we are talking about tent encampments as a result of civilians having been evacuated, unfortunately we also have footage of terrorists spying from within those supposedly safer areas also. But this idea that the world seemed to support Israel in the first few weeks of this war understood Israel's war objectives, which were to defeat Hamas, prevent them from ever posing a threat as they did on the 7th of October again, and recover the hostages. And while those aims seemed to garner international support at the outset, the moment it came to Rafah, those aims were thrown out of the window. This notion that Hamas could be defeated without Israel going into Rafah as it had done with other parts of Gaza Strip was simply nonsensical. So I think, again, you've got logic and facts being left behind and people feeling under increasing pressure, if we're talking about policymakers, to adopt this propaganda narrative, these falsehoods, which in the context, as I've described, of decades of the groundwork being laid for this, of this being essentially the oldest hatred in the world, in a modern manifestation, the new acceptable face of anti-Semitism. I mean, that underpins why you've got, I think, so many people taking a little bit incentives. When you actually listen to the experts here, and actually reference it as a case in point, John Spencer, who is the head of urban armed conflict at West Point, has written and spoken extensively about the measures that Israel has taken, including in Rafah, to prevent civilian casualties. Now, he talks about it from the perspective of a professional soldier, and he's also been embedded with the IDF on the ground in Gaza. But if you step back from that, and I'm not a professional soldier, but I am aware, and I have dealt with the law of armed conflict for many years, there are key rules of international law that govern how armies conduct their operations, including in Rafah. Amongst them, the key principles are necessity, distinction, proportionality, and precaution. And what we see in terms of the misrepresentations, I'm afraid, is both the factual situation on the ground being misrepresented, but also the applicable rule. A case in point is the principle of proportionality. It is perhaps the most misrepresented and misunderstood aspect of international law theory. Proportionality is not about totting up casualty figures. It is not about comparing figures on both sides. That would be utterly macabre. It's not how international law works, but also it would simply incentivize Hamas to continue their tactic, their military tactic of using civilians as human shields to drive up the civilian casualty count, which forms part of their overall strategy of using public opinion and pressure on Israel to try and achieve its own survival. But when you consider what proportionality actually means in international law, it is a requirement on the individual military commander to conduct a balancing exercise, to weigh up the anticipated military advantage of a strike that is necessary, and that also distinguishes between civilians and combatants, to weigh up the anticipated military advantage of a strike against the expected civilian collateral damage. Now, there's no strict formula for that. It will vary on a case-by-case basis. But the idea that anyone outside of that calculation process who does not know the significance of whatever target was the subject of a strike, who does not know even the numbers in terms of real casualty figures that came out, the idea that anyone on YouTube or podcaster or on social media can determine whether or not the principle of proportionality has been upheld is ludicrous and legally illiterate. Ultimately, those that know how the Israeli defense forces work and know what role military lawyers play understand the importance that Israel places, not just on upholding international law, but I have to stress also going way above the requirements of the laws of armed conflict. And other military professionals in other armies will frequently say, the British Army wouldn't be in a position to uphold the standards that Israel is in this unprecedented military context, urban armed conflict where their enemy has spent 16 years embedding themselves in civilian infrastructure. That is unprecedented. And the way that Israel weighs up these delicate exercises and has banks of targets approved by the Military Advocate General Corps, the army lawyers in advance, is critical to the way any law-abiding state and army needs to conduct its armed conflict. But Israel goes even above that because it issues warnings of strikes before these happen. These are warnings that, of course, give Hamas the opportunity to ready themselves, as well as civilians the opportunity to escape. These are warnings delivered by loudspeaker, by text message to individual householders, by phone calls, by leaflets, by setting up humanitarian corridors with indications of where civilians should flee through. Now, all of that does take the principle of precaution that Israel is adopting to unprecedented levels in the history of armed conflict. But the flip side of it is, what is Hamas doing in this context? Despite these unprecedented measures that Israel is taking, we have reports of Hamas shooting civilians as they sought to flee according to these instructions. Right at the start of this war, we've had reports of them bombing, fleeing convoys of civilians. And when we come to think about the images that you have rightly raised, and these casualty figures which are being touted around the world, this is an important matter of context, factual inputs to take into consideration, because those images and these propaganda, Hamas propaganda casualty figures that are being circulated without qualification, they don't provide the context. They don't tell you how many civilians and how many combatants are out of those total numbers. They also don't tell you how many civilians or combatants are said to have been killed, and how many of them have been shot by Hamas, or how many of them have been killed by Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad rockets that fall short in the Gaza Strip, killing civilians indiscriminately. Because unlike the targeted strikes that Israel conducts, which is subject to that proportionality analysis and subject to distinction, caution, military necessity, Hamas's rockets fall indiscriminately. They kill civilians, they kill aid workers. More recently, Fatah, the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, again, the so-called moderates in this equation, accused Hamas of deliberately shooting aid workers in order to manufacture a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. They have also, Hamas is now in the last few weeks, even videoed attacking civilians who are seeking either to access aid or even distribute it. So one of the other massive canards here is that Israel is restricting humanitarian assistance into the Gaza Strip. And you just need to look at the stats that are put out by COGAT. COGAT is the unit of the Israeli Defense Forces that is responsible for the provision of the civilian communities in any area.
Natasha,
Yeah.
so I suppose the next question for me is, when you fight a war, there are various aspects to war. There's obviously the conflict, but there's also the propaganda war, the perceptions of the participants in the war. Do you think that Israel is losing the propaganda war?
I don't think that's a difficult question to answer at all. I mean, you just need to look at how public opinion has embraced home the narrative of the terrorists here. You know, absolutely. And I was interviewed very early on, I think even on the 8th of October, when the world was seemingly with Islam. And I said to the Sky presenter, remember this time, because it won't last long. And at some point in the not too distant future, you know, the propaganda narrative will have taken over, and we will have forgotten not just how this recent war began, but also, you know, the 76 years that came before it. Because the 7th of October wasn't new. This is just the latest in a long line of genocidal acts that were committed against Jews in the Middle East, even before the establishment of the State of Israel, the Hebron massacre in 1929. And there was no propaganda narrative then on there being an opposition to the existence of Israel. No, Jews have been killed because they are Jews for thousands of years. But of course, all of that has been eradicated by what we have seen in terms of the social media discussions, in terms of the Al Jazeera narrative, which has been circulated as though it is a responsible news agency, without regard to the fact that it is the Hamas propaganda arm. So undoubtedly, yes, that propaganda war has indeed, I think, already been lost. But that's not to say that those of us that know better shouldn't continue to be standing up with the truth and the reality, and seeking to do our utmost to educate against that very propaganda.
Do you think one of the reasons, if we follow the logic of everything you're saying, let's just, for the sake of argument, we do go, I guess, to interrogate the argument and assume everything you're saying is true. Part of the problem I see is the logic of what you're saying is this. Gaza is run by Hamas. Hamas are terrorists. They've spent 16 years building up terrorist infrastructure everywhere. They've made it essentially so that the entire area of Gaza is a terrorist base. Every mosque, every hospital, every area, every tunnel can be and is being used for that. The logical conclusion of that, following international law, proportionality, and all the rest of it, Israel is going to have to flatten all of Gaza. And some people would say is flattening all of Gaza because they have the objective of eliminating Hamas, but if Hamas controls everything and is using every facility in Gaza to do so, the inevitable consequence is you're going to have no buildings left, you're going to have rubble, and millions of people displaced. And however proportional or appropriate that might be in the context of whatever, it's kind of hard to win a propaganda war on that basis if your objective is to flatten an entire area and move it so all of the people there nowhere because they're not being allowed into Egypt or to neighboring countries.
Well, I'm not suggesting that Israel should be winning a propaganda war here. I'm saying that we need to defeat the propaganda war that is subverting.
What I'm saying is, I don't see how, if you're following the logic of what you're saying, then that has to be Israel's military objective. I don't see how that's ever going to be palatable to people who are looking at that situation.
Well, the logical conclusion is, I accept that Israel is stuck between a rock and a hard place because the situation has got so bad in the Gaza Strip that it is having to make very difficult decisions. And this war has been dragged out, not just because of the enormous proportions that Israel has taken, but also because of the repercussions of what you've described as the propaganda war. Undoubtedly, this has been remarked on by many officials, American pressure on Israel has drawn this conflict out. It has said, you have to pull this tooth very, very slowly, and that has caused more casualties, undeniably, on both sides because of the manner in which Israel has been held back from achieving some of its military objectives here. I completely accept what you're saying, but those are the realities of the situation, and I come back to my earlier point about the international community's contribution here. That is the unfortunate result of what happened after Israel's withdrawal in 2005 from the Gaza Strip, when, again, this is also not just about Hamas firing onto Israeli civilians, it's also about relating to their own. In 2007, when they violently took over the Gaza Strip, they threw their opposition Fatah members off of the roofs of buildings. They have used children to dig the tunnels, some of whom have died. They have subjugated their people for 16 years. They are also executing them in the street. I mean, all of this is an important facet of what it is that you're rightly picking up on in terms of how on earth, where do we go from here? But the starting point has to be, and I think this has been proven to be correct now on multiple occasions, if you are going to have any chance of releasing further hostages, then you have to apply military pressure to Hamas. Only in the last few days, even the Associated Press, I think, have been acknowledging that Netanyahu was correct in this respect. It achieved the first deal at the end of, it was in November. The ceasefire fell apart on the 1st of December. And it has, on several occasions now, caused Hamas to come to the negotiating table because they are starting to feel the military pressure on each of those occasions. However, lots of the international rhetoric that we have been talking about, which plays into Hamas's hands, seems to have, in various respects, caused those negotiations to fail. But I completely accept the difficulties of the situation that you're presenting. This is, in many respects, a lose-lose situation for Israel. And it is because the IDF in particular is so committed to minimising civilian casualty and to doing its utmost that Hamas has been taking advantage of this.
Sure, but I guess what I'm saying, Natasha, and I think you're very smart and clearly very logical person, you must see what I'm saying. If the end result of what Israel has to do in this line of argument is to destroy all of Gaza, you can see why there'd be a lot of people who'd be uncomfortable about that.
Well, I don't think Israel has ever said that is what it
But
is
the
about to
logical
do.
conclusion of your argument is that that's what's going to happen.
I also don't quite accept that
Okay.
because you and I, neither of us know the intricate nature of the situation on the ground to be able to make that assessment. We, in many respects, have to accept what Israel is saying, which is that there are military plans that it can follow through on in pursuit of those objectives. One aspect of this that you actually did touch on that would make it clear and not easy to do is the possible evacuation of civilians through to Egypt. That's something that I just don't hear people talking about. It is actually in accordance with Egypt's obligations under international law, under separate Convention on Refugees, the African Union Convention on Refugees, which Egypt acceded to in 1980, which has a much broader definition of refugee than the International Convention. Egypt has an obligation to facilitate the passage across the Rafah border for all of those civilians that are fleeing civil disorder, and it has done for the last 9 months, and it has failed to do so. Now, why would that be a game changer? And why, and I'll come on to why this is so significant that nobody's talking about this. It would be a game changer because in Egyptian Rafah, which is just the other side of the border, which is the start of the Sinai Desert, you have unlimited space to create a safe zone where you can take civilians away from Hamas, where you can provide them with humanitarian assistance, which is not diverted to Hamas, and you can protect them both from Palestinian aggression and from Israel's military activities in the Gaza Strip. The reason I find it impossible to understand or give credit, let me say, to people who suggest that they are standing up and defending the Palestinians when they attack Israel, or they call for an immediate ceasefire before the hostages
Where's the other fucking book?
Released, or before Hamas has been destroyed. If these people truly have the interests of the Palestinians at heart, then they would be calling, as I have done since October, for Egypt to comply with its international law obligations. Because all of the difficulties that you describe in the logical conclusion of what Israel has to do are significantly mitigated by that. Because these civilians are taken out of harm's way. And then Israel is in a much, much better position to specifically target Hamas terror infrastructure and specifically with terrorists. Because if, for the sake of argument, it is successful in eliminating these terrorists, then the structures that you have in place are significantly less important.
So then why doesn't Egypt do that?
You'll have to ask the Egyptians.
Well, not many countries would want to take millions of refugees. I mean, the UK wouldn't want to take millions of refugees from France. Mainly because we don't like the fact but you know what I mean, right? So, like, that's a fairly reasonable thing for a country not to do.
But the suggestion isn't that Egypt embraces these refugees, say, as Israel did with refugees from the Arab world, and give them citizenship and take them into their communities. Absolutely not. The suggestion has always been that they provide a safe zone away from Hamas, and that when Hamas is destroyed, that there is every intention or opportunity for these civilians to return. So that of return to a large will have to be. I mentioned Saudi and Texas. The UAE has a significant track record of in terms of de-radicalization or denazification, if you will, because that went hand in hand with the Marshall Plan of the rebuilding of Germany. But that's critical, and as long as we sitting here, the international community, refuse to accept this critical role.
No, don't turn on this over anyway.
And that incentivization in perpetuating this conflict, then you're going to get any of the logical conclusions that you set out, because this is not going to be peaceful. That has to be the major shift now.
And look, it's a great point, but let's also be honest about this. It's not just about what's happening in Gaza. When we look at Iran are funding a lot of these organizations. You have Lebanon, with Hezbollah.
Oh, certainly got plenty of recycling this month.
But as Palestine, I mean, how do you deal with that with countries who are reversed in their rhetoric when it comes to saying that they want Israel white people?
Well, take them seriously for starters, and the unprecedented step that we saw of Iran firing on Israel. You're absolutely right, Francis, that it's used to attack not just Israel, but also Western interests around the world for decades. And the
Right, I'm going to sit here and figure this fucking thing out.
Failed to prevent Hezbollah from firing onto Israeli civilians in the north of the country for the last 9 months. Yeah, something nobody ever speaks about. Tens of thousands of Israeli civilians have been evacuated and spent 9 months away from their homes. They can't.
With Zero, solving bills and receipts on the go is quick and easy. Big spender. Your name Bill or something? Yeah. Cool. Search Zero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
I just eat a muffin in bed while hubby does the school run.
Oh, the Hydens.
For breakfast
Great.
and everything else.
Somebody say just please.
Andrew Tate is an internet phenomenon.
He's not nervous. He's ready for the battle. I'm teaching young men to work hard, exactly like me. He believes that he's a good guy doing good things.
His misogyny is off the scale. He's teaching how to pimp up the income of girls.
Decoding the hidden secrets of Andrew Tate. We've got lots of good things. So trafficking of women is a real problem.
Not returns
Nope.
and North
There we go.
on constant fire by Hezbollah terrorists and other Iranian proxy in the north of the country. That is in breach of the UN Resolution 1701, which promised that there would be no Hezbollah presence south of what was called the Blue Line, the Litani River, threatening the north of Israel. There was even a UN force in the hill that was set up in order to ensure that provision was met. I mean, the international community has become a laughing stock in the context of these reassurances, which were never followed up. And what you're describing in the context of the wider war against the world's almost state sponsor of terrorism, Iran, is significant because instead of
Right, so you're there.
stringent sanctions, we have seen a willingness to negotiate with an entity that has taken American hostages, that has threatened British nationals, as well as posing this existential threat. Let's call it what it is, to Israel.
This brings me to a question that is very professionally insulting to you, but not personally insulting, I hope, which is, isn't international law just a thing, just like a fig leaf we put over the fact that the world is governed by real politics, and ultimately no one really cares because there's no important matter?
Well, when I was at university many years ago, and I was studying international law for the first time, I was told that most states adhere to most international law most of the time, and therefore it is a message. I think we could have a really separate session on the merits of international law. Is it a legal system? Is it essentially international diplomacy and politics? But the fact of the matter is that so much of the last 9 months have been discussed in the context of international legal terminology.
But this is what I'm saying. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is exactly what I'm saying. I feel like all it is an opportunity for soundbitism from you clearly are pro-Israel, so you will say, Hezbollah, Egypt, they're all in breach of their obligations under various aspects of international law, and the pro-Palestine people will say, well, Israel is the only state that hasn't complied with its UN resolution with X, Y, Z, whatever, and everyone just uses it basically to back up their argument, and no one actually cares because it's not a law like the law of this land, where if you don't follow it, someone's going to come and put you in prison.
I do disagree.
Okay.
I do care about it because I think it is being misrepresented. And that is critical. I completely understand what you're saying. The difference is that I've given you chapter and verse, and when people say Israel breaks international law or UN resolutions, invariably they can't name one because there isn't a single UN Security Council Chapter 7 resolution, which is the only resolution that is ever legally binding, that Islam is in breach of. People are using international legal terminology, but they are abusing it. And this is the whole concept of lawfare. Right? This is, I say, is the use of international law, not its proper application. And that feeds into the question that you're posing because it undermines the
There we go.
It undermines the credibility of international law.
You know, I'm just going to assume that's right.
It does exist. And
Yeah, I'm going to assume.
for states to be able to interact with each other in a mutual understanding.
You still sitting together?
Context
Right.
of work, which is important. It's extremely significant for the way that we conduct ourselves internationally.
Okay.
Proper and no sense of international diplomacy, but it has been subverted. International law has been turned on its head with these modern blood libels. We come back to what started this discussion in terms of genocide and apartheid. These are both international legal terms that have a clear meaning, which are being libeled.
Well, let's talk about apartheid. So can you tell us what apartheid means and why that doesn't apply to what's happening? Because, again, that's something people are got me confused about. Are you tired of tossing and turning on those hot summer nights, searching for relief from the relentless heat? Well, first of all, you probably don't live in the UK, right? However, if you do find yourself in the hot climate, Cozy Earth has the solution you've been dreaming of. Introducing Cozy Earth's revolutionary bedding products designed to keep you cool and comfortable no matter how high the temperature soars. Crafted with viscose from bamboo, Cozy Earth bedding regulates your body temperature, ensuring uninterrupted and refreshing sleep throughout the summer season. I've noticed a huge difference in my sleep those 2 days when it was hot in Britain over the summer. And the good news is, Cozy Earth has offered trigonometry fans an exclusive deal. Simply visit cozyearth.com and use our code trigonometry to get 35% off. With a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty, you and I can invest in quality and durability with complete peace of mind. Visit cozyearth.com to enjoy 35% off and use our code trigonometry at checkout. Transform your sleep and stay cool with Cozy Earth.
Well, it references the state of affairs in South Africa, where you had a part of the community that was treated as other. And in South Africa, there was a racial discrimination against the blacks. They did not have equal rights to the whites. The reason that apartheid is being deployed falsely against Israel is because in the international legal context, apartheid by precedence has consequences. Apartheid means sanctions. That is what happened to South Africa. And that's the reason it's been deployed against Israel, because of the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement intention to try and legitimize its position to boycott the only Jewish state.
Do Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank have the same rights as Israelis?
Well, that's not a proper comparison, because I explained that the Palestinians have an autonomy and the West Bank, they have self-governance in Gaza. So what you have is, let's talk about Israel for starters. You do have equality between all Israeli citizens, Arabs and Jews. There's Arab Israelis serve in every area of Israeli society. They're in the police, they're also in the army, they serve as doctors, as lawyers, as school teachers. I worked at the Israeli Supreme Court under the former Chief Justice Mariam Naor, one of the other judges. That was an Arab. He put both an Israeli president and the Prime Minister, both of them Jewish, behind bars. So the notion that there is any lack of equality within Israel is simply not correct. Anyone who's actually gone to visit Israel will probably see the diversity that exists, and especially Muslims, Jews, Christians, living side by side and getting on with their lives. It's important in that context to recognise that, in fact, it's only in Israel that Arabs are able to live as free citizens of a democracy. They are the only free Arabs in the Middle East. And that is really without question. You can talk about divisions within Israeli society, and you can talk about the history of Israel being attacked since its very existence by surrounding Arab states, and what that means in terms of the way that individuals conduct themselves or prejudices that they may hold, both sides. But you cannot say that there is a legal system that differentiates between Arab and Jew and that treats them unequally. As a matter of law, that is simply not the case. But may I just come on to what you've asked about the rest of the Palestinian-controlled territories? Because
well, they're not fully controlled by the Palestinians. Let's be honest, right? Israel is able to prevent people from leaving that area or going to that area. Israel has military control of both those areas. The West Bank is a whole other conversation about what Israel's doing there.
Right. Well, let's be clear about the areas we're talking about. Even if we're looking at Gaza, and you will frequently hear people say that Israel controls Gaza. Absolutely, clearly that's not the case because Hamas built a terror state there for the last 16 years. That would not have been possible if Israel controlled it. We have seen since Israel became active in Rafah and took part of the Rafah crossing, which is the border between Gaza and Egypt, we've seen the magnitude of the tunnels that existed, which meant that essentially those weapons from Iran that you have referred to, Iranian support for Hamas and other terror proxies, were flowing freely into Gaza and Egypt. So that's not the case with respect to Gaza. Israel has had no control there since the withdrawal. With respect to the West Bank, Area A is entirely...
What's stopping you? It's called food. I like it. Like it? You'll love it. Yoo-hoo. Emergency food. The beef chew. Picture it, Heather. The beef chew. Save 25% or more on flights when you search and compare on Kayak.
Controlled by the Palestinian Authority. Area B is under joint control. So the Palestinians have civil control and Israel does maintain military presence there for good reason, which we can come on to in due course. But the reason that these two territories are significant, and it's important to understand that they have self-governance and autonomy, is because the likes of Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch, when they produced these reports which falsely accused Israel of apartheid, they also falsely aligned the Palestinians living in these areas with the Israeli Arabs. And they say that as a result of those Palestinians not having Israeli citizenship, there is a system of apartheid. That is a grotesque, false portrayal of what the situation is on the ground. And the reason it's so very objectionable is that the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank was created with international backing. It was the result of the Oslo Accords, the Oslo process, that Israel created together with the newly formed Palestinian Authority, that division between areas A, B, and C in the West Bank. And it's also important to note that without Israeli security cooperation with the Palestinian Authority in areas, primarily in Area B, because of the PA control Area A entirely, without Israeli security cooperation, there would be nothing to prevent a Hamas takeover of the Palestinian Authority in the same way that they took over the Gaza Strip, throwing out opposition Fatah members off of the roofs of buildings. So again, that's something that people don't seem to be particularly interested in when they are engaging in these false tropes, and apartheid is included there.
Natasha, this is a pretty unpleasant question, but I think it needs to be asked. Do you think Israel has a long-term future when we see what is happening in the region? When we see the outcomes of the war, the way the war is being represented, when you see other countries like Iran openly saying that they want to destroy Israel as well as Lebanon and other countries as well?
I don't think that Israel has a choice. So not just for the Israelis that are living there, but also for the Jewish people around the world. Because Israel's, one of its key functions is as a safe haven. Because we all know what has been happening to Jewish communities in the last 9 months as a result of this surge of anti-Semitism under the guise of this modern subset of anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism. We can all see the attacks that Jewish communities have been subject to, and the increased rate at which many of these communities are moving to Israel. So Israel doesn't have a choice in terms of long-term survival, either for the existing Israeli citizens or for the Jewish diaspora. It's certainly made it through extremely difficult periods in the past. If you think about the formation of the State of Israel, when David Ben-Gurion declared the state on the 14th of May, 1948, it was a fledgling state. Yes, the Jewish Yeshua had for many decades already been building up the state institutions in anticipation of declaring itself a state. But it was outnumbered, outgunned, it was immediately attacked in a promising war of annihilation by its neighbours. And upon the British withdrawal, and even before that, they had been confiscating arms from the local Jewish community. So it was essentially left completely defenceless. And it managed to survive. And it has fought subsequent wars of independent annihilation, and it has managed to survive. So I don't think, when you have no choice, this isn't, I've heard previous comparisons, this isn't the West fighting a war in Iraq or a war in Afghanistan. This is an army of conscripts, doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, plumbers, carpenters, who, when the country was under attack, didn't wait to be called, because they know the importance of putting on their uniform and defending their families. This is not a country that has a choice. We've seen similar, I would say, bravery amongst Ukrainians who are defending their very lives and the lives of their neighbours and duties. And when one is faced with that kind of existential threat, then these questions
where did that go?
or whether it can actually succeed become a great deal less important. And when we see the way that Israel has unified, I know these have been since the 2nd of October. I've had the opportunity now on a number of occasions. And to see the way the country has come together, and not just Jewish Israelis, the way that Arab Israelis have said, Eini Eretz Acheret, I have no other country, is, I think, a remarkable indication of the strength of the will and of the dedication that Israelis have
Wrong game.
to defend themselves against this unspeakable horror, to push back against these forces of darkness. And there's been a lot of talk about forces of light and darkness. It's undeniable that the death cult that is Hamas celebrates death. You see mothers who have children who have become martyrs in their words, who have killed themselves in order to slaughter Jews, and you see that being celebrated, not by all, but you do see instances of that being celebrated. That is the complete inverse of what we see when Israelis are putting on uniform, not just to defend their own families, but also to do their utmost to protect civilians in the context of the war that they're fighting in.
And it's also, as well, you look at the United States, and the United States has always been a great ally of Israel, but there seems to be more of a hesitancy now to support Israel from within the United States than there has been previously, hasn't it?
Politics plays a significant role in this. And it's extremely troubling when you see the Biden administration coming out with comments that they then suddenly walk back. So, for example, this reference to indiscriminate bombing, which was then very quickly walked back by spokespeople. But you see an awful lot of
Was that Biden who said that himself?
Yes, and I appreciate when he's not talking off an auto cue, he can sometimes say the wrong thing as far as his handlers are concerned. But the problem is that sort of rhetoric, unintended as it may have been, by the leader of the free world, has dire consequences. He spoke about Iran's direct strike on Israel a little earlier. Well, the context of the weeks leading up to Iran taking that unprecedented move of increasingly troubling American rhetoric, criticizing Israel, many have said, had an undeniable impact and input into Iran's feeling of confidence of striking Israel directly in that fashion. So the position that is taken by politicians around the world, which is undeniably impacted by protest groups and polling numbers, and is driven by the propaganda war, which we both very alive to, and that inevitably has that knock-on impact on not just Israel's ability to defend itself properly. And that comes into play when we're talking about arms embargoes or additional pressure, or the Americans for some time saying don't go into Rafah, don't finish the job that we've been backing you for months to complete. But it also inevitably encourages Israel's enemies, Iran certainly, but also Hamas. The is, I think, undeniably as a result of the encouragement, the succor that they have been provided, and the language that we have heard, extremely disappointing, extremely misguidedly coming out of prominent politicians around the world. And in fact, I think David Cameron even acknowledged this when he was Foreign Secretary. He said that what had been happening in terms of, and I see it in the context of these calls for an immediate ceasefire, right? That is exactly what Hamas was seeking to achieve. When you think about that rhetoric in the round, the Foreign Secretary was clear that this inevitably impacted Iran's calculation and its willingness to engage Israel directly in that fashion.
And Natasha, so with everything we've discussed, before we ask our last question, I suppose the most obvious question is, you mentioned your trips to Israel. We know what the situation is and the sentiment is in Gaza and elsewhere. We see what the international context is. You put all that together. Is a two-state solution even going? I mean, there's clearly no appetite for it in Israel anymore. I don't think there's any appetite for it in Gaza, really, from what I understand. Is that even possible?
There has been an appetite amongst broad swathes of the political spectrum in Israel for it. That has to be seen, of course, in the context of Israelis having spent generations now witnessing every security concession made, leading to blood on the streets. Oslo gave us an intifada, and I would encourage viewers just to Google image search Israel bus bombings to get a sense of the endless number of suicide attacks that were ripping through Israeli communities after that peace agreement, which is still hailing, was signed. One of the foremost commitments under that would have been renouncing terror. That's never something that the Palestinian leadership engaged in. So, despite that, I think we have seen significant parts of the Israeli public broadly supportive of the notion of a two-state solution.
Even now?
Well, I'm going to take this in stages, if I may. Even in the light of the realities of the situation, I think it was the broad consensus would have been, obviously it's not possible unless the Palestinians renounce their genocidal intent towards us, while they are saying, Hamas and the Palestinian Authority also, that the Palestinian future state would be used as a launching pad to conduct its genocidal war against the rest of Israel. And if that
once again, missing bits. Yeah, one in here.
The Israeli public has been through a trauma. It has had that naivety which suggested that Hamas might be reformable, eaten out of it in the most brutal way imaginable. And now we're faced with this phrase, two-state solution. I would suggest an empty phrase. I've heard some people referring to it as the two-state delusion. And until we deal with indoctrination and the incentivization of terror, I would also agree that there is nothing to talk about in the context of this empty phrase. And I think there's an additional question that we need to discuss out, and that is, what is the damage of continuing to promote a two-state delusion at the expense of doing the hard work of managing a possible future peaceful solution? And when I say the hard work, I mean it starts with getting rid of the indoctrination, getting rid of the incentivization of terror. That's the starting point. And then you have to take generations, at least a generation, to allow that new generation to grow up without being indoctrinated to want to kill all the Jews. And at that point, you can start to talk about what the potential possible solutions are. It's never going to arise out of a handshake in the Rose Garden of the White House or an American president signing a piece of paper, albeit that the Abraham Accords under the previous administration sent shockwaves, I think, through those of the political establishment that subscribed to the mantra of former Secretary of State John Kerry in 2016 at the Savannah conference, he said, "Mark my words, there will never be a separate peace between Israel and the Arab world without a solution for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict." But he looks a little bit silly now, and so do all of those that subscribed to that false approach. What the Abraham Accords shows us is that people-to-people cooperation, which existed for a significant time before those pieces of paper were signed, economic links, and de-radicalization hold the key to future peace and unity. They held the key to peace and unity in the context of the Abraham Accords, and I think they do so with respect to Israel and the Palestinian Arabs also. But that can never be based on a rewriting of history, on this propaganda war. So we have to be clear that when people say there was a Palestine and they had their land taken away from them, you cannot have a future peaceful solution which is based on a rewriting of history or false information. I am the granddaughter of Palestinians. The British mandate in Palestine, in which there was a local Arab and local Jewish population, is not in any way, of course, the way it is presented by some as it will require a Palestinian state. That is simply a misrepresentation of history. It is false. But what this propaganda war has left us with is this very simple, soundbitey, false narrative, which underpins the promotion of this idea of a two-state solution. But if we come from the right starting point, which includes that this idea of an occupation is a misapplication of international law, and it is not accurate. I don't know if we've got time to go into it now, but there are really fundamental aspects of international law that are being inverted and ridden over roughshod. And actually, it's probably important to just go into it briefly. There is a critical rule of customary international law that determines the borders of newly emerging states at their moment of independence. It is called uti possidetis iuris. It's applied universally wherever there is no agreement to the contrary. So it's the default rule. And in Israel's case, in 1948, it determined that the pre-existing administrative lines of the British mandate that preceded the state of Israel became Israel's international borders when it declared independence. This was the rule that the pre-existing administrative lines become the new ones, the new borders of the state. And the reason that it was introduced was to promote stability and certainty and to prevent fratricidal struggles. The International Court of Justice outlined these justifications for it when it recognised that it had become established. It was introduced in the 19th century, applied in South America with the withdrawal of the Spanish. It's applied in Asia and Africa, also to the dissolution of the former communist federations. Ukraine's borders followed uti possidetis iuris. And that's quite a critical comparison, because I think the three of us would agree that Russia has been in occupation of Crimea from Ukraine. Why is that? Because Crimea was part of Ukraine according to the rule of uti possidetis iuris at Ukraine's formation. Well, in the same way, when Israel came into existence, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, and Gaza fell within that territory of the administrative lines of the pre-existing British mandate. And that's critical, because immediately in this war of annihilation that I described, Jordan occupies the West Bank and East Jerusalem from Israel, and Egypt occupies Gaza. And their occupation ended in 1967 when Israel recovered of occupation. That means that it was consensus problem that you cannot occupy what is within your own sovereign territory.
I.e., if Ukraine was to retake Crimea and hold it, no one would say that was occupation of Crimea.
From Russia.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay.
And that is a stark parallel comparison. Now, what Israel did in 1967 is it applied its new administration and jurisdiction in full of East Jerusalem. It reunited the city, but it didn't do so in the West Bank. Instead, it applied a temporary framework. Why? Because under the Land for Peace formula, it expected that it would give up some of the West Bank, the Judeo-Arabian area, to Jordan in pursuit of peace. But when the 1994 peace agreement with Jordan finally came about, Jordan didn't want anything to do with the West Bank. So this temporary administrative framework that Israel established in 1967 held until the Oslo Accords and the creation of areas A, B, and C that we've described. But the application of this term occupation it's another bloodline, because it has no basis in international law. It is used as a political term. And the preface to it, this illegal occupation, which is so often referred to, is also only ever applied to Israel. There is no concept of illegal, a broader concept of illegal occupation in international law. And in all the instances, situations of real occupation in the context of which is envisaged by the Geneva Conventions, and the context of the real transfer of populations in Cambodia, Vietnam, in Nagorno-Karabakh, in northern Cyprus, none of these cases has this allegation of illegal occupation or illegal settlements even been advanced. So this is another example of a modern blood libel being deployed against Israel in order to shape the discussion, in order to shape the international politics and diplomacy, in order then to put pressure on Israel. And we've seen the consequences of that, I'm afraid, in so many respects. This is what led to the 7th of October.
Natasha, it's been a wonderful. Thank you for coming on. Before we head over to our locals, where our supporters put their questions to you, our final question is always the same. What is the one thing we're not talking about that we really should?
Before Natasha answers, when the interview is over, make sure you click the link in the description and head over to our locals to see this. Keir Starmer's on record as saying he wants to pass a law to ban Islamophobia. What are your thoughts on Islamophobia being banned?
People are talking, we need to come and crack down harder on anti-Semitism. I mean, where do you stand on that?
What are your views on the 3 European states of Ireland, Norway, and Spain who have recognized the Palestinian state recently and a declaration of the current government in their election manifesto to do likewise?
I don't pretend to be across all of your content, so if you have covered this, please come back to me.
None of them look
But I'll do my homework between now and then. But that being said, there is something that I think is not getting enough attention, and it's the phenomenon that we're seeing across our universities. Now, we've seen it in the context of these encampments and the vicious anti-Semitism that we've seen, many of them essentially pro-Hamas encampments. But I think we really need to be asking ourselves, how have we enabled or allowed, facilitated a generation of young people to have grown up with what seems a vacuum, a complete lack of appreciation of the freedoms that we enjoy, Western liberal democratic values, and that vacuum that seems to have been taken over by extremists, by the supporters of terrorists, when you have seen these young people find a common purpose in coming together in tents and feeling as though they are fighting for something, feeling that unity without properly processing that they are standing up in defense of international prescribed terror organizations. And I think we have to ask ourselves as societies some extremely hard questions about how we have allowed that to happen. If it is something endemic in our education systems, even before higher education, then that is something that we need to be far better able to talk about and then ultimately grapple with, because that's critical for the future of the United States, Europe, the UK, not least the impact that it has necessarily on discussions in the Middle East.
Natasha, thank you very much. Head on over to locals where we ask Natasha your questions. If there was no ICC and ICF, do you think Hamas would still use women and children as shields, knowing that it is not a deterrent in Israel attacking, nor would it help to turn Israel's allies against them? I recently agreed to go on a podcast host.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, which I've just used to plan a romantic weekend in Liverpool for 2 Arsenal fans. Now write that as a message for my girlfriend. Oh, that's clever.
My kid is cool. Just let me cool.
This video sponsor fume is a flavored air device. It's non-electronic and there's no vapor or smoke. You literally...
I recently agreed to go on a podcast hosted by a former trigonometry guest, Safety Amos. We agreed to do it because we were having a discussion on Twitter about the Israel-Palestine situation, and he said, given that we disagree and given that I've been on your show, why don't you come on mine so we can have a good discussion about this? What you're about to see is the conversation that we had, and it was anything but a good faith conversation. I went into it with that spirit, but what I quickly discovered is Safety had very little interest in talking to me, and like some other people who we've debated about this issue on the show in the past, what he was interested in was pretending that he's arguing with me when he was actually arguing with points that other people made. You will also see, I think, some of the things that are always interesting about these discussions. One of them being that there never seems to be an understanding from the people on the other side of this argument that there's a big difference between deliberately capturing civilians and killing civilians and murdering civilians and collateral damage in the course of a war, and you'll see that happen. And most interesting of all, I encourage you to watch to the very end, where we discover the real reason why Safety is so angry with me about this issue. I found it very shocking, particularly given that this was billed as a good faith conversation. Check this out. How many,
we're getting there.
how many people do you think were raped on October 7th?
Approximately zero. A lot of the dead civilians were dead because they were targeted by the Israeli army.
Why don't you actually ask me my opinions about things instead of putting words in my mouth or arguing with people you imagine in your head? Are you saying that I believe that because my grandfather was Jewish? Is that what you're trying to say?
And the reason for that is just identity bias. It's just, this is what
Which identity?
in the West.
Which identity?
I don't know, I don't care. It's just identity.
Oh, no. You can't say it's identity bias and then say I don't know. How is that anything to do with identity? Unless you're suggesting that my identity means that I have a particular view of this conflict.
Yeah, your identity gives you a bias towards this conflict, and that makes you...
What is the identity element that gives me a bias?
I don't know what your identity is. I don't even know.
Really? Now this
Yes.
is fascinating.
Hello and welcome to the Bitcoin Standard Podcast. Our guest today is Konstantin Kisin. Konstantin is a comedian, podcaster, commentator, and all-around internet muckraker who hosts the Trigonometry podcast. A few years ago, he hosted me on his podcast to discuss my work on Bitcoin. A few weeks ago, him and I got into a cordial conversation on Twitter on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Believe it or not, such a thing is possible. And I asked him to host him to discuss this in more detail on my podcast, and he graciously agreed. So, Konstantin, thanks so much for joining.
My pleasure. Good to be with you.
All right, so in general, I wanted to discuss the tweet that you mentioned, but in general, I think there's an interesting conversation to be had about the discourse around the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, and I think you offer a good perspective of how a lot of people in the West look at this conflict and how they view it, and I thought it might be good to give you the perspective of somebody who's actually from there. I grew up in Ramallah. I grew up under Israeli occupation. And so I have a slightly different perspective from the one that you're probably more familiar with. So I'd say, let me just begin with a general question. From looking at your tweets and your discussions of this topic, it's pretty clear that you are a Zionist. You would identify as a Zionist. So I guess my first question would be, why are you a Zionist?
Well, I don't know how you reached that conclusion. I suppose it depends on what you mean by Zionist.
Yeah, well, for me, a Zionist is somebody who believes that there should be a state, a Jewish state in Palestine.
Okay. So I don't know if you maybe want to bring our audience up to speed in terms of the conversation we had on Twitter. I think one of the things I've always been very keen to emphasize is that anything I think or say about it, and I really haven't said very much about this issue in public at all, is coming from a place of not really being an expert. But when I speak about it in public, I'm really talking about trying to treat it. So, in terms of me being or not being a Zionist, I actually don't know that that is my position. This gets me into hot water with a lot of people. I don't know that I believe there should be a Jewish state in Palestine. Yes, I believe it can work. I mean, I think I've yet to hear an argument about the creation of the state of Israel that makes me 100% convinced that it was all clean and white and pure in every way, and there's nothing wrong there, right? So and again, there'll be people who don't like me saying that, but that is the perspectives I've been exposed to. So it's messy. However, there is a state of Israel now. It is home to about 10 million people, and so unless we are prepared to see those people be deported or killed, then currently I believe that that state should continue to exist, because just like in any other situation anywhere else in the world, we don't go back 70, 80 years and go, actually, let's redraw this map. When Vladimir Putin tried to do it, we're all against it, right? Even though he has, but it's what Adolf Hitler was doing too. So the claim that we should go back 70 years and redo the borders of the country because the way it was created wasn't quite right, I don't find particularly persuasive. But in terms of the conversation you and I were having, it was much more about, I think it was about October 7th and who should have done what and how people should have responded. And that's really where, for me at least, the focus is. So, no, I have never described myself as a Zionist, and I don't know that I would fit your definition of what a Zionist is either.
Okay, well, let me just say that I think this is a good place to point out one important misunderstanding, which is that if you say that you're not a Zionist or that you oppose non-Zionists, it doesn't mean that you want the Jews who are in Palestine to leave or to die. There are 10 million citizens of the state of Israel, but there are about 15 million people who live in historic Palestine between the river and the sea. And on that land, about 7.5 million are Jewish and 7.5 are not. So they're all under Israeli sovereignty. They're all under Israeli control, whether it's in Gaza or the West Bank or Israeli citizens. And so within Israel's citizens, there's 2.5 million that are not Jewish. And so there's 7.5 million who are Jewish and 7.5 who are not. So it's half the population that is Jewish. And so it's, I think, far more accurate to say that being a Zionist means you want to kill and deport the 7.5 million people who are not Jewish, than it is to say that being an anti-Zionist means that you want to deport and kill the Jewish.
Okay. Well, by that definition, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would really quibble even much more than I already have with your description of me as a Zionist. I certainly don't want to deport or kill people who are not Jews in that area. Why would you say that about it?
No, I'm not saying that about you, but I would say this is what the Zionist project has been. And this has been the case from the 1920s. It was very clear to Zionist leaders that, initially the understanding in Europe for people who had never been to Palestine was that this is a land with no people, which we should take because we are a people with no land. And then once people started moving there, they realized, well, that's not accurate. And famously, one member, I think it was of the Zionist organization, traveled to Palestine and he wrote back saying, the bride is already married. There are people already here. That our plan doesn't make sense. And then by the 1920s, it became very clear to a lot of these leaders that there needs to be something done about these people. And either we're going to have to fight them, or we're going to have to kick them out, or we're going to have to convince their neighbors to take them. And that's been essentially the driver of the conflict from day one. The driver of the conflict is the fact that when the Zionist project really got off the ground, and that's thanks to people, 1917, Lord Balfour gave the Balfour Declaration to Lord Rothschild because Britain was broke in World War I and they needed money and they wanted the Americans to come in. So they wanted to, in order to entice the Americans to come in, they thought they could entice the Zionists in America by offering Palestine. And so at that point, about 3 to 5% of the population of Palestine was actually Jewish. And, there'd always been a Jewish population in Palestine since the Muslim conquest of Palestine in 637. So when the Romans took over, they expelled the Jews. When the Muslims kicked out the Roman leadership, they did not kick out the native population. This is a common misconception. It's not like Arabs came from Arabia and kicked out the people who were in Palestine. The people who were in Palestine stayed there. They were mostly Christian at that time. The Muslims let the Jews come back, and they were able to live in Palestine from 637 up until 1947 and 1948. And during that time, they could own property and they could live there. So there was never an issue of we need to get rid of the Jews or we need to get rid of other people. It was always understood that Muslims, Christians, and Jews that lived in that land, they all have their property rights. And under the Turkish system, there was something called the millet system, where every group had its own civil law determined by its own religion and with its own religious authorities. So you can see why that would be a problem. Why people like me might not be too excited about the idea that a 5% minority in the country, which is, I guess, probably around the same. I'm not sure about the numbers, but I guess this is about the percentage of Muslims in Britain at this point. Maybe 5% of Britain is Muslim. So imagine how it would feel like if somebody said, yeah, let's make Britain into a national homeland for Muslims. And now we're going to start encouraging Muslim migration to Britain. And also, we're going to take over land from people who are not Muslim and build institutions of the state that are geared toward making all this land owned by Muslims. And then we're going to get rid of all the rest of the population. So what I'm saying is that the problem with the support for Israel as the default position, and that this will get us into our discussion, is that it just ignores all of that stuff and ignores the role that the Western powers have had in enforcing this and making this reality come about, and then likes to pretend that history starts always at the point when any Palestinian fights back, and then that's portrayed as just a completely crazy, insane, violent, unjustified, monstrous, barbaric act that justifies any kind of response. And I think this is really what it comes down to. So if you look at your tweet, which started this discussion, you're saying, the thing very few people will openly say is that once you become a parent, if someone kidnaps your child and holds them for months on end in captivity, and you give exactly 0 Fs about how exactly they're returned, and the more of her captors are killed, the happier you'd be. That is a pretty brave defense of Hamas, I would say, on October 7th.
No, that's a funny point, except that's not what Hamas did. And this is, I think, the crucial distinction that never gets picked up in any of these conversations. So first of all, the history, I come back to my point originally, which is you are undoubtedly more knowledgeable about the history of that region. And I'm not really interested in going over that because, as I say right up front, it's not something that I know about. So I'm talking about conversations from first principles. Now, if we're talking from first principles, I still want to come back to this idea that you introduced me as someone from whose public discussions it is clear that I'm a Zionist, and then you define Zionism as being willing to deport and murder people, which I'm not offended, but I don't think that's an accurate representation of my beliefs. So I think that's an important thing for me to maybe just point out. But in terms of your quip that it's a great defense of Hamas, I actually have said repeatedly that I thought that if October 7th was a Hamas attack on Israeli military installations and border patrols and an attempt to attack the IDF, for example, I don't think the world would have responded the way that the world has, and I don't think the Israelis would have responded the way they have. And I certainly wouldn't see what happened on October 7th as what it was, which is a horrific terrorist attack. I would see it, as you described it, perhaps as an act of resistance. But slaughtering 1,000 civilians at least, raping women, and if you compare, I mean, I don't know how many thousand people died on 9/11. I think it was about 2,000, right? What happened to Israel, and we should probably look it up to get the exact per capita comparison right, but it was like having a 9/11 that happened in a large number of American cities all at once, right? Innocent people being targeted and murdered by terrorists. I think it's perfectly understandable that, and taken hostages, by the way, I think it's perfectly understandable that people who are the victims of that kind of atrocity targeted specifically at civilians, as we saw in the United States case, which reacted in ways that I didn't necessarily approve of in some occasions, like the war in Iraq. Nonetheless, you would expect a country that was attacked in this way, you would expect people who are civilians who were attacked in this way to respond in ways that are going to be very harsh. And that, I think, is why what's happening is happening. I didn't see the attacks on October 7th was an attempt to get back Palestinian hostages from Israeli jails. That didn't seem to me to be what was happening. And so I don't think the comparison works.
Well, so a few problems. First of all, just in general, and this is something that many Palestinians and Israelis do, which is the suffering per capita ratio, which I think is, I find it abhorrent because I think you don't become less of a human being because you're American and there's 300 million Americans, whereas if you're Palestinian, there's only 10 million Palestinians, then one dead Palestinian is worth 30 dead.
Yeah, but it's a pretty reasonable point that I'm making. I mean, if you think about, let's say you have let's say, I don't know if you have kids, I have one son, right? If my son was to die in a tragic accident, that at the level of my family, that is a disaster and a horrific thing to happen. At the level of Britain, no one gives a shit, right? So the comparative point is not that one person's life doesn't matter or matters more or whatever. The comparative point is, if you want to understand the psychological impact of a terrorist atrocity, you have to understand the scale of that atrocity relative to the population of the country. If 100 people were killed in a terrorist attack in London, as has happened, that is not the same as 100 people being killed in my town, right? At the level of my town, that analysis would be a huge, overwhelming event, whereas if it happened in London, it would be awful, very sad, but it's not nearly the same thing. So I think that's a fair point, sir.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm saying that because not because I'm trying to minimize any kind of targeting of civilians. I think is legitimate. However, I'll say I think this is a fact. The first thing that Hamas did after 7 is say that we are offering those hostages in exchange for releasing Palestinian prisoners. And in fact, one of their military squadrons had actually attempted to get into Ashkelon to free prisoners from a prison, but they couldn't get there. So this was exactly about freeing prisoners.
No. Sorry, again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is again a false equivalence, right? If you kidnap my wife and you hold her in your house, and I come and rescue her from your house, and I happen to kill you in the process, I've got no problem with that, right? If you kidnap my wife in order to get something from me, that's a completely different situation, right? So the idea that they took completely innocent people hostage, having murdered 1,000 people and raped people on the way, in order to free the Palestinian prisoners, is not an appropriate equivalence at all. October 7th was a terrorist attack whose purpose, first and foremost, was to massacre civilians and to terrorize the Israelis. It wasn't about rescuing people, and even if it was done in a way that I consider to be completely illegitimate.
Yeah, well, this is so. First of all, let me just clarify. I obviously disagree with any targeting of civilians, but I think this is one of those things where the initial hysteria, and this is very similar to COVID.
Oh shit!
When COVID first happened, people were completely freaked out, and then people have just been conditioned by that fear that media puts into you. When you see people falling in China, and then everybody got freaked out for years from COVID because they saw that video of that guy falling in China, and they saw that World Health Organization saying that the R0 is 7 or whatever at that point. And so then that fear gets in, and then the rational brain shuts off, and then the animal brain is just thinking about life or life.
In terms of what I've said, where would you identify my rational brain shutting off?
First of all, there's all of the evidence that has been presented for the idea that there has been any kind of rape has all been shown to be presented by people who are complete liars. Yes, the UN have.
When a complete liar is about it.
No, the UN published a report in which they looked at a bunch of people and a bunch of sources, and these sources and the people who were behind it, they've gone behind them and they've seen that it's all garbage. Every single person who's behind this. So there's this organization called Zakat, which is a bunch of first responders. They're responsible for a lot of horror stories, and all these horror stories turned out to be false, and the people behind them turned out to be complete liars, and it's all about exaggerating this. So first of all, there was no
clarity. How many?
We're getting there.
How many people do you think were raped on October 7th?
Approximately 0. approximately.
Nobody was ready.
Pretty much, yeah. There was
That was
almost
pretty much the first time ever in the history of war that thousands of men invaded a different territory, slaughtering civilians, taking female hostages, and none of them. That's literally never happened in human history.
Well,
These
two
Hamas
reasons.
fighters that were so moral and pure, they didn't touch anyone.
Well, two things to keep in mind. First of all, you'd have any kind of evidence of it, that you'd have some kind of substantive evidence for it, other than all of these proven liars who just repeating stories that are clearly lying. The story about somebody cutting off a tip and throwing it and playing with the tip.
But that isn't what I said. I didn't say anything about tip.
Hang on. You're interrupting me. Let me finish. Then there was the story of
we're getting stuck on points where I think it's important to.
We're getting stuck because you won't let me finish. I get to the point that you're making, so we're moving on to another one. So, first of all, the key thing to keep in mind is that the point for Hamas and the win there was not to go and rape and murder. The point was to get as many hostages as they could possibly get. And yes, I agree with you that it's not okay to take civilians as hostages. However, I don't see you objecting to the 9,000 Palestinian civilians that are in Israeli jails. And I don't see you.
I object to anyone who is innocent of crimes,
Mhm.
which many of those people you're talking about are not. Many of them stabbed people, killed people.
And yet, thousands of them haven't been put on trial. They're on administrative detention.
Hold on. Sorry, this time I wasn't finished. However, I am in favor of the rule of law and due process, and those people should be given due process. And to the extent that they're innocent of any crimes, they of course should be immediately released. So you don't hear me object to it because you haven't asked me if I object to it. I object to people being deprived.
No,
of
but
liberties.
Yes, but I've seen your Twitter, and you obviously never get outraged about anything Israel does. You only get outraged about the things that you're told that the Palestinians are doing. Now, I get back to the point. Hang on, let me finish. So there was the whole 40 burned babies, which is another one of these.
Is that something I've tweeted about?
I don't know. You've tweeted about a lot of things.
No,
but
it isn't.
the point is,
So let's not
talk
about that.
the point is, there was a whole bunch of atrocity propaganda that was being given out to media that formed this crazy reaction where people's minds, Hamas is just this incredible, indescribable evil, and Israel's government and its military are just these
hold
evils.
on.
The reality of the matter is,
about the
no, let's talk about the point that I'm trying to get to.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
If you
All right,
want me on your podcast to debunk the things that you believe the mainstream media have got wrong about this conflict, you don't need me here for that. Right? You can just do that yourself. But if you want to talk to me, let's talk only about the things that you and I have said. I've never said anything about burned babies. I disagree with you about the idea that there was 0 rapes on October 7th. And I also disagree with the insinuation that you appear to be making that Hamas are not evil and barbaric, that they clearly are. They're murdering terrorists who slaughtered 1,000 people plus, who wounded up to about 7,000 people, who deliberately targeted civilians, who deliberately took civilians hostage. So let's talk about, if you want to talk with me, I'm delighted that we're having this conversation, but let's talk about the things that I'm saying and the things that you're saying instead of the things that other people have said, okay?
Yes, I'm letting you finish every single time you're interrupting me, but I'd like to be able to finish once.
Well, the reason is I keep addressing your point and you keep bringing things in from the outside that I haven't said. That's the difference.
No, the point is, again, going back to your slaughter and rape, the other thing, other than the rape, is the idea that they went around murdering civilians. But the vast majority of these civilians that were murdered, they were burnt. Now, a bunch of fighters who are carrying a bunch of guns and are trying to get as many hostages as they can and get back, don't have the time to sit and tie people up and burn them down. It's not easy to burn people in a house if you've got a gun on them. You tie people up, you start burning them, they find out as soon as the fire comes near them, they can break free and they can get out. Why were all those people burned at the festival? A lot of the dead civilians were dead because they were targeted by the Israeli army, because the Israeli army has the Hannibal directive, which is that we'd rather kill our own people than let our enemies take them as hostages because we don't want to be put in a position where we need to negotiate with terrorists. And that's what drove this. So then you could say that you could see very clearly all the people that were dead were, well, maybe not all, but a lot of the civilians that were dead because they were burned, because they were attacked by weapons that clearly Hamas doesn't have. So you have that picture from the Nova Festival, where you had all these cars that were burned. There was no way that Hamas can go around burning cars in there. And again, the point that I'm trying to get to is I'm not defending Hamas. I think it was completely completely inexcusable what they did, and I don't believe in the targeting of civilians. But I think the key point that I'm trying to get to is that whatever atrocity propaganda you've swallowed about what Hamas did on that day is still not 1% of what the IDF does regularly to Palestinians, what settlers do to Palestinians in the West Bank. And that's the thing that you ignore. That's the thing that's been going on for 80 years. And of course, when I bring up the past, we talk about what Israelis did in 1947 and 1948. We say, well, this is too old and this is it's too far away. But it's something that goes on until today. It's something that continues to go on, and yet we see this over and over and over again with the kind of model Zionist NPC, which is that these things don't register. Or if they do register, confronted with it, you just say, well, I condemn that. And then that's as if, that makes them completely irrelevant to the real world. So you just condemn it, and then you move on, and then you just completely miss the idea of how this thing actually affects the real world.
Okay, what would you like me to address in terms of that?
Well, why is it that then go back to your original tweet, you said that you think that it is justifiable for people to do whatever it takes in order to free their hostages?
No, that isn't what I said. No, that's not what I said.
What is it that you said? Let's bring up this thing again.
It's justifiable for people to do whatever it takes. That's not what I said.
I give zero fucks about how exactly they're returned.
Yeah.
And that only applies if it's the Israeli hostages. It doesn't apply if it's Hamas hostages.
No, that's not what I said. I just said to you in the course of this conversation, safety, and this is the problem. We had exactly the same conversation with Bassem Youssef, who actually, like with you, I actually really liked, right? We had a great conversation when you were in trigonometry. I'm happy to have this discussion with you. But like you, he was arguing with things that I'd never said, because he spent his entire time reacting to things on the internet that other people were saying. I said to you several things in the course of this conversation, which I think preclude me from being described as a Zionist NPC or whatever it is that you just suggested. Number one, I said to you that my reading of the history of this conflict is that the creation of the State of Israel wasn't exactly purer than pure, right? So at no point have I suggested that there isn't a problem there and that this conflict is entirely spurious because the evil barbaric Palestinians are just by virtue of their evilness and barbarism doing this, right? I also said to you that had the October 7th attack been an attack by Hamas troops on Israeli troops or on Israeli military installations or on Israeli prisons in order to free their people from there, while some people, of course many people in Israel, would nonetheless treat this as an attack on their country, quite understandably, I think both the world and Israel and I would have reacted very differently, right? So the issue is that you say, of course, targeting civilians is wrong, and that's something we of course agree on. And the problem is that October 7th was not in any way an attempt to redress the wrongs committed by the IDF. It doesn't compensate for them, it doesn't fix them, it doesn't solve them. It's simply an act of terror designed to brutalize and murder and enslave the civilian population of those areas. So if you're asking me about that, you have to start by acknowledging that that is a terrorist attack. Now, how would any country, this is what I'm asking you, respond to a terrorist attack? In exactly the way that Israel has done. So you can tell me about the plight of the Palestinian people, and I can agree with you. I can say to you, look, for the sake of argument, the Palestinians are under occupation, and Israel and the IDF are terrible, and they go in there and mow the lawn, and all of these other things that I've heard from many, many people. And I can agree with it on all of that. That does not justify a terrorist attack on Israeli civilians, and it never will. And that's the difficulty that we're having, because people who are arguing from your position, including you in this conversation, are trying to present October 7th as some attempt to offset the evils done by the IDF as you perceive them. And I'm saying to you, there is no connection between the two. No amount of Israeli brutality justifies the massacre of civilians. If Jews during World War II had risen up in the Warsaw Ghetto and just went around raping German women and slaughtering German civilians, that would have been wrong too. When the Soviets, the people who were my ancestors, raped their way through Eastern Germany on the way to Berlin, that was wrong. I am one of the people who's actually been quite prominent in raising Soviet war atrocities, even though I think that war needed to be won, right? So that isn't, by the way, the same as the aerial bombardment of Germany or dropping the bombs on Japan, which was absolutely right and necessary for military reasons, right? So there's difference between targeting civilians gratuitously for violence, and military necessity, and this is where I think we're getting stuck.
Yeah, we're getting stuck because you're unable to see the very transparent hypocrisy in your position.
I'll try to understand. Explain it to me.
That tweet said, I give exactly 0 Fs about how they return. Now, that was in the context of the fact when they freed, I think, 3 or 4 hostages. This was June 9th. They freed 4 hostages, and in order to free those 4 hostages, about 300 Palestinian civilians were killed. 200 to 300 Palestinian civilians were killed. Aerial bombardment and special human military forces came in, and they knew that they were going to have to massacre a lot of civilians in order to get out, and they did it. How is that in any way different from what Hamas did on October 7th? Just because you refuse to accept... Let me finish, hang on. Just because you refuse to accept the distinction that, no, Hamas can't possibly be justified, trying to tell you this is just atrocity propaganda kicking in, because in your mind it's just, it's great, murder is unjustifiable, nothing that Israel does could possibly justify this. Well, no. Hamas also wanted to free thousands of Palestinian prisoners. Israel wanted to free hundreds of Israeli prisoners. And Israel killed hundreds of civilians. Hamas killed hundreds of civilians. Probably most of them were killed by Israel. But even accepting the idea that they killed civilians, why is it that in your mind this murder of civilians is justified because you're freeing hostages, but that murder of civilians is not justified?
For the reason that I've already explained to you repeatedly, which is if you take my wife hostage and I come to your house and you try to prevent me from rescuing her, I'm going to shoot you in the head and I'm going to feel great about it. If you come to my house and kill my family because of something I've done, that's a completely different thing. Do you understand the difference?
No, that's exactly the same thing.
So you feel there's no difference between Constantine said something rude to me or did something bad to me, I'm going to come to his house and I'm going to murder his family.
No. You are missing the point that it's the same thing. They've taken hostages. Both taken hostages.
It's absolutely not the same thing.
Why are the
Palestinian people who are not involved
worthy of being rescued?
Hold on. The civilians who were murdered by Hamas on October 7th had nothing to do with the atrocities that you say are being committed against Palestinians, right?
And the civilians murdered by Israel had nothing to do with that.
They were killed in an attempt to rescue hostages, right?
How is that different? The same thing that Hamas says.
Because Hamas killed civilians in order to kill civilians. The Israeli troops killed civilians in order to rescue hostages. That's the difference.
No, the difference is Hamas took civilians hostages, and most likely the Israelis killed their own civilians. But even accepting the fact that Hamas killed civilians,
okay, Israel, let's clarify that one.
50,000 civilians over the last 9 months.
Let's clarify that one point. How many civilians do you think Hamas killed on October 7th? Because you keep saying you're against targeting civilians, but it also sounds like you don't think they killed any civilians.
I think the majority of the civilian deaths were from friendly fire.
How many would you say that they did kill Hamas?
I would love to see an official investigation into this, but it's very telling that Israel won't have an investigation into this.
How many would you say that they've killed? I mean,
I don't know.
Question.
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't done an investigation. I'd like to see one. I think it's very telling that they won't do one.
No. But that's not answering my question, right? That girl whose dead body we saw being driven off in the back of a truck, was she killed by Israeli forces?
No.
There's a one. That's one that we can say was definitely killed by Hamas. Okay.
No.
Right. How many more do you think were probably killed by Hamas?
I'm telling you, I don't know. I could make up a number.
Is it 10? Is it 100? Is it 1,000? How many?
I don't know. I'd like to see an investigation into this. But you know what I do know?
But you're absolutely certain about Hamas figures about how many Palestinians have been killed, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not certain about their figures. I know what's going on in Gaza, and I know that there's no way that you could destroy an entire city of 2 million people and not kill at least tens of thousands of people.
Okay.
Tens of thousands of deaths. And I know because I know people in Gaza, I know people who know people in Gaza, and I know just how many of the people they know have been dead. I think what's been reported.
I'm not disputing that lots of people have been killed in Gaza.
Yeah, and I think also,
But I am disputing
and
that
not
Hamas didn't kill civilians. Hamas killed a lot of civilians on the 27th.
Yes, but Israel has killed a lot more civilians, and this is
I
what you
know, but
have to say.
the comparative game there is irrelevant to me. We killed a lot more German civilians than Germany killed our civilians in World War II. I think that's perfectly justified.
This is what I mean when I say Zionist NPC. We can kill as many of them as we can, as we want, because that's justified, because we are reacting, because we are just, because we are trying to get our hostages back. Nothing they do. It's not. It only works in your favor because you have a
safety. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? You keep saying the phrase, nothing they do is justified. I just said to you 3 times now, 3 times, if Hamas had attacked Israeli military installations and IDF troops and killed IDF troops and Israeli military installations were destroyed, that to me would be a completely different thing. So it's not that nothing they do
okay, not
is
nothing.
justified.
Any crime by Hamas justifies any kind of reaction by Israel.
No.
Which is why you never see any kind of criticism coming from people like you toward anything that does.
You have to actually listen to what I'm saying, otherwise it's impossible to have a
I
conversation.
am listening. I'm just pointing out that what you're saying that if Israel could kill 50,000 people to rescue their hostages, it's not okay for Hamas to kill anybody. I'm trying to tell you it's wrong for both. I'm trying to tell you it's wrong for both.
No, but you see, you keep missing deliberately, I think, at this point, because you're a smart guy. You keep missing the point that I'm making, which is that there's a big difference between attempting to rescue hostages or attempting to kill terrorists and simply targeting civilians for the purpose of targeting civilians, right? There's a big difference between those two principles. One of those things is called war. The other of those things is called terrorism. And there's a big difference between the two. Strapping a bomb to your chest and getting on a bus is very different to going to war and attempting to rescue hostages, in the process of which civilians get killed. They're different activities entirely. There's a different moral calculus, and it works entirely differently. That's the difference.
I see. So you're not a fan of terrorism, and you think terrorism is not justifiable. You don't think targeting civilians is justifiable.
Correct.
And does that include Palestinian civilians?
It includes any civilians anywhere, including, by the way, for example, right, I'm Russian, my wife is Ukrainian, I have lots of family in both countries. I have been very outspokenly pro-Ukrainian throughout the entire conflict. I do not support killing Russian civilians in retaliation to what Russia is doing in Ukraine, nor do I support, obviously, Russia killing Ukrainian civilians, right? So it's not difficult to support people being able to wage war in situations where they have to wage war without also then condemning the massacring of civilians that is deliberate and purposeful targeting for the sake of killing civilians. That is not the same as collateral damage in conflict. They're different things.
No, but here's the thing. The problem is that you think any kind of death meted out by Israel is collateral damage because in your mind...
No, I don't. I don't think that.
Yes, which is why you don't see when Israel goes and murders Palestinians, when an Israeli terrorist goes into a Palestinian village and shoots people, as happens every day these days in the West Bank, every single day, pogroms of settlers surrounded by soldiers protecting them, going into Palestinian villages, burning people's homes, burning their cars, shooting people. This happens every day. You don't say anything about it. You don't condemn it. You don't think it's a problem. You don't talk about that.
I will happen. Look, I don't want to
condemn it. I don't want to
let me respond. You've got to let me respond. Right? You make a point. You've got to let me respond. So, as I said to you, I don't talk about this issue publicly because it's not an area of expertise of mine. If anyone asks me about the West Bank, I can tell you what my understanding of the West Bank is. I don't like a lot of the things that are being done in the West Bank. I don't like a lot of the things that the settlers are doing, and I do not support burning people's homes and massacring people and killing people and pushing them out of wherever they live. So when you say you don't condemn it, if you ask my opinion, I will give it to you. I don't support some of the things that are being done there.
Yes, this is a great answer for me because it's exactly my problem with this entire idiotic fetish that pro-Israel people have about condemn, which I find idiotic because it's meaningless. Because I'm not asking you to condemn things. And I'm not asking, and I hate it when people ask me to condemn things because I don't condemn anybody. I don't condemn Israel. I don't condemn any authority because who am I? I'm in no position. I'm not their mom to condemn them. I'm not their benefactor. And so it's meaningless to say what is who's condemning things. What I'm talking about.
You just said to me you don't condemn it, and that's
exactly
what I wanted to.
Yes, because
I do condemn it if I'm asked to.
Yes, exactly. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that if you look at your tweets, if you look at your position on this, and whenever it's brought up, you bring up the death of Israeli civilians, and then use it as justification for anything Israel does. So you look at all of your discussion.
I don't use it as justification for anything.
On how they return. So Israel can do whatever it wants. And then you don't care about all the targeting of Palestinian civilians that takes place, and you never bring up the fact that anything that the Palestinians do in return is justifiable. Notice I'm not saying that it is. Let me be clear here. I'm perfectly consistent. Let me be clear. I'm perfectly consistent. I think everybody's wrong to target civilians, and I think targeting civilians does not justify any kind of reaction. So I'm not okay to go and target Israeli civilians because they targeted Palestinian civilians. You are the one who's followed the Zionist NPC propaganda hook, line, and sinker, and don't even see the distinction here, wherein no matter what Israel does, it doesn't matter. You're not going out there posting videos of the horrific things that are taking place in the West Bank, of the horrific things that Israel's been doing to Palestinians for 8 years, of the land theft, of the mass murder, of the terrorist attacks, the enormous number of terrorist attacks. I mean, Menachem Begin, the Israeli prime minister, boasted about the fact that he invented modern terrorism because the first civilian bomb, the first bomb to target civilians, the first people to think about the idea of let's put bombs in civilians was by the Zionists in Palestine against Palestinian civilians. So you, in your mind, you don't see anything wrong with that ever. And that's why for me, it's not about asking you to condemn it. It's about looking at where your energy goes. And your energy is constantly going, Hamas are evil, they're targeting civilians, and therefore everything that Israel does is justified. And therefore anybody who's critical of Israel is an awful person and we're going to go after them and we're going to criticize them. Wow. On the other hand, whereas if Israel is going to do anything,
I wasn't even aware I was doing safety. You really painted quite a picture there. Going after people, posting videos. I've never posted any videos from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict ever. So
well, I'm not saying
why are you criticizing me?
Do not talk about what they really do to target civilians. You only talk about what the Palestinians do to target civilians.
I really don't comment on this issue very much at all.
I'm sorry?
I don't comment on this issue very much at all. I've never gone after people, as you suggest, for their opinions. I've always said
you have. What's that lady's name? You call her DEI Barbie?
Yeah, I called her DEI Barbie for accusing me of things that I took very personally, which is accusing me of being unfair and non-impartial when I was fair and impartial, as anyone who watches that debate can see. I don't give a shit about her opinion about Israel and Palestine. There was another guy on that panel with whom I had absolutely no issue who was arguing for the same thing. I know lots and lots of people who have your particular view on this issue. I respect them and get on with them just as I do with people who are pro-Israel. I have never targeted anybody for having a different opinion to me on this issue, and I never would, because I see it very complicated, and I think people are right to think whatever they think about it if that's what they think. So, again, I think you're arguing with these sort of miraculous ghosts in your head and not with me. Can we talk about what I believe or what you believe or what you'd like to discuss with me? Because I think that would be a lot more productive.
Yeah, well, I mean, just to wrap this up, I think the point that I'm making.
Okay, so fair enough.
No, we can. We're gonna move into that. It's just again, the point is, it's very clear your energy is always going there, and I think the point that I'm trying to get.
How is that clear?
Because I've looked at your tweets for months and I've seen your discussion.
Okay, what have I, other than that particular one, what have I said about the conflict that you feel justifies your position?
Denouncing the criminality of Hamas and justifying the actions of Israel and denouncing people who are critical of Israel for not understanding the fact that Israel needs to never pointing out that Palestinians have the right to defend themselves.
Who specifically have I denounced for their position on this?
I don't remember at this point, but
what about your other claims? What is your evidence for other claims?
Well, there, I just shared with you one tweet, the one that we were discussing. You were saying that it's okay, there is no whatever you want.
That tweet applies to Israel, it applies to Palestine applies to everyone. I'm sure the people of Gaza, if their sons are in the Israeli prison, agree with what I said. The problem that the 20 Why? Now we seem to disagree. You seem to come back and kill it with people in your head instead of with me, right?
No, I brought you on because you specifically said that anything that Israel does to try to get their hostages is something that you don't care.
I said that
never
a parent.
I'd like to, and the reason, and the other most important issue that we need to move on to is the idea that if you think about targeting civilians, it's very clear, I think, for anybody who's been paying attention over the last 9 months, Israel's goal is not to get Hamas or even to get the hostages. Israel's goal is to make Gaza uninhabitable. And this is something that is completely unable to register in the mind of the Zionist NPC, because you have the Israeli finance minister, not some nobody, the Israeli finance minister who's saying, if we're talking about the plans for post-war Gaza, we need to talk about, we need to plan for a Gaza that has 100 to 200,000 people. This is a place that has 2.3 million people. What does it mean to say we need to bring the population down to 0.1 or 0.2 million? That's 10% or 5%. So he's saying we need to get rid of 90 to 95% of the people. This is the finance minister. He's the most influential politician in Israel at this point. Him, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir might be the most important because they hold the Netanyahu coalition together. They're out there saying, doesn't matter what happens with the hostages, and it doesn't matter what happens with Hamas. What matters is we need to get rid of the Palestinian people from Gaza. Okay? So you have to understand, this is what they're saying, and it doesn't register because Western media doesn't like to emphasize this, and of course you are conditioned to just turn a blind eye to it and just say, well, I condemn it. Yeah. What do you think of that?
We literally just released on trigonometry a week ago an interview with Piers Morgan in which he made the exact point that you just made. So when you say you don't cover this or you don't know about this or whatever, that's garbage, right? So again, you're talking to people in your head.
No, I'm talking to you. I know who I'm talking to.
And I'm saying to you that on my show, which has 1 million subscribers on YouTube, we just broadcast an interview in which the point that you just made was made by a prominent guest on our show.
Not you.
We brought him on to make the fucking point.
Yeah, so the point is you're out there. It doesn't register in your analysis. As something
it looks fine. Listen,
in your mind, there's nothing that Israel does that is unjustified. As many civilians as they kill, as many terrorists.
What is your evidence for that statement?
No.
What's your evidence for the statement? What's your evidence for the idea that I think anything Israel does is justified?
I just pointed out.
I just told you I don't support many of the things that are happening in the West Bank. That would be one.
And yet you're constantly you're able to see that the actions of Hamas justify any reactions of Israel, and you're not able to say
I haven't said that they justify any reactions of Israel.
That's what you said in that.
No.
Okay,
let me explain to you.
I know it's difficult for you to just break out of this kind of conditioning where you don't see the asymmetry here. The asymmetry here is that we have a government that has trillions of billions of dollars being handed to it by the U.S., by all over the world, by weapons from all over the world. And it is actively out there saying, we want to get rid of these millions of Palestinians we have. Smotrich's plan says, he's been very clear about this. He released this plan in 2017. He says, we need to have one state from the river to the sea, a Jewish state. And everybody who's not Jewish needs to understand they have three options. They can either fight, and they can either die, or they can leave, or they can accept that they will need to live under Israeli, subjugated to Israelis. This is what he says. This is very clearly what he says. Now, you are completely incapable of internalizing what this means for the human beings who live there, and that's why
you use evidence for the idea that I am incapable of internalizing.
Because you keep talking about the travesties of October 7 as if they are just incomparable evil that has never existed before, when Palestinians have been experiencing it.
Incomparable evil that's never existed before.
Okay, fine. You didn't say that, but you only talk about that because you don't talk about anything else going on in the West Bank. You don't go on and say, well, you know what?
Explain to you that I barely ever talk about this conflict. Yes.
Yeah, so you only talk about it when the Zionist NPCs are activated to go out and spread the talking point of, hey, it's okay for us to kill 500,000 Gazans in the next few months because they targeted a bunch of our civilians, so there's nothing that we can do that is not okay. And I think you did say it. You said that anything that can be done to justify to get the hostages back is justified, but you don't apply the same standard.
That's not what I said either.
I think
That's not
the key point is that
Justin, can I just repeat to you? You seem to have some trouble with both listening and reading comprehension. Let me repeat to you what my tweet said. My tweet said, when you become a parent, you think like this, right? My point was that it's very difficult to expect people whose children have been kidnapped to think about this issue in anything other than the way that I described. I did not say that killing as many people in Gaza as possible should be Israeli state policy, nor do I think that. Why don't you actually ask me my opinions about things instead of putting words in my mouth or arguing with people you imagine in your head?
Because this is what Israel is doing, which you are defending under the pretext of they are doing this to rescue the.
I'm not defending it.
Yes, you are. You're not out there saying, "Oh wow, Israel is committing a genocide. They want to get rid of 2
I
million."
don't believe Israel is committing a genocide, that's for sure.
Of course you don't. Exactly.
No, I don't.
The Minister of
That's because
Finance.
I have a brain and I know what words mean.
No, it's because you don't have a brain. It's because you're an NPC. You have the actual finance minister saying we
Okay.
want 2 million people.
What's the definition?
2 million
What
people.
is the definition of genocide? What's the definition of genocide?
You don't know.
I'm asking you, what is the definition of genocide?
The extermination of a people or a group of it, and or their elimination from a piece of land. This is exactly what is
So moving people from a piece of land is genocide.
murdering them and kicking them out of their land. And
Murdering and kicking them out are separate things, because once you murder them, there's not much point kicking them out.
Well,
So what's your definition of
people, you
genocide?
murder some and you kick out the rest, and then you're left with a piece of land that doesn't have the original population.
Right.
That's
So
how it works.
the definition of genocide is the deliberate targeting of an ethnic group on its ethnic basis and murdering them in order to destroy that ethnic group and nationhood. I don't believe that's what's happening in Gaza. That's my opinion. If that was what's happening in Gaza, in my opinion, I wouldn't defend it and I wouldn't support it.
Why is it not? You have the actual finance minister saying we want to get rid of if we want to get rid of 2 million people out of this, if we end the war, if we can kill and expel 2 million people, then we will have the Gaza that we want after this.
Well, how I'm looking them up, and no, I'm aware that some of the people in the cabinet are saying things of that nature. Some of their language has been genocidal. It's not the same as Israel committing genocide, because
How is it not? These are the people that are in power.
Because-
They have the more money in the world.
the way you would assess whether something was happening would be by looking on the ground at what's happening, not what people are saying.
on the ground.
And when we look at what's happening on the ground, Israel has available to it, as you well know, weaponry of a much greater scale that could commit genocide in Gaza, and it's not using it precisely because they're attempting to limit civilian casualties as much as they can. Not least because safety, not because necessarily they love Palestinians and care about their lives so much, but because, of course, every Palestinian casualty is being used in the international media against Israel. And the one thing we've yet to talk about, and I think this behooves you to bring up to your audience that perhaps they are not aware of thanks to your analysis, is why so many people are being killed in Gaza. Why is that? Because in Ukraine, where my family are hiding from Russian bombs, you know where they do it? They hide in tunnels and metro stations and underground and tubes. It's not happening in Gaza for some reason, despite the fact that they have the most sophisticated tunnel infrastructure in the world. Interesting. And what's also interesting is, unlike in Ukraine, where President Zelensky was offered an opportunity to escape the moment the war started and decided to stay and lead his people, the people who caused this conflict, or this flare-up of the conflict on October 7th, the people who are in charge of Hamas, seem to be living in five-star hotels in Qatar. Fascinating. Is it possible? Because if you Google, is Hamas using human shields, you can immediately find it's Channel 4 fact check. It'll be one of the first search results you'll find, in which one of the leaders of Hamas says in 2014 that this is a brave tactic that we use to stop Israeli missiles with our chests. The reason so many people in Gaza is that it benefits Hamas to be killed, and that's why they're putting them in harm's way deliberately. And that is something perhaps we should add to this conversation.
Yeah, but you bring that up, of course. Let me say, of course, I think that's completely indefensible, what Hamas does, and I'm no way going to defend it.
Okay. Well, then stop using stop
No, no,
using
no, no,
Palestinian
no.
casualty numbers as if it's the fault of Israel. It's the fault of the people who put them in harm's way.
No. It's the fault of the people who have been ethnically cleansing them for 80 years, which is, again, something that your brain cannot process because you're conditioned not to think about this. Look, this is something that Israelis have been doing since the 1940s, and they've done it in the 60s, and they've done it recently. And this is something that has become mainstream. You said, well, Israel could have more bombs. No, actually, they can't. You know, the reality of the matter is,
Israel has nuclear weapons.
yeah, they can't use nuclear weapons on Gaza.
Why
They
not?
can't. It would kill Israelis. It would kill a lot of Israelis. They just cannot do that.
They could use small tactical nuclear weapons if they wanted to. They could carpet bomb the entire place, which they haven't done.
No, they have. That's exactly what they've been doing. They have carpet bombed the entire place. They've dropped more bomb on it than anything else. But I think the key thing to keep in mind here is this. Within a couple of weeks of the beginning of the war, Israeli generals were very clear about the fact that, look, if the U.S. stops giving us weapons, we are done. We can't shoot anymore. The amount of artillery and the amount of air power that has been deployed by Israel over this conflict is just beyond what a country of 10 million people can sustain. It's an enormous amount of weapons. I mean, they're dropping millions of dollars worth of bombs on houses that are just shanties, basically. This is, and they're out there to try and get and destroy every single shanty, every single building. Not only that, but so the reason they do this, the reason they can't just use more power is because if they do use more power, if they do use any kind of chemical weapons or something like that that just results in mass casualties at once, it's not going to play well with foreign people who want to believe the idea that, no, Israel is out there trying to minimize casualties. So the real limitation here is it's not a question of how do we get Hamas without killing as many civilians. The question is how do we kill as many civilians as possible while making it look like we're not out there to kill civilians. This is the mentality that drives the Israeli leadership, which of course you choose to ignore. This is what they're saying. This is their saying. No, you choose to ignore it. No. They're clearly saying there are no
choose to ignore it. I
the
disagree.
president of Israel said there are no innocents in Gaza. Nothing, not even a baby is innocent.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, of course you disagree, but you still support everything that he does. That's the point. You're an NPC.
I don't support everything.
Propaganda.
I've given you any evidence to suggest that I support everything Israel is doing. All I said is I don't believe that what is happening in Gaza meets the definition of genocide. That's all I've said.
Of course. Because, again, that's the propaganda line that everybody
No,
took.
it's because it's not in my
No,
view.
really. And imagine
what I believe.
imagine if it was another country that was going
Because
around
in my view,
there are
what's
no
happening in
innocents
Gaza
in
is
Israel.
not Einstein definition.
If I said there are no innocents in Israel, do you think that would be genocidal language? It would be.
I just said to you a few seconds ago that some Israeli ministers have used language that I would consider genocidal. So,
these are not people on the street. They are the people in charge of the weapons. They're the people that are loading the
they're
weapons.
people who are in the coalition government. I know.
Yeah, and they are the ones that are out there who are in power to act on this. They're not random.
What I'm saying to you is I judge whether a genocide is happening not on what some people have said, but on what's actually happening. And my view, based on the things I read and the things that I know, is that what's happening in Gaza is not genocide. That's not the same as ignoring things that you keep claiming I'm ignoring. I just happen to disagree with you. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
No, I think you don't understand the difference between the fact that when a person is in a position of authority and is actually acting out a genocide in front
The
of
finance minister is not in charge of the military. You know that, right?
the finance minister is part of the wartime cabinet.
Yes, but he's not in charge of the military. You know that, right?
Yeah, the people in charge of the military
If the
have
finance minister said something, doesn't mean that that's what is happening.
Yeah, but the defense minister and all the military people have also said equally horrible things. They've all said similar things.
No, they have.
Like animals.
Unless
Yes,
you have a
they have.
specific quote that I'm not aware of, please produce it.
Well, go read the ICJ report, which collects all of these reports.
Well, what is
The
the quote?
president of Israel said there are no innocent civilians. The minister of defense said we are fighting human animals. We're not going to give them water. We're not going.
Well, I think Hamas are human animals, yeah.
No, but he was referring to the civilians that are not going to get water. They're not going to get food. They're not going to get medicine. They're not going to get anything. That was what he did. He didn't cut off the electricity from He cut it off from everybody. The point is
Well,
this:
how could she cut it off from Hamas? That doesn't make sense. This is what every army does. What do you think the Americans did in Fallujah? You think they just let the terrorists have light and food and water as they attack them? What do you think? How do you think war is waged, safety?
Can you name
what
one
every military in the world does when they go into a city?
one American
and take
leader
care of
who
the
said we need to reduce the population of Fallujah by 90%? No. That only happens in Israel. It's the only openly genocidal regime in the world. There are other genocides, but there are no other genocides in which people can brazenly say that we're being genocidal and then have Zionist NPCs like you all over the world do PR for them to help continue. And I think the point you're missing is that it is Americans who keep this thing going because it's their funding that keeps this going. And in order for that funding to continue, people like you are essential for continuing to whitewash all this stuff.
I don't live in America.
Okay,
I'm not
how
an
can
American citizen, so I'm
you're
incredibly
British,
honest.
and like, you know, the British are also providing weapons, and they're also providing all kinds of
Okay,
intelligence
thank you.
services, and they're also
We've
and
had a good hour. I'm glad we had this conversation. I'm getting a little bit tired of you calling me a Zionist NPC with no evidence whatsoever. So why don't we wrap
I
up?
provided a lot of evidence. I've provided a lot of evidence. Okay, well, yeah. I mean, I think I've the point that I'm trying to make, the point I was trying to get to, the conclusion of this is that if you really try to look at this objectively, which I know you're not incapable of, but ultimately you've made
Why
your
did you
name.
bring me on? I'm curious. Why did you bring me on your show? Do you think I'm
Because you've made your name. Because you've made your name talking about the absurdity of identity politics and the absurdity of people that are just going on about racism, accusing people of all of those things. And what I'm trying to tell you is that if you look at when it comes to Israel, you're just another social justice warrior, identity politics.
How so?
Because here we are. When Israel does anything, it's, well, they're trying to rescue the hostages, even if the government is saying
Anything to do? Are you saying that I believe that because my grandfather was Jewish? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that it's a matter of
Is that what you're
identity.
saying? How is this identity politics?
I didn't.
Assessing a conflict in the Middle East
can get away
based
with
on the
murder
evidence.
because one group can get away with murder in your book and the other group cannot, because in your
So
book,
I support Ukrainians in their fight against the Russians. That's identity politics?
no.
Okay, so why is this conflict different? What is your evidence that this has anything to do with identity for me
Because
and not to do with the facts as I perceive them? I may be wrong about the facts. That's very possible. But what is your evidence that it's based on identity and not my incorrect opinions based on the things that I'm reading?
Because A, what we're seeing in Palestine is not a war like in Russia and in Ukraine. It's a genocide where a military is trying to get rid of the
No,
population.
it was a terrorist group that attacked Israel and Israel was retaliated and attempting
It's a genocide where the government been trying to get rid of a population for 80 years and now they finally
No,
have.
but what does this have to do with identity politics and me?
It has to do with it because you look at the way that you discuss this, and it's very clear. It's just one group can get away with what they want. They can kill to rescue their hostages. They can kill hundreds of civilians to rescue their hostages, and they can kill tens of thousands of civilians on their attempt to.
But how is that identity politics?
Because one identity can do it and one identity cannot. That's
So
why.
if I support Ukrainians in a way that I don't support Russians, that's also identity politics.
No, because that's a war. That's not a genocide. It's not a bunch of people.
I see this as a war too.
Exactly, because you want to keep seeing it as a war because it's all about continuing with your bias, which is that everything Israel does is defense, everything Israel does is understandable, everything Palestinians
Even
do.
if that was so, that doesn't explain the identity point of view. I'm very curious about this, Seth, and this is very interesting. Tell me more about how this is identity
Well,
politics.
I'm glad you're curious about it because think about it. It is going to make a lot more sense when you start thinking about it.
Okay, so how is this identity politics?
It's identity politics. I'll just explain to you why.
Explain.
One group is carrying out a genocide where they're killing out tens of thousands of civilians, and you think everything that they do is justified,
I don't,
and nothing that the other group does is
I don't
justified.
think that either. I just told you repeatedly 4 times now, if Hamas had attacked Israeli military installations, I would have a lot less of a problem with it. I just said that. So it's not that I think one side is always right and the other side is always wrong. It's that my assessment of what I see based on first principles thinking is that one side is doing one thing and the other side is doing something completely different. I'm not happy about the fact that there's a conflict, but I don't think this has anything to do in my thinking for me anything to do with identity. And yet you bring that up, and that's what makes me very curious. I'm really still not entirely sure what you meant by that. I'd like you to clarify. That would be great.
Yeah, I'd tell you, think about what we talked about today. Think about the fact that Israel's destroyed every single piece of critical infrastructure in Gaza, every single water pump, every single electricity plant, every single university, every school, every hospital. And most of these buildings, they didn't destroy them, well, not most, but a lot of these buildings, they didn't destroy them with aerial bombardment. They had already occupied the territory. They go in, they put in bombs, and they and they destroy them because there's a lot of
most buildings are booby trapped by Hamas. Yeah.
no. After they go into the building and they conquer it, and there's no Hamas there, then they booby trap it.
You know what booby traps are? This is what Russia does in Ukraine. They go into hospitals and blow them up because Ukrainians leave booby traps sometimes. This is what happens in war.
No.
How is this anything to do with identity?
I'm trying to get to it. The point is this: to go back to the point of genocide, we have a systematic attempt to destroy every single thing that makes Gaza livable. They destroyed the sewage. They destroyed all the infrastructure. They destroyed all the hospitals, all the water treatment plants, all the power plants, and they didn't destroy them. Okay, well, some of them they claimed, well, we destroyed this because they were Hamas there, but for the majority of them, it was destruction for the sake of destruction. Why? Because they want to make Gaza unlivable. They salted the earth. They destroyed the farming capability. Gaza is not going to be inhabitable for another, God knows how many years. And that is the plan. That is something that has been actively done.
Let's accept that everything you said is true.
Exactly.
How is me assessing what's happening in this particular conflict based on the facts and information and my beliefs and my understanding of history, etc.? How is that anything to do with identity? Unless you're suggesting that my identity means that I have a particular view of this conflict.
Yeah, your identity gives you a bias towards this conflict, and that makes you.
What is the identity element that gives me a bias?
I don't know what your identity is. I don't even know.
Really? Now, this
bias
is fascinating.
Versus other people.
Which aspect of my identity gives me a bias about this conflict? Please tell me.
Doesn't matter. The point is your bias.
No, it does matter. You are suggesting, you said yourself that because I have made a name for challenging the stupidity of identity politics, that's where I'm a hypocrite on this issue. And I'm saying to you, can you please explain to me, as you've said, my identity makes me biased, which aspect of my identity makes me biased on this issue?
The aspect that makes you look at the destruction of the homes on lives.
So what part of my identity makes me biased?
I don't care. I look at the output.
I care. No. You said it. You said it, and I'm going to make sure I get out of you what you meant. So, which aspect of my identity makes me biased about this issue?
The aspect that makes you look at Palestinians suffering.
Which aspect does that say? Which aspect does that come up?
That it matters.
Listen, I hope you just say it because it'll be a lot easier. Because I'm going to keep asking you.
Yeah. What is it?
Which aspect of my is it the fact that I'm Russian?
I don't even know.
Is it the fact that I was raised in Britain?
Probably.
Is it the fact that my dad was half Greek? Is that what it is? Which aspect of my identity? Say?
The fact that looks at Israel as being the good guy.
Where's that related to my identity? How do you draw a line from my wrong opinions about this conflict and my identity?
I'll tell you why. Here's why. I'm Palestinian, so I definitely have an identity issue with this politics. With this conflict. But I am able to, having seen the absurdity of identity politics for many years, having seen this incredibly destructive idea that my team is always right because we are good and other team is always bad because they are bad, I'm able to step back and say it's wrong for anybody to target a civilian, and it's wrong when these guys do it, and it's wrong when the other team does it.
You don't think Hamas targeted civilians, so that's a separation, but carry on.
No, I did say they did target civilians and took them hostages, and I don't think that is acceptable. I said that at the beginning.
You did say that, yeah.
You, on the other hand, are unable to see this equivalency, and the reason for that is just identity bias. It's just, this is what
Which identity?
The rest.
Which identity?
I don't know, I don't care. It's just, I don't know.
No. You can't say it's identity bias and then say I don't know.
You tell me, what is it about you that makes you think that killing 2.5 million people, getting them out of their homes, and the finance minister saying we need to kick those people out and we need to destroy them, in your mind is not an issue, but Hamas's attack on
I
October
never said
7th
it's
is
not
an
an
issue?
issue. I never said it's not
Why
an
is it
issue.
that Hamas's attack on October 7th justifies the Israeli response, and which you think is not genocidal,
Where any country in the world would want to
whereas
kill the
Israel
people who died October
on
7th.
Palestinians, whereas Israel's attacks on Palestinians are never justification for Palestinians fighting civilians.
So what I can tell you since you asked, that clearly, I think it's fair to say you and I disagree about this conflict, and we see it differently. And I've attempted over the course of the last hour and 8 minutes to explain to you why I view it as I view it, why I believe what I believe. None of that has anything to do with my identity, in my opinion. I am not predisposed towards Israel or Palestine because of my identity. I'm looking at this issue as much as any human being can, from a perspective of first principles, my understanding of history, the reading I've done about the subject, the people I've spoken to about this, etc., both pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel. We have had Norman Finkelstein on our show. We've had Bassem Youssef on our show. I'm very happy to have had this conversation with you, although it started to get a little bit boring towards the end. However, none of this has anything to do with identity politics. And yet you seem adamant that this somehow is something to do with my identity. And that's the bit that makes me very
I
curious.
don't think it's necessarily about your identity.
You did say
I think,
You did say that. Yeah, you did. You can go back and watch it. You
This is
said,
your identity, but the point is, it's something about the identities of the people that are in the conflict. And some people
I don't
can't
give a
do
shit about the identities of the people in conflict.
I think you do. I think it's very obvious that you do. Some people are justified in killing civilians to free their hostages, and other people are not justified in killing civilians to free their hostages. Some people can say, hey, we want to kill 2 million people and kick them out of their homes, and you'll say, well, that's not genocidal, but Hamas is genocidal. They want to get rid of this because 30 years ago, when they started,
Listen, I'm glad you raised that point at the end, because now everybody can see why this conversation has gone the way it's gone from the beginning. Because you seem to think that some aspect of my identity means that I think the way I think. And that's a very prejudicial way of looking at it. It's sad that you think this, but it is what it is. From my perspective, I'm someone who's against identity politics. I try to judge all the issues on the merits as much as I can. Now, I'm, of course, not perfect, and I sometimes am not able to see things objectively. None of us are. But I really do my very best not to allow my identity to influence things. You clearly don't agree with me and don't believe me. That's absolutely fine. But I think that's a very ignorant and prejudicial way of looking at it, and it's a pity that that's how you think about it.
Well, I just think you think more about it and think about the things that I said about what Israel's doing to the population of Palestine, and think about what
nothing to do
happened
with my identity.
No, it does. It does. It does. Maybe not necessarily your identity, but the identity of the people involved in the conflict. So I'd urge you to think about what would you be saying if the shoe was on the other foot. If it was Hamas out there saying we need to get rid of the population of Israel and kill as many of them as possible.
Well, I'm sure Hamas are dead against killing the population of Israel. They're big peace lovers, Hamas.
Mm-hmm. So then, why don't you treat the Israelis when they say those things seriously? Whereas with Hamas, because their charter that they had 30 years ago, which they got rid of, they used to say those things, and you're still holding on to it. But if you actually listen to what they're saying,
Have I said anything about their charter?
you just said they want to be murdering. They want to be.
I said that they're very peaceful people who want nothing but
Obviously you meant it sarcastically.
Peacefully in hand in hand with the Israelis, as we all know. All right. Well, listen, it's been interesting. Let's wrap up here because I've got stuff.
All right.
We budgeted an hour.
All right. Cheers. Take care.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
Find highly rated products at prices you'll love. Start your search on Amazon today.
Why do all the holy places of the British people keep being attacked, literally and metaphorically? Because they want to hurt these people. They want to hurt the people who revere them. You might say, well, why do you want to do that? Revenge for some people, supremacy of a different kind for others, weakness among others. Why would you do that to 3% of the population? Among other things, it's rude, it's cruel, it's unusual. And why would you do that to a majority?
Hello, everybody. I had the opportunity today to talk with Douglas Murray. Douglas is the author of The War on the West, The Strange Death of Europe, and The Madness of Crowds, among other books. Douglas has been a cardinal voice, signaling to everyone the danger of the culture war, trying to assess its reasons, trying to mount a defense against its most destructive aspects, and trying to call people's attention to the dangers that beset the Western world and freedom in general, because freedom in general is essentially identical to the Western world, for better or for worse. And so an assault on the West is an assault on everything that isn't nihilistic, catastrophic, and authoritarian in its essence. What did Douglas and I talk about today? We talked a lot about the situation in the UK, the recent uprisings of the British working class, the incredible ethnic and cultural tensions that have been generated in the wake of an immigration policy whose rationale is, what would you say, incomprehensible. Not only incomprehensible, but absent. What's the function of the untrammeled immigration policies that characterize Germany and France and the UK, especially given the obvious fact that they're producing a tremendous amount of internal stress? We talked a little bit about the more pragmatic aspects of the problem. It's easier to travel now than it ever was before. It's easier to share information. And certainly both of those factors play a cardinal role, but there's also this strange blindness among the political elite, a willful blindness, perhaps a motivated willful blindness to the catastrophic consequences of these kinds of indiscriminate policies. So Douglas and I spent a lot of time delving into that, trying to parse it apart, assessing also the strange union of the radical leftists with the Islamic fundamentalists, let's say with regards to what's happened in Israel and in Gaza since October 7th. So, tough conversation. We also talked about Douglas's plan to do a speaking tour for the next couple of months, and he's in a number of American cities. You can go to Live Nation, type in the name Douglas Murray, and find tickets. So I'd also recommend that. I think it's going to go in LA on the 23rd of September. So, anyways, on with the analysis of the strange death of the West. Well, hello, Mr. Murray. It's good to see you again. It's been about a year since we've done a podcast already, and it's been some time since we've seen each other. We obviously saw each other when you were on tour with me last September. I guess, first of all, I'm pleased to be able to talk to you, and there's lots to talk about, that's for sure. And I guess maybe the first thing I'd like to find out is, well, what have you got planned in the upcoming months? What's on your plate?
I'm in New York at the moment, and in September I'm doing a tour here in the US, a speaking tour, going to 6 cities from LA to New York, finishing at the Beacon Theater, where I saw you a while ago, and also doing Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Denver, and maybe some more dates. That's in September, and anyone who's interested can go to the Live Nation website, and you'll find all the details there. Otherwise, I am, as ever, living out of a suitcase and trying to keep abreast of all the things that are doing, as lots of things in our society is falling apart. So I spent a lot of the last year in Israel, in the Middle East, covering conflict there in Israel and Gaza. I was there for almost 6 months after the 7th of October. But now things are kicking off in quite a number of countries, as you know.
So this speaking tour, let's concentrate on that for a minute too. So what's your goal and your plan? What are you offering people who come to, and And what are you hoping to achieve? What are you offering people who are going to come and listen?
Well, one of the things is that it's a follow-on from, I wrote this book, The War on the West, which you and I discussed, and it came out about 18 months ago. And since then, there is so many things have happened, not least the 7th of October and the war that's followed. Because I covered all of this, I've got some pretty extraordinary camera footage of this. I wanted to present it to an audience to be able to show what I've seen and what I think are the realities that I think a lot of people well, frankly, when violence breaks out. And I think it's a great warning to people in Ireland and elsewhere. A great warning that this stuff can become very real, as it did in Israel last October. And anyhow, there's going to be some fun to be had along the way. My friend and colleague from the month based in Toronto, Natasha Hausdorff, is going to be with me on stage to do the Q&A session interview. And yes, and there's going to be a lot of never foreseen footage from a lot of crazy situations.
So it sounds in some ways like a live current affairs show that's focused specifically on this issue. Okay, so you said that you're going to use, if I've got it right, you're going to use the occurrences of October 7th and afterwards as an object lesson, right? An object lesson in the consequences, the disintegration of a societal ethos, the consequences of how do you exactly tie in what you were writing about in the War on the West with what you've seen unfold since October 7th, say in relationship to what you're going to speak about?
Well, one thing is, of course, is that October 7th for a lot of people in Israel was an example of what happens when you've been living in a delusion and are suddenly woken up from that. I've written a lot in recent years, as have others, about the way in which in all Western democracies we've had a sort of lack of seriousness really about some of the threats that we face. There's a slumberingness that's gone on for a long time, which I and others have warned against. But I suppose among other things, of course, it's not just about that, it's about how people react in the face of real threat and real crisis. And that's one of the things that I'm very interested in at the moment, is the way in which a terrible situation like that throws up these two completely counter forces. Well, one is the force of real evil and what it's like to stare in the face of real evil. And the other is, of course, the face of true heroism. The people who, in the face of atrocity, become the person that they were meant to be. And I've seen a lot of that in the last year. And I think there are enormous lessons to be learned, not just of the negatives, but the positives of the way in which actually when extraordinary events occur, extraordinary people are thrown up. And, we might all see a bit more of that in the years ahead.
So in what manner do you view what happened on October 7th and afterwards as a reflection of the sorts of things that you were warning about in War on the West? How do you see it as another step in the logical unfolding of the processes that you were assessing?
Well, it partly from that and partly from the previous books, including my one, The Strange Death of Europe, that came out in 2017. A lot of that was concerned with saying, look, there are deep, deep challenges that are going on to what we used to call the liberal democratic society. And the deep unwillingness of people to realize that those challenges were not metaphorical. Since the 7th of October, we've seen unbelievable scenes on everywhere from the streets of London and major cities in Europe to the most elite campuses of Northern America, Ivy League campuses, where students who have the most privileged existence imaginable have decided to openly throw their lot in with the terrorists of Hamas. This has gone further, a lot faster, I think, than a lot of people realize. But it is something I've been warning about for a very long time. That yes, there are deep, deep things happening in our society, including the what I've described in the past as being a thing of people at risk of rebelling for the sake of rebellion and out of boredom. And this is a deep thing in American society in particular. You know, the call for a great cause. One of the student protesters at Columbia was quoted in New York Magazine the other month saying that he was a first-generation low-income student who was the first member of his family to go to university. And you think, well, that sounds good. And then he went on to say, and when I got to Columbia, I learned about the rich history of protest at Columbia. And I decided, I knew that as soon as it kicked off, I wanted to be in the middle of it. I mean,
So
yeah,
let me ask you about let me ask you about that in some more detail. So this is going to be a complicated question, but you put your finger on something that's crucial and deep, psychological rather than political, or even spiritual, let's say, rather than political. As you know from touring with me, I've been investigating. One of the things I've been investigating is what is it that makes life worthwhile. I talked to a philosopher this week on my podcast who has written a couple of books on a stream of analytic philosophy that's been debating whether or not, if you weighed up the evidence en masse, whether existence itself is a net good or a net evil, with whatever implications you might want to draw from that argument for its creator. Right. So I'm not trying to make a theological case, but part of this inquiry is like, if there was a God, is it more logical to conceive of him as good or as evil? And underneath that is a sense that the proper axis of evaluation for such a question is whether there's more pain and misery in the world or pleasure. And my sense is that that's the fact that that's how the argument is constituted is actually an indication of the pathology of our culture, because it's a fool's game to map pleasure and pain onto good and evil, partly because there are evil pleasures and there are morally justifiable pains, right? So whatever the landscape, whatever the moral landscape is, it's not reducible to the hedonic landscape and any axiomatic assumption that it is. Okay, so there's a corollary to that, and one of the corollaries would be, well, if we're not built to maximize pleasure and minimize pain, let's say, which is a powerful argument because emotions are powerful and the positive and negative emotion systems are powerful motivating systems. But if we're not built to maximize pleasure and minimize pain, then what's the cardinal call to existence? And my sense is that it's something akin to adventure. Maybe it's romantic adventure, which is an even better formulation. All right, so then let's say if that's the case, and you and I talked about this the last time we talked about the truth as part of the call to adventure.
Heroic adventure, yes.
Exactly. Well, so then if that's the case and the cardinal motivation in life is something like the heroic call to adventure, then you might ask yourself, well, what if that's not being pursued? What beckons as an ersatz alternative? And like certainly protest in the name of ideology.
The name of a cause is
very adventure.
It's very tempting. I mean, I would say that in general, the purpose, finding purpose in a higher cause is, of course, one of the most useful ways to find a meaning in your life beyond the maximization of pleasure. Unfortunately, the rebellious attitude for the sake of rebellion becomes extremely appealing. Another of the students at Columbia, and I'm sorry to hark on about it, but it does show a rot somewhere, at elite institutions. One of the other students at Columbia said that it started the year out as a protest in October against the climate emergency, the climate crisis. And, within a month, it was Hamas.
So one of the things I noticed, I suppose it was in about 2014, which was approximately when I was starting to detect that something had gone seriously wrong with the universities, let's say. One of the things I did recognize amongst my colleagues was this axiomatic presumption that part of what the universities were there for was to teach young people how to be moral by protesting. That protest itself had become a stand-in for morality, and so, you can feel some sympathy for that kid that you were describing. I mean, he's gone off to an elite institution, hoping to be taught how to live a good life in the classic sense by the world's most profound experts. And what he found when he got there was that since the 1960s, the best thing that the universities have to offer to their students is the false reputation, the false claim to morality that can be had, and the excitement that can be had by engaging in a protest. And
yes, the life of an activist is the ideal life, and the life that's rewarded and the life that is seen to be virtuous, and there's all of that. And by the way, I mean, one of the other things that has struck me very much in recent times has been the fact that, of course, a lot of the problems that we see emerging in our societies in the West come about not just from that boredom, but of course the fact that when the financial tide goes out and stops being able to lift people up, a lot of other stuff gets revealed. We see this in the UK at the moment. It's not by any means the only explanation for the riots that have been going on. But if you look at all of the northern towns in which the riots have been going on, the material well-being of the population has declined in the last 13 years since the last 7 riots. And you sort of think, well, if the society isn't working for you financially, the joblessness has actually gone up, and on top of that you have challenges to your identity. Well, of course, there's a cause right there, and not an ignoble one. If it's about saying, I want to defend my culture and all that, ignoble once somebody thinks that the best way of doing that is to pick up a brick and throw it at a policeman or at a place of worship.
yeah, well, it's no simple matter to distinguish the genuine protests from the false protests, that's for sure. And so let me ask you one more question about your tour and your talk, and then maybe we'll turn our attention to the situation in the UK. Okay, so you're planning on showing your audiences footage from your journeys through the Middle East for the last 6 months. So I guess I'm curious about, well, you didn't step into the conflict in the Middle East as a naive observer, either of people or of societies. But my suspicions are that you've seen a lot more in the last 6 months than you ever really wanted to see. And so I'm curious about what you've seen, what you've concluded from that, and how it's altered or extended your viewpoint, or challenged it for that matter. Like, you've been poking your nose into very dangerous places. And so what's been the consequence for you, and what is it that you're hoping to shed a light on with the imagery in particular, let's say? What are you hoping to shed a light on for the people who are going to come and hear you talk?
Well, there's quite a lot of things. I mean, I've covered a lot of conflicts before, including in the Middle East, and a lot of what's been happening is sadly familiar territory to me. There are though, as you and I have discussed before, there's a reason why hell is a pit that's endless, and when it comes to violence and to commit acts of evil, it seems to me that that axiom that the pit is just endless has really been shown in the last year. I've been in Israel and Gaza most of the time since the 7th, and yes, I mean, of course, like anyone reporting from the front lines, seen lots of things that I'd rather not have seen. But I mean, my belief is that there's a very important role in society for people who do that and come back and tell everyone else what it's like. Not least, of course, to warn people. I mean, there's lots of things that I've seen as a reporter from war zones, which I know I would not want other people to see. I know I didn't want to see myself. But in order for other people not to see that, you have to know where people can go. And, and like one of the things that has struck me a lot in the last year has been that I've made this comment a couple of times in pieces and elsewhere, that that the terrorists of the 7th in particular were deeply gleeful whilst carrying out acts of unbelievable barbarism. And that's something that's something I've been thinking about a lot, because to be doing something you think is right but is evil is one thing. To be doing something that is evil and being joyful about it is and for people around you to celebrate it. And then at several degrees of remove, that people who think they've got the same cause as you would excuse it, or say, well, or much like all sorts of things like that are just alarming. And I've often thought actually in recent months of there's a late historian and writer called Gita Sareni, who died about 20 years ago. Made a great impact on me when I was growing up. She wrote, among other things, the biography of the child killer Mary Bell, and also the biographies of Stangl, the camp commandant from Treblinka, who she interviewed, and also Albert Speer. I remember reading an interview with Gita Sareni towards the end of her life, and she was not a religious person, but she said, having spent a lot of her life considering evil and staring at evil and writing about evil, she said it feels like a force that descends. It just manifests, and there's no other explanation for it. It's not. It isn't just about some problem in the developmental process or simply a matter of education or opportunity. Is that on top of all those problems that do exist, sometimes there is an incarnation of evil.
Are you tired of feeling sluggish, run down, or just not your best self? Take control of your health and vitality today with Balance of Nature. With Balance of Nature, there's never been a more convenient dietary supplement to ensure you get a wide variety of fruits and vegetables every day. Balance of Nature takes fruits and vegetables, they freeze dry them, turn them into a powder, and then they put them into a capsule. The capsules are completely void of additives, fillers, extracts, synthetics, pesticides, or added sugar. The only thing in Balance of Nature fruit and veggie capsules are fruits and veggies. Right now, you can order with promo code Jordan to get 35% off your first order, plus get a free bottle of fiber and spice. Experience Balance of Nature for yourself today. Go to balanceofnature.com and use promo code Jordan for 35% off your first order as a preferred customer, plus get a free bottle of fiber and spice. That's balanceofnature.com, promo code Jordan for 35% off your first preferred order, plus a free bottle of fiber and spice.
Well, one way of thinking about that, I think, even technically, is that, because I've been thinking about this a lot in relationship to these new large language models, and there's a statistical probability that any given concept will be associated with any other given concept. And if your mapping is technologically advanced enough, you can calculate those statistical relationships, and that's what the large language models do. And then you can start to map mathematically what the psychoanalysts call complexes. And complexes are systems of ideas that occur in each other's proximity, and there's a core to them. And one of the ways of imagining the theological representations of evil, the legions of devils, let's say, that are behind the generation of the bottomless pit of hell, is that they are representations of complex of ideas that hang together. I think you put your finger on the core of it, actually. The core of it isn't evil. The core of it is gleeful evil.
Mm.
Right?
Yes.
So it's not merely the evil. And it's
rejoicing in evil.
Yeah, well, yeah. And that is actually the core of sadism from a psychopathological perspective, right? It's positive delight. It's a multidimensional characterization. It's positive delight in the unnecessary suffering of others. Right? And the unnecessary element is also cardinal, because that plays up the element that's parody. So in Auschwitz, for example, one of the games the guards used to play was to have the prisoners who got off the train cars shivering and frozen and accompanied by their dead relatives who died of asphyxiation or froze to death in the cattle cars. They'd arrive at the camps, and then they'd be compelled to carry wet sacks of salt from one side of the camp, which was the size of a town, to the other. and then back. And so it's a parody of work, right? And it's a demonstration to the person himself that not only are they suffering for all the reasons that they're in the camps and by the fact of the burden that they're carrying, but the utter counterproductive pointlessness of the painful labor is also emphasized and insisted upon, and then delight taken in that. And that is a very dark thing to observe.
Yes, I mean, there's one of the, I was in the one of the maximum security prisons in Israel earlier this year and saw the Hamas terrorists from the 7th who had been captured alive. One of them was somebody who I recognized from one of the atrocity videos, who had thrown, there were two young boys, about 10 and 12, with their father. They went into the safe room when the bombs started falling, and the Hamas terrorists came and they saw them go and they threw a grenade, and the father threw himself on the grenade and was killed in front of his sons. And then, you know, one of them lost an ear and the other one lost an eye, and they were staggering around the main room of their house, weeping and wailing in the most unforgettable, awful way. And one of the terrorists came in, and who'd just killed their father in front of them, came in and opened the fridge and helped himself to the food. And the youngest of the boys, in total trauma, said, "That's my mother's food." And the terrorist turned to him and said, "Where's your mother? I want her too." How could anyone do that? You
put your finger on it. Well, you know, that idea of the descent is like one of the things that God accuses Cain of when he becomes bitter is opening the door to evil. He said his suffering wasn't merely a consequence of his failure in life. It was a consequence of his failure tempting him to open the door to evil. And so if you think about it in terms of these complexes of associated ideas, there are ideas that if you let in, they bring a host of other ideas with them. And a host is exactly the right phrase. And you might be tempted in a moment of weakness to invite something in that you think that you can control or that you could bend to your own purposes. But the problem is that you're inviting in a complex that has been around forever and that once lodged inside you might prove that whatever defenses that you might think you have there to mount are trivial in comparison to the power of what you've invited in. And that is, I think you can think of that technically, and it is a terrible thing. And it is the kind of things that are warned against at the theological level, although that's a very complicated thing to untangle. And so, all right, so let's turn from that a bit. So that's the sort of thing that you're going to explain as you're communicating with your audience, and what you're hoping to demonstrate to people is that is the logical conclusion of the sorts of games, for example, that are being played on the university campuses.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, then, of course, the problem with that is, at least to some degree, is that complex of ideas that takes possession of people in the circumstances that you're describing has that end in mind.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's turn our attention to the situation in the UK, if that's the case. I mean, so let's start with something contentious, I suppose. Tammy and I went out on a limb recently and interviewed Tommy Robinson.
Now,
I've been watching Tommy for a long time, and he struck me as particularly interesting. Well, for two reasons. The first reason, I suppose, is because he is a genuine working class guy, and for better or worse. And second, I haven't seen anyone anywhere who's been more unwavering in his commitment to reveal the atrocities of the grooming gangs in the UK, which are organized patterns of activity that are very pervasive, that are so terrible that it's almost impossible to talk about them without sounding like a conspiracy theorist. So now, there's no doubt that there are many things that you could accuse Tommy Robinson of, and many of those he would admit to. But to me, and also to my wife. Fair enough. But the fact that he's pointed his finger at something that seriously needs to be attended to and has paid a major price for it is also not ignorable. It's like, do we expect someone who's brave enough to do that to also be perfect in every regard? That's asking a bit much, given that there's many people who, in principle, have moral characters much more unsullied than Tommy Robinson, who are cowering in silence constantly in the face of this absolute. And so we interviewed him, and I think of Tommy, he's very articulate. He could certainly make a case for himself. And then I thought it was up to the audience to listen and to make their own judgment. Now, that was before the recent march that Robinson and his crew. So I thought his crew handled that extraordinarily well. Now, in the aftermath of those protests, of course, all sorts of chaotic hell has broken loose. And, why don't you are much closer to such things than me? I mean, being a denizen of that country, I'm looking from outside, trying to make sense of it. But my sense at the moment is that the UK is somewhat of a tinderbox. And so,
yes, and I wish it hadn't been so predictable. I wrote about this so many years, warned about it. Strange Tale of Europe was largely my last ditch attempt to warn my own society of birth and other Western countries not to go down the path that they were precisely going down. And as a former government minister said in the Times a couple of days ago, the thing about my predictions on that was that I made them not with any glee, but in a spirit of deep lamentation about what was about to happen to my society. And as I see it, Tommy Robinson's a very interesting example of this whole thing. But let me just explain how I see it. This whole conflagration of recent days started when a 17-year-old went into a Taylor Swift dance class a couple of weeks ago now and started hacking at young girls with a knife. Killed 3 girls, 9-year-olds, thereabouts, wounded many others. And the news of that came out at a very typical modern British, modern European, modern Western thing happened, which was that in the aftermath, people started to suspect something was being kept from them. Now, wiser heads would wait, but not everyone's a wise head after 9-year-old girls are bludgeoned to death and stabbed to death. So false information went out online saying that the attacker was had arrived on one of the many boats of illegal migrants that come across the English Channel every week. That was untrue. In fact, he was the son of immigrants from Rwanda. But people started to sense that there was a cover-up of some kind, or at least the news was being managed. The police in Britain always to think they're being very clever at this, and it's always seemed to me that they exacerbate every problem they put their mind to. They insisted that the young man was originally from Cardiff, capital of Wales, and people just sense there's something that they're holding from us, sure enough. Anyway, the point is that very unpleasant, ugly, and again, evil forces can get unleashed at such a time in the spirit of revenge. And some protests started peacefully at first, then some violent. A mosque was targeted nearby, and then violence started to spread out to other towns. Then Muslim communities started to arm up, in some cases literally, people turning up with knives to defend their areas. This is all, and maybe it'll die down by the time this podcast has gone out, or maybe it'll get a lot worse. But the one thing you can say with absolute certainty is it's not going to go away, because all of this is the consequence of what I call the problem of primary and secondary problems. The primary problem in the UK, as in Europe in recent years, has been the total unwillingness of the political and other classes in the UK to address deep, deep concerns of the public. And when people said in recent days, how could anyone leap to such a conclusion that the attacker would be, you know, because everyone's seen this before. You know, people don't actually forget very fast. Media class may. They don't forget very fast that it's only 7 years ago that the son of Libyan migrants to the UK went and detonated a suicide bomb at Mariana Grande concert in Manchester. They don't forget fast that 3 people who have no right to be in the UK, including one whose asylum claim had been rejected, but who was nowhere near being deported, went across London Bridge in 2017, hacking at the throats of passers-by and shouting Allahu Akbar. They don't forget that. They notice it. But the British government and others have had this very, very clear policy that they don't really know what to do to tackle that. They don't know what to do really to tackle the grooming gangs issue. There was another set of prosecutions the other day, and another case is coming to court in the coming weeks. You could say, well, they clearly do, they're using the law, but a lot of the public say, well, not fast enough, and not really. There's an awful lot of rapists still walking around with girls who are their victims in the same towns. And the government knows that the public ascribed this to the government's immigration policies, its integration policies, but the government can't take responsibility for that because they've made that mistake now. The Conservative government that just left power, that said that they would bring migration down to tens of thousands a year, left office with net migration of legal migration at almost 750,000 a year, which is, by the way, completely unsustainable. But they just keep doing it anyway. The interesting thing that Tommy Robinson speaks to and has always spoken to is, what are you allowed to do about this or say about this? Now, if you're me, for the time being, you're allowed to write about it sometimes. You're allowed to speak about it sometimes. You're allowed to raise alarms sometimes. You're allowed to speak your mind somewhat. But if you are a Tommy Robinson character, if you grow up in Luton, and you haven't had many advantages in life, and you've had quite a lot of disadvantages, and you're white and working class, what are you allowed to do about this? What are you allowed to say about any of this? And the government, for decades now, has had the attitude, you're not allowed to do anything. You're not allowed to say anything. You can't do anything, because if you do, we'll call you a racist, and we'll call you far right. And this has all gone on for a very long time.
Well, it's an effective epithet, you know, like when I first came across your work, and I've seen this reaction in the depths of my soul to many people. When I first came across your work, which was quite a long time ago now, you know, I was leery of it. And I think the reason for that is that it's something like this, is that there are a lot of people in the world, and I'm not going to be able to meet all of them or read all of them or have anything to do with all of them. And now and then some of them get tarred with some epithet. Well, the cost to me of accepting that tarring is very low on average, because if I don't pay attention to some person, there's a whole bunch of other people I can pay attention to. So it's not like the pool of people to attend to shrinks, right? And that epithet of far right is a very effective brand of tarring. And even it's even effective among people who are very skeptical of such things. So I'll give you an example. So I talked to Michael Schellenberger after he released the WPATH files, when he was investigating the absolute pathological corruption and craven cowardice of the cadre who presented what purport to be the standard guidelines for enlightened care to the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association. And he was appalled at their lack of competence and their ideological possession. It was another bottomless pit. And I asked him,
how he became aware of this. And he said, well, one way was that he had listened to Abigail Schreier and I talk about it. I guess it was 2 years ago when Abigail first put out her book, Irreversible Damage. It was the first podcast I did after I'd been so ill, and I was terrified to do it because it was such a hot topic. And, you know, Schellenberger himself said he listened to that podcast, but he really couldn't believe it. You know, and that's another example of the effectiveness of that tarring.
Yes.
It's so easy
Yes.
to demolish someone's reputation.
And it's especially easy to demolish a reputation for people who do not have, as it were, a backlog of published work.
Yeah,
I mean, it's relatively easy, but to weigh up someone's views and make an estimation of them if they have 7 books to their name, as I do, or you know, thousands and thousands of articles. But it can't be the case that only book authors are allowed to say anything about the disintegration of their societies. It's not like you should only be left to people who write newspaper articles.
Yeah, well, God, no, not that. Like
maybe least of all. And but then you go to this question, which is, you know, it's come up in Canada in recent years and is very live now in Britain, which is what are people allowed to do? Now, obviously, by the way, I'm aware, as you always are, of the deep desire of bad faith actors to seize anything I say in this discussion and misrepresent it. So let me do a very boring piece of throat clearing, if I may. The idea that people's response to any problems in their society should be to go out and commit acts of violence is obviously insane and wrong. What we're seeing on the streets of the British cities, though, raises this question, as I say, of if the public keep saying something to the politicians and the politicians keep not just ignoring them but insulting them, what are they allowed to do, these people? These are populations that have every single election, like the rest of the British people, for 20 years, they have voted for less immigration and been told that they'd get it. And instead, it's just gone up. They've lived through an economy since 2008 where of the jobs created by the British government since 2008, so in the last, 16 years, of the jobs created since 2008, 74% have gone to people who were not born in Britain. So just people think about this for a second. The government refuses to do what the public keep on asking for and what the government keeps on saying it'll do. It is seen to be, I think accurately, extremely lax on policing certain social cohesion issues. It's extremely eager to crack down on anyone of a Tommy Robinson type. And what material benefits have come about in the society in the last 16 years have largely gone to people who were not born in the country. I repeat, what is permissible in this situation to do? And I would say peaceful protesting would be one thing, or speaking up, or whatever you like to do. Except that every time even there is a peaceful protest, the peaceful protesters are defamed as far-right neo-Nazis. I mean, there definitely will have been and have been in recent days some extremely ugly people who've come out of the woodshed, who I'm sure do include, like one guy everyone's obsessed with who has a swastika tattoo on his back. Is that guy representative of all the people who are angry in the wake of the slaughter in Southport? I would have thought not. And in any other situation, every public official, political official, opinion writer, and policeman will be very wary of trying to tar everyone with that brush. I mean, for instance, the police and authorities, even when you have discovery of an imam in a mosque preaching violence, everyone is incredibly careful. Lawyers and all the newspapers and everyone else to make sure that it isn't implied that everyone who attends that mosque is somehow in favor of this. In fact, woe betide you if you did do that. You have to say it's this one person and no one else is responsible. But somehow, the actual desire to tar who has, as I say, not got a voice and is wanting to make their voice heard, you know, as a violent far-right neo-Nazi, seems to me to be a big error by Keir Starmer and others. Because, you know, if you can't say, we recognize your deep, deep concerns about some things that have happened, including mass stabbings, terrorism, and much more. We understand your deep, deep concerns, and we are going to try to get onto this and on top of this. But there is no excuse to turn out on the streets and be violent against your Muslim brothers and sisters and neighbors or anyone else. If they can't say that, they just cannot say it. They just have to go to the secondary thing. What kills me about this is it's exactly what I've said for years. If you don't deal with a primary problem, you get secondary problems. And if you just focus on the secondary problem, you will you'll not only not solve the primary problem, you will make it worse. Exactly what we're seeing.
The less your business spends on operations, on multiple systems, and on delivering your product or service, the more money you keep. But with higher expenses on materials, employees, distribution, and borrowing, everything costs more. To reduce costs and headaches, smart businesses are graduating to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR into one platform and one source of truth. With NetSuite, you can reduce IT costs, cut the cost of maintaining multiple systems, and improve efficiency by bringing all your major business processes into one platform and slashing manual tasks and errors. Over 37,000 companies have already made the move. Why haven't you? By popular demand, NetSuite has extended its one-of-a-kind flexible financing program for a few more weeks. Head to netsuite.com/JBP. That's netsuite.com/JBP. netsuite.com/JBP.
Okay, so I got a couple of questions out of that. Well, one observation. The first observation is that the epithet far right is rapidly losing its utility. Like when I hear someone now described as far right, I think, yeah, maybe, probably not, but maybe. And I should also point out that it's not like I'm unaware of the existence of bad actors. I don't even know if right and left are the right dimensions of evaluation anymore, and I suspect not, but for now, we'll stick with that. I mean, ever since I came out in defense of the defensive response of Israel to the October 7th massacre, I've had no shortage of far-right trolls on my case. And I know what they're like, studying them historically. And of course, that happened to me when I partnered with the Daily Wire to begin with, because its head man, in some ways, at least in the public eye, was Ben Shapiro. And so I'm perfectly aware of what the far-right agitators look like, and they're a remarkably despicable bunch. So we'll get that out of the way to begin with. The idea that they're in the same camp, for example, as the working class protesters that you're describing in the UK is absurd, because first of all, what the working class protesters are doing isn't fundamentally political. It's fundamentally based on something approximating frustration. Okay, so having said that, then I've got a question. So with regards to the drivers of immigration, you say the politicians campaign, at least on the conservative side, at least some of the time, with the claim that they're going to get a handle on this, but they don't. In fact, quite the opposite. They seem to facilitate it. And so then, is that because it's actually beyond their control? Or is it because, here's a psychological reason, it's like, for decades, our culture has insisted on something approximating a position of moral relativism. There's no way of drawing hierarchical distinctions between the value claims that different cultures present. We can't admit for a moment that there might be some reason to be leery, let's say, of an immigrant class that would be associated with the kind of education that the madrasas are producing for all sorts of ideological reasons. We can't make any allowance for the idea that some immigrants might be more difficult to integrate into our culture than others. And that is a thorny problem, don't get me wrong. But now, So we open the floodgates, let's say, and we find out that there are people who don't have democracies in their own country because they don't have the culture for it, let's say, or the desire for it, and they bring those attitudes along with them. Surprise, surprise, because they weren't just freedom-loving, oppressed people striving to be free, who are now thrilled to death to be in a democratic country, but people who are pretty damn prone to bring all of the problems that they had in their own country along with them. Now, and we're not supposed to say that. Now, my sense is the working class doesn't get to have their say, because if they had their say, everyone who's modern and liberal and tolerant in that pathological manner that accepts everything without distinction would have to do some serious digging into the understructure of their own belief systems and think, oh, well, and then that touches on something else. Now, so here's a weird segue, or what would you say, an idea that popped into my head, an association. Richard Dawkins announced himself as a cultural Christian. So then one of the things that makes me ask is something like, well, what is it that the West has right, that the enemies of the West have wrong, that's percolating at the bottom of all of this mess, that's driving what? It's driving the relativistic arguments of the pro-immigration types, but that's also fulminating this terrible clash of cultures that we unsurprisingly see emerging on our streets. It's like, so the question first is like, what the hell's driving the massive immigration into the West? Because we see it in Canada, maybe worse than anywhere else at the moment, or at a more rapid rate than anywhere else. Canada's so damn peaceful, it's hard to destabilize it, but we're working hard on that. So what's driving this? Now, is it the insistence? Is it this ideological insistence?
It's a lot of things. The one is, as I've warned about for a long time, the one is something that isn't inevitable but is hard to resist, which is simple ease of movement in the 21st century, the relative cheapness of travel compared to any previous century, and the knowledge through the devices we have in our pockets around the globe. I mean, what, 3 billion people are on WhatsApp alone. The ability of people anywhere in the world to discover the life of anyone else in the world easily. And add to that the fact that most countries in the world are not even remotely approximating either the safety or the wealth available in 21st century Canada, for instance, or Britain. And it's inevitable that a lot of people will want that. Now, as I've said for years, just because they may want it does not mean that Western liberal democracies can remotely be the place where everybody who wants a better life can or should go. It's simply impossible. And you just crunch the numbers on people in sub-Saharan Africa who want to move into Europe, for instance. And if that happened, if the third of sub-Saharan Africa who want to move, Europe would totally unrecognizable. Now, the second thing that comes from that is that it is extremely difficult for politicians to maintain their borders. And I think this is highly regrettable, because I think the only way in which, among other things, you can have an actual asylum system where you actually take in those unusual cases where asylum should be needed, just disappear once you have illegal migration every day coming in on boats, or as in the case of America, millions of people walking across the southern border in the last 4 years. And add to that the fact that, as was famously said in 1968 by somebody, it's the easiest thing to put off any difficult decision you have to make today and leave it for your successors to address. All the time making it harder for your successors. But I said this to European politicians some years ago when they said that they were going to deport the 1 million illegals that were in their country. I said, how are you going to do it? Because you and I know that on day one, if you rounded up everyone who was legally in the country and put them on buses, trains, boats, the first woman or child crying would be on the front page of every newspaper the next morning, and by day 2 you would have to stop because of public pressure. That's just, it seems to be a reality for the time being. By the way, until such a time emerges, and it could, where the society says we don't give a damn anymore, we don't give a damn, That may well happen. But until that does happen, countries are absolutely incapable. Politicians are incapable of answering this question. Then you have a follow-on one, which addresses what you mentioned about Richard Dawkins, among other things, which is America. It's not quite true to say that America was a society based on an idea, but it's a nice idea. America was based on an idea, but the idea came about because of the people who founded the Republic, the United States of America. And if they hadn't been, right, if they had have been from somewhere else, even a different denomination, the United States would be very different. However, as far as states founded on an idea goes, America is probably the nearest to that. European nations, Britain, are not based on an idea. They were not based on an idea. Now, that isn't to say that they don't have very distinct cultures, and my word, the different cultures across Europe are so different that everyone jokes about their neighbours and regards their neighbour in the neighbouring European country being wildly different from them. From outside, it seems preposterous that the Swedes and the Norwegians would have distinctions between them, but they do. But I say this to say that Europe and Britain was made up of ethnic identities. And those ethnic identities had ideas, of course. But even in Britain, you have the Welsh, you have the Scots, you have the English, the Northern Irish, the Irish. How do you integrate into that? How do you do it? Does anyone know? And the answer is no. Have some people? I say yes. Have a majority? It doesn't look that way to me, and so this is just a bomb underneath the societies in Europe in particular. It has been about ethnicity. We don't like things that are being about ethnicity, so we say it's about an idea. But all my adult life, this idea has been so hard for anyone to pin down that they've just failed at it time and time again. I'm old enough to remember when Gordon Brown was Prime Minister, and I contributed to a book that he edited about being British, what Britishness was. That was 20 years ago. And Britain is no closer to defining that today than it was 20 years ago. People say things like Britishness is about Hewitt or fair play. And so that is so completely inadequate to the task at hand. But the other one that can come along with this, and this is one of the ones that white working class communities in the UK deeply resent, in particular, is the you don't have a culture, which is one of the other nice, it's one of the nice things that race baiters of all shapes have been doing for years, these people. You don't have a culture. It's what I wrote about in the War on the West, the jabbing majority populations. And if you do have a culture, it's not a good one, or it's a rapaciously evil one, or it's one that's only to be described through the lens of colonialism or slavery or racism or institutional racism or patriarchy or whatever. And they've just done this for years. There has been what I showed in my last book, to be this, for instance, why do all the holy places of the British people keep being attacked, literally and metaphorically? Why does Winston Churchill, the great hero of the British nation, keep on being attacked by people? Because they want to hurt these people. They want to hurt the people who revere them. They literally want to strip their gods from them. They want to defile the holy places of the culture. You might say, well, why do you want to do that? Revenge for some people, supremacy of a different kind for others, weakness among others, false adventure, cowardice, going along with the tenor of the times, however bad that direction of travel happens to be. But I said recently, before these riots happened, I said, it would be, and I might have said this to you in private before, John, but I said it would be madness to, if people from the Indian subcontinent made up 3% of your population, it would be madness to try to demoralize that population or to try to find ways to just say that they were nothing and never had been anything, and it was sort of best if they just tried to sidle through their lives without harming anyone. Why would you do that to 3% of the population? Among other things, it's rude, it's cruel, it's unusual, and that 3% of the population is a significant amount of the population. You don't want to demoralize 3% of the population. Okay. Why would you do that to a majority? Who is so insane that they want to do this to majority populations? And the answer seems to be, well, we're finding out. We are finding out.
Well, okay, let's delve into that on the ideational front. I mean, I would say, who would want to do that? Well, my sense is that it's this metastasization of Marxism. It's the spirit that metastasized Marxism that's bringing this about, and consciously. And so you have the people that hold the center, the majority of people who approximate some implicit ideal, however poorly. And then you have people who are perhaps unable to do that, or who are unwilling to do it, or who are even opposed to it, and they occupy the margin. And there's many of them. There are a plethora. And the postmodernists, especially the modern queer theorists, let's say, want to bring that margin into the center by whatever means necessary. Now, I think there's a profound philosophical misunderstanding that accompanies that desire. Although if the underlying desire at the base is just the desire for chaos, which is certainly possible, then it's not a mistake, it's not a bug, it's a feature. But no, we tend to believe in the West that an idea has its opposite, and that progress might be obtained by watching the war of a thesis and its antithesis. But that's not how things work. You have a thesis and you have a plethora of antitheses. In fact, an infinite plethora. And so if you try to center the margin, all that happens is you demolish the entire structure. And one of the ideas that I've been working on recently, conceptually, is that imagine that now you're motivated to center the margin at all costs. And you presume to begin with, because you're naive or corrupt, that those marginal are a community, and they're a community with something in common apart from the marginalization. Well, that's certainly the claim of the alphabet mob, for example. We're all a community. It's like, yeah, I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. It looks like you're a plurality united by your, what would you say, your resentment. Okay.
And narcissism.
And narcissism. Okay, so then, but here's the subtle part of the argument, let's say, and I think this is true. It looks to me that if you demolish the center by centering the margin, you destroy the marginal first, not the center. Because the thing is, Douglas, the center is protected. You know, let me give you an example, because I think this is relevant. So, since the 1960s, since the early 1960s, under the guise of the sexual revolution, there's been an all-out assault, let's say, against the structure of marriage. And so, and the consequence of that is that many people aren't married. But none of those people are wealthy and educated, because the wealthy and educated are just as married as they were in the early 60s. The people who aren't married are the economically marginalized, let's say, the people who are in trouble. And so that freedom that came from the removal of the patriarchal ideal, which is a burdensome thing to bear, and also a judgmental entity, let's say, you know, single mothers aren't to be tolerated, that finger-wagging sort of morality. It's like, fair enough, okay, now we bring the marginal to the center. Who dies first? The center? No, the margin.
Yes. Well, I'll give another example of that, which is, you see that in, I don't go on a tangent, but you see that in the drug normalization, which is the elite classes who almost always push for further liberalization and norms are actually the people who, if they do dabble in that themselves, are most likely to be able to be saved. After all, there's a reason that their job will probably support them if they want to go into rehab, and they will be able to pay, and maybe even their office will pay, maybe their firm will pay. Not so for the people lying on the streets of this city with absolutely no safety net, who have not benefited from that liberalization process, to say the least. But it's the same thing, absolutely. The people you bring in the most marginal case, and then yes, in the end, the marginalized become the people who suffer the most. And by the way, I mean, we've just lived through this bizarre, I know, sort of social stampede on the Paris Olympics thing. But what you said was just resonating with me, because I think, why is it now so completely predictable that an Olympic Games will have to open with a sort of balls out bearded drag queen being the center of attention, and a very obese trans person should be the kind of like the main figure of worship in this bizarre modern cult theology? And I know you notice this, I notice this. The truth is, everybody notices this. It's absurd. It's a complete. It's kind of replacement theology, as far as I can see, and one that hasn't been thought through at all well, and doesn't work, and is hideous and ugly, and does not encourage people to aspire to anything beautiful or true.
Yeah, well, that's the dread abomination of desolation, right? That the theologians warned about. When it's put in the highest place, then it's time to head for the hills. And what does that mean? It means something like, well, when the social order is so inverted that the most monstrous is elevated to the highest place, then that's a sign that, like all, that chaos is about to return. And that seems to me to be highly probable. Well, we can see it, and everyone can feel it. Absolutely everyone can feel it in one form or another. You know, that you can, it's very terrifying to see it start to emerge in such a dramatic form in the UK. You know, and it is something for, as a Canadian, it's really something to go to Europe and hear the elite types express doubt about whether or not they have a culture. You know, I heard people in the Netherlands say that to me. I met a group of, you know, very well placed
Do you know what?
Canadians,
You really
artists,
are
writers,
the
and
fucking
and-
cutest.
and they, most of them were.
I'm sat
They
here
expressed
like a
doubts about
little bit
even the
fucking
existence of their own
meh.
culture. You know, when I come from the hinterlands,
Putting my
northern
Batman
Canada,
Lego
and I go to
together,
a place
going
like
very well,
Amsterdam,
by the
it just makes my
and
jaw
like,
drop. It's
can you
the
do a
same
bit of super
whenever I
glue?
visit the UK.
And
It's
all
like,
the time,
people
like,
don't think you have a culture.
oh,
It's like,
have I got the right one? Or
it's
is this
just a
perfect?
culture
Or do
then.
you want this?
Like,
I
if
don't know.
Europe
Is
doesn't
this
have a
right one?
culture, then
Look,
no one
babe.
has a culture. I mean, Europe has a culture.
Whatever
that's
you
so
get,
miraculous
it's going to be
that
perfect.
people
It's super glue for
pilgrimages
plastic
there
on
in
plastic.
Tens of millions
So,
just
you know,
to see its
Gorilla
remnants.
Glue might be better.
So,
Yes,
But you know, that you get
it's
for a pound out.
it's
Anyway.
the nicest
Just saying,
way to interpret what has been attempted in that
sometimes
in
get
that regard is it's nicer to incomers if we do ourselves
what's the
down
right
a
way
bit,
to put it?
because otherwise it's
Conscious
and
about
maybe that is
how
the instinct of some people. It's been a stupid thing to try to.
basically what I'm saying is I feel bad because I think that you're going over the top
and
when you really don't need to.
fall back on sort of
I'm not asking you to be a bitch.
You know,
Trust me, the last thing I'm asking you to do.
I mean, this is one of the ones that has just been
It's very cute of you to be
and
so
again,
concerned over every detail.
death of Europe.
And I definitely hope you're enjoying the start of your weekend.
Europeans, British people, others.
And I'm pretty much incapacitated this weekend, but
they would not become
next
Chinese or
week,
Indian. They do notice that.
what's your
And they do
birthday?
notice
So
that if they have
already got your
children
present.
in my country, their
So
children
you
will
think
not be regarded
take
as
out
Indian
that
or
sort of
Chinese
stuff?
either. And that's just to pick out two countries that happen to be the largest ones. But in that case, a lot of people think, how come anyone can move here and immediately become us? And the answer is that's not clear at all. It doesn't seem obvious at all. At the same time, of course, nobody wants to say nobody can become like us, because that's too judgmental and too negative a thought, too pessimistic.
That's hilarious. That was like a 2-minute message I sent. My finger obviously slipped off the button. But yeah, it's just me saying how fucking cute you are, right? Panicking over the little things when the majority I'm fine, and
it also brings some weaknesses.
super glue is for the Lego Batman animated thing. I don't want to stick everything together because this thing is so fucking layered. Honestly, it's fucking amazing. Like you lay it out and it's like, oh, it's 2D thing with some building on it. No, you pull the building off and there's like Catwoman like fucking whipping some guy, but keeping to the back together. The other thing I was going to, I did say, is you really are cute. You need to chill out because I'm all good and I'm just hoping that you're all good. and it is your birthday
So,
next week.
when you hear people say
I'm not going to give you the opportunity to say what you want to do, but
diversity is our
fuck.
strength. People know it's a lie. People know at the very least it's a half truth.
Middle of the week, so I know I'm going to fucking regret this. Right, in the week, you're going to get your ass over. I'm going to give you a present, and I'm going to order takeout for you.
When the movement is so fast,
After that,
so large, and the type of diversity is so difficult.
well, I'm not even going to say it's your choice because you're going to come up with like 10 things. I'm going to go, instead of being something normal, you're going to go like, but if you fuck it, I'm not digging myself any deeper. Enjoyed it.
And people are meant to suck it up endlessly. I've never been sure that they would.
When a woman experiences a pregnancy, she often feels
Oh
alone.
shit, I just recorded
Too often,
that.
her first response is to seek out an abortion because that's what left-leaning institutions have conditioned her to do. But because of the generosity of listeners like you,
That wasn't me, that was
they
a
lead her to a preborn network clinic where Father Grace
Anyway, here we go.
life, not just for her baby, but for herself. Preborn offers God's love and compassion to hurting women and provides a free
of course,
ultrasound
Jesus.
to introduce them to the life growing inside
Turn
them.
my back for 2
This
minutes.
foundation helps women to choose life, and it's how Preborn saves 200
Acorn is
every
worth
single
things than
day.
Jesus.
Thanks to the Daily Wire's partnership, we're able to make our powerful documentary, Choosing Life, available to all on Daily Wire Plus. Join us and thank you, Preborn, for bringing this important work out from behind our paywall, and consider making a donation today to support their life-saving work. You can sponsor one ultrasound for just $28. If you have the means, you can sponsor Preborn's entire network for a day for $5,000. Make a donation today. Just dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby. Or go to preborn.com/Jordan. That's preborn.com/Jordan.
So, well, here's an obvious question too. It's like, well, here's the definition of war. War is the definition of irreconcilable diversity. Right. So diversity is our strength. It's like, okay, well, Hamas and Israel have diverse viewpoints, and they're not reconcilable. So what do we have? A war. So what's the story that people are supposed to swallow? It's that although the world has been eternally mired in internecine conflict, the war between diverse viewpoints, if we import all that diversity into the West, magically we'll wave a wand and all that diversity will be transformed into nothing but what? Complex productive cooperation. In the absence, by the way, in the absence of any reconciling framework, because people like Trudeau, for example, dispense with the idea of any national identity whatsoever. So their presumption is something like the natural state of people, regardless of the diversity of their opinions, no matter how diverse those opinions are, their natural state is productive peace. Right? So that's what? That's Rousseau? Is that what that is? Is that an unbelievably naive Rousseau? And is that the unwillingness? Is that a reflection of the unwillingness to look at the aspect of the human psyche that's gleefully pursuing murder and mayhem? Just to never cast an eye in that direction. It's all sweetness and light. We're all little children. And if that's what it looks like, something like that to me. It'll be the strange death of Europe will be something like the death of the overprivileged at the hands of their own naivety.
Yes, and
cowardice.
You can see it. You can see it very closely. I mean, as I say, some ways. I mean, it's a horrible thing to say. Thank goodness the killer in Southport wasn't a migrant who had arrived illegally into the UK a couple of weeks earlier. But you want the peace of your society and the possible peacefulness of your society for the foreseeable future to be reliant on that never happening again.
Well, there's also reliable evidence, Douglas, that the children of immigrants are more likely to be radicalized than the immigrants themselves.
Absolutely.
Especially
reverse integration.
Yeah, especially if they're having a hard time integrating, right?
Well, I mean, that's one of the most common ones. I've spoken with you about this before. I mean, the most common one is, a parent who flees a particularly ugly and warlike society like, say, Somalia might realize how lucky they are to arrive in Canada. They might. One would hope that they did. Will the child? No, the child's expectation is that the place they're born in is the normal order of things. And then a load of other people in society, have totally forgotten what the state of most of human history. And forget that, you can bang on all you like.
Oh shit! Whenever I see one of these pieces,
so most people are just in
God
a
damn it.
situation in front of them.
Makes me not go.
And then
Pull this thing together, and it's probably gonna go. And we go
hey,
again.
sometimes you see it completely uncontained. That's certainly what I saw in Israel. The absolute epitome of unconstrained hate that was unleashed on Israel on the 7th. Oh, by the way, again, one other thing on that is something that is so often in my mind is onto communities, by the way, in the south of Israel, precisely overpopulated by people who dreamed the dream of peace with their neighbors and believed, for instance, that by driving Palestinian children from Gaza to Israeli hospitals every weekend, they were doing something in the cause of peace. Literally, the woman who was doing that, who was in her 70s, was burned alive in her home on October the 7th. So the simple dreaming does not make it so. You may well be living in the most wonderful dream, but if everyone else is not, you better just hope you're not woken up one day. But the likelihood is you will be. And again, what I've laid out about the situation in Britain, I hope, is some example of that. A dream which maybe doesn't work. Maybe you're woken up for it.
Okay, so now I have a better insight too into your goal in the speaking tour. It's like you're destined to be Cassandra, so that's always fun. And you can tell if you're Cassandra if you make prophecies that you pray would not come true, but believe are likely.
Oh my gosh! Yes.
Okay,
You can't believe how much that's been on my mind. My late friend Jonathan Sachs wrote after Strange Death in Europe came out. He wrote to me with a message from with a line from Ezekiel, where he said, what's the line? He said, and whether they listen or fail to listen, they should know that a prophet stood among them.
Right.
Which I absolutely chilled me when I got in. I really hoped that he wasn't right.
Right. Well, so I see. So what you're doing at the deepest level with this new tour is, I can see why it's the logical next step in what you've been doing, because you're going to bring to public attention all those things that people would rather not look at. Right? Because there's a very old idea. And I elucidated it in some detail in this new book I wrote, Who Wrestled with God, that you become immune to the poison of the worst serpents is by looking at the things you least want to look at. Right? And the role of the prophet is to identify what it is that people want to look at least and to hold it up in front of them in the hopes that will make the people who are viewing voluntarily stronger, and that will set the social order itself on a more appropriate path.
Well, we certainly don't need people to be more dreamy and weaker than they currently are.
All right, so maybe we could turn our attention in this direction. In this conversation, we've done a lot of what conservative types often do, which is to point to what's not good and to make a case for its pathology and danger. Now, it's that proclivity, let's say, that gives rise to the accusations from the radical utopians of the reactionary nature, let's say, of the right. Now, like I said earlier, I don't know if right and left, I don't believe even that the right and left is the right way to conceptualize what's going on in society now, but again, we'll leave that aside. You know that with this Alliance for Responsible Citizenship, for example, that was started last year in the UK. We've been trying to outline something approximating a positive vision rather than merely pointing to the evils of the current pathway. And that outlining of a more positive vision is something that conservatives aren't particularly good at. And I can understand that in a sense, because it's strange times indeed where you have to point repeatedly about what should be self-evident in relationship to your culture to remind people that it exists. And at the deepest level, you might say, well, the confusion about what constitutes a woman is a cardinal example of that. It's like we're so lost that we can't agree on the distinction between the sexes. And so there isn't a form of loss that's more profound than that, as far as I can figure. So what do you see, let's say, as what do you offer? What do you console yourself, even, let's say, with in regards to something approximating a, what is it that you're defending? What is it that's the West, let's say, that whose loss you're decrying? What's at the bottom of this that we're in such radical danger of losing? This is exactly what Dawkins was pointing to, however implicitly, when he described himself as a cultural Christian. It's like, okay, the West is under assault. Well, what is it that's worth defending precisely? And how do you conceptualize that and make it explicit? And so, when I go to Europe, what do I love about Europe? The great beauty of its artistic tradition. That's something that, if you have any sense, and any aesthetic sense at all, that drops you to your knees. To go to Italy, to a town like Florence, and to go into a random church where there's a painting that, if sold, would be worth $500 million, and to see it just hanging on the wall, unguarded, with no one around, well, what is that? That's an indication of two types of treasure. One, the art itself. Two, the fact that art can just sit there without having 100 men with machine guns around it, making sure that no thug comes along and purloins it. So that's the treasure of that implicit trust that you described. So there's the beauty, there's the deep sense of voluntary civilization that characterizes Europe, right? There's a remarkable history of valuation of the individual all the way down the economic framework that's particularly present in the UK, probably. It's there in the Netherlands as well. There's other European countries that share that. This is not no civilization, no culture. And then, so what is it that we should be promoting and fighting for, as far as you're concerned?
The main thing is that what you've just outlined, we should be continuing. One of the things which is where small c conservatism is that if the most radical figures on the left come up with completely bizarre new manifestos for what should happen, like the complete forgetting of biology or anything else, if they come up with that, it's true that others could resist that and say, no, we have an alternative utopian vision and so on. I myself am not a devotee of that idea. I'm a devotee of the idea of returning to the sane and the normal and the pursuit of the beautiful and the truth.
Agreement set. Agreement signed. Foxity signed.
Really? Can't we just get
Now,
rid of these fuckers?
Those are all things which you don't have to invent a whole new paradigm for. We have it in the civilization we just described, in the institutions and the buildings and works of art and much more. It's what I mean, think of it this way. What if, instead of everybody in our age who has any intelligence being told that they should use it to problematize history and go over history, focus on things that were solved and try to unsolve them and make the situation worse? What if instead of that, people actually wanted to make history? What if instead of being figures who could make the past worse and approach it with greater lack of nuance than ever before, they decided to become historic figures themselves? Well, that would be something to aim at. Instead of seeing the dozen or so figures that stand over the courtyard of Columbia University, Dante, Aristotle, and so on? What if instead of viewing them as simply dead white men, you viewed them as part of a tradition that you can be a part of and add to, and add to? Well, that would be something. And I think it's a very good vision for life. And I think it did our forebears well. And if you have a pride in that tradition, which certainly in Europe we have the right to, not to eradicate any dark times, goodness knows, but the right to have that tradition and to want to add to it and to want to preserve it and keep it going, that seems to me a pretty good basis for life. And remembering things that everyone knew until yesterday.
And I wonder, is it pride or is it grateful aspiration to? Because that word pride, that's been a very thorny word, you might say, and increasingly so in recent years. It's like, well, the right attitude to have towards the great figures of the past. I mean, in this Peterson Academy that we just launched, we have one of the members of the House of Lords do a lecture series on 7 great historical leaders of the past. I'm kind of rubbing my hands together about that course because it's not the sort of course that you could get at a university, all things considered. There were no great men. They were just pursuing their own power dynamic for their own narrow, self-serving purposes.
Which is it's so preposterous. I mean, I was with some mutual friends of ours recently on the island of St. Helena, and although I tend to take the British view about Napoleon, which is that he was a proto-tyrant, you cannot sit in Napoleon's study in Longwood House looking out at the ocean and considering the battalions of the British Army that had to stay on the island to keep the emperor inside, and the fleet of British boats that had to sit in the harbour facing inwards to make sure the emperor didn't escape, to just think, wow, this was a world historical force, this man. You are able to take the bad with the good sometimes. And, but goodness me, I mean, the idea that there were no great men in history or that it's all just sort of relative is so preposterous. And we don't have to go to a sort of Carlylean great man theory. But, by the way, that's a much better theory of history than anything that's being pushed on us at the moment. I mean, it's great. I don't want to ramble, but I mean, there's a case that I was saying, actually, I did an alternative commencement speech for some of the students at Columbia the other month because they weren't allowed a commencement ceremony because of the protesters at their university. And of course, so a nice group of students and their families asked if I would speak, and I did as much as I could. And but one of the things, I said, as well as talking about the famous great figures of the past, I gave the example of there's a 16-year-old who Andrew Roberts mentions in his History of World War II, The Storm of War. The 16-year-old who lied about his age to get into the British Navy as a submariner in 1940 or so, is on one of the submarines that sinks a German U-boat. They get the crew off the boat and it's sinking. But this 16-year-old and a couple of the others get into this German U-boat as it's sinking, find, among other things, one of the encryption devices, which is sent back to Bletchley Park and which allows the Allies to crack the Enigma code. That 16-year-old ended up being, as it happened, he was chucked out of the Navy because he'd lied about his age. But that 16-year-old boy called Tommy changed the course of human history for the good. Now, tell me it wouldn't be better as a society, instead of telling people to wallow in grievance and anger and bitterness, to say, it actually doesn't matter where you come from. If you have it in you, you could be a world historical figure as well and improve things demonstrably for the better with your life.
I suppose one of the conclusions that you could draw would be that the provision of ideologies that claim the contrary are generated for no other reason than to alleviate the responsibility for doing so from the shoulders, to lift the burden of responsibility for doing so from the shoulders of the authors of those ideologies. Everything is pointless. All morality is relative. No one's life has any true significance. I can do whatever the hell I want with whoever the hell I want to, with no consequences whatsoever, because in the final analysis, does it really matter? It's like, well, does it really matter? Well, the reason I concluded eventually that it did really matter was because that's the pathway to hell. And it looks to me like even if heaven doesn't exist, hell matters. And you'll figure that out when you get there. And it sounds to me like what you're doing with your new tour is bringing an expanded vision of the hell that awaits us if we don't walk a little bit more carefully than we have been.
And the heroism that can await you too. That's I will get into this more, but I mean that is one of the things that I find extraordinary from my past year. I've seen it before, but wow! Until you see what people are able to do under unbelievable circumstances and to risk their lives and sometimes to give their lives for a common good, for a purpose, for a cause, sacrificially, almost self-sacrificially. I'm thinking of people who drove right into the fire on the 7th and were citizens and who stood up for their neighbor and saved a lot of people. And people often think heroism is sort of a thing from the past. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's something that if the time emerges.
You saw the lights go on in the crowd, let's say, when a case was being made for the relationship between truth and responsibility and adventure and meaning. It's like this call to take your place at the feet of the greats, let's say. That's not some cliche. And it's so interesting to watch people's response to the representation of that pathway, because so many people are so seriously demoralized. It's like, no, you could gird your loins, so to speak, and become something. And you have a cardinal role to play, and you'd find the meaning of your life in doing that. And that meaning is more real than anything else, because it actually is the medication that you can take that doesn't precisely make you immune to pain, but it makes you able to accept it without becoming bitter and murderous. And that's not nothing.
Well,
Right,
I mean,
so-
it has to be that there is an answer to demoralization, and that is something like remoralization
Right.
of people, a reminder of people to rise to their better instincts, to rise to their better past, to aspire to their better forebears. That's all possible. There's no reason that radicals on any side should have to drag us down into this pit. Absolutely no reason. And we should be able collectively to cut whatever rope it is that they are trying to link us to and pull us down on, and saying, no, you can go that way, but you're not taking me with you.
Yeah, you're not taking me or anybody I can communicate with effectively.
Right.
We've got 12,000 students signed up already to Peterson.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, well, so
Wow.
that's a good
There you go.
it's a good index of the hunger that people have for an education that has the goal that you just described, which is to remind people not only of where they could go if they weren't awake, but also of who they could be if they decided to be who they could be.
Absolutely. I was with one of my fellow St. Helenians the other week with Andrew Doyle, who had just done the Shakespeare series. And I said, what a fantastic thing to have Andrew Doyle teaching Shakespeare. And I said, and I said to him, one of the funny things these days is that if you wanted to get a university grant to study Shakespeare, you'd be able to get one if you were promising to queer Shakespeare or problematize him or look at him through the colonial lens. If you just wanted to study the tragedies or the comedies, it'd be extremely hard to get a grant. As a friend of ours pointed out, I like to reiterate, the stupid thing about that is the idea it's the idea that it's our job to judge Shakespeare. Whereas maybe Shakespeare is able to judge us. And maybe if you read Shakespeare well and watch it well and listen to it well and think about it well, you'll realize that sometimes Shakespeare judges us and finds us wanting. And maybe that's just possible. That one of the reasons why we keep on wanting to chuck out great figures from the past is because actually, like anything beautiful, it makes us nervous.
Any ideal is a judge.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, and that's a very interesting thing to contemplate psychologically, because the conundrum there is, well, that means the higher ideal, the more severe the judgment. So that's a problem, and that's a non-trivial problem. Like, I'm not trying to make light of that, but there's a corollary to that, is that well, every ideal is a goal, and there's no hope without a goal. So you can sacrifice the ideal to avoid the judgment, but then you don't have a goal. And if you don't have a goal, you have no joy, you have no enthusiasm, you have no hope. And then your life truly is the kind of bitter misery. So this is what happens to Cain, right? When he kills Abel, he kills his ideal. And the first thing he says to God is, my punishment is greater than I can bear. It's like, well, why? Well, you just killed that which you most wanted to be. And so what do you do after you've done that? Well, there's no place to go. There's no place you can run to. There's no place you can avoid your fate. And the universities have become places that are dedicated towards the demolition of the very ideal that gave rise to them. And obviously that can't stand for long.
Yeah. Well, no, and that's why, I mean, the great answer, as I said at the end of the War of the West, the great answer to all this, and it also comes back to what you were saying about pride. I prefer to use the term gratitude, and to say that really the appropriate answer to much of the immiseration and much more is to turn it around and instead of resentment, feel gratitude. And that's not impossible because millions and millions of people across the world have waged that war within themselves and won.
Well, I think, part of what you experience when you go into a great cathedral, if you have any sense, is, I wouldn't say it's a sense of your own littleness because that's not right, but it might be something like a sense of your own littleness in relationship to the wealth of possibility that's pointed at by these remarkable architectural forms. It's like, look what human beings can do. And are you doing that?
Exactly.
Are you doing that? Probably not.
And there's a reason why people are demoralized about that, because there must be some reason that we haven't been building things like the Great Basilica at Saint Denis in recent years. And there's a reason that those places increasingly look like lost tombstones in a ragged urban, dystopia. And yes, and that's why all of these things point to the same direction. The way down and the way up. And the way down we know, we've all been able to study and we've all been able to see quite enough of. The way upwards, there's a task.
All right, sir. Well, I think we'll close up. I always get the sense when I'm talking to you that our conversation has just begun, but, well, we'll be able to continue it as we have over several years now. And for those of you watching and listening, Douglas came on my tour last September for a number of events, and that was very useful and hopefully inspiring. Certainly was for me, and hopefully it was for the audience. That certainly seemed to be the case. And with any luck, we'll be able to continue that in the future. Good luck with your speaking tour. I hope that I can come and see you at one of those events.
I love that.
You said where do people look?
So if they go to Live Nation, to the website of Live Nation, and type in my name, and we start on September the 8th at Fort Lauderdale, although that's sold out, and we go through Miami Beach, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, New York, and then Denver on October 13th. So it's a little over a month. Yeah.
When are you in L.A.?
I am in L.A. on the September the 23rd at the Wilton in L.A.
Maybe we'll come out to LA and see you. That would be fun.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Well, for everybody watching and listening, most of you know that we'll continue this conversation for another half an hour behind the Daily Wire paywall. And I think what I'll do is, with Douglas, is focus a little bit more on the situation in Israel and what he learned, and to delve into some of the geopolitical realities behind that, especially with regards to the, what would you say, the conspiratorial involvement of players like Iran in fostering this bloody, hellacious mess. And so if you are inclined to join us for that, that would be much appreciated. Otherwise, Mr. Murray, it's always a pleasure, a perverse pleasure in talking to you. Well, good luck with your tour.
Thanks.
You said your Fort Lauderdale is already sold out. What size venues are you addressing?
Pretty big ones. I think we're now filling with Fillmore in Miami Beach for the 10th of September. So, yeah, they're nice sized theaters, but still tickets for some.
Right.
So come along.
Well, so that's heartening. You know, the fact it's pretty strange. You know, if you think about it, that you can make a live event out of what you're doing, showing people this horror and atrocity, and making an intellectual case, and that there is enough public appetite for that to make it not only an event, but a mass event. That's in some ways unprecedented, because you're doing what, live journalism? That's not something that we've seen before. It might also have to do with the fact that as the online world becomes more and more pathological and more difficult to trust, the value of these in-person events is going to increase proportionately.
Absolutely. It's it's a community of people finding each other as well, finding other people concerned about the same things.
Yes, and you're actually there to watch. You can evaluate deeply. And so that's an interesting, unexpected consequence of the virtualization of the world, right? Okay, and I guess what I'll close with, apart from an invitation to everyone once again to join us on the Daily Wire side, is we'd love to have you lecture for Peterson Academy on.
I love that. Yeah, we discussed it. I'm definitely keen to do that.
Yeah. Well, we could make a great course out of that, and that's our goal. So, all right, we'll talk about that further. And to everyone watching and listening, thank you very much. I think the film crew up here in my cottage in Northern Ontario appreciate the fact that you guys set this up and make it straightforward, and also to the Daily Wire for facilitating this. And Douglas, well, on to the next interview, and it was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for sharing what you've seen and been thinking about with everybody watching and listening.
Thank you, Jordan.
I was 18 when I passed my bus test and was told at the time that I was the youngest driver within Stagecoach East Midlands. Since then, I've also taken part in some extra work that Stagecoach has been involved in. I absolutely love my job as a bus driver, and it's a career that I can really see myself pursuing.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to announce my new tour for 2024. Beginning in early February and running through June, Tammy and I and an assortment of special guests are going to visit 51 cities in the U.S. You can find out more information about this on my website, jordanbpeterson.com, as well as accessing all relevant ticketing information. I'm going to use the tour to walk through some of the ideas I've been working on in my forthcoming book, out November 2024, We Who Wrestle with God. I'm looking forward to this. I'm thrilled to be able to do it again, and I'll be pleased to see all of you again soon. Bye-bye.
When you look at the fall of the Soviet Union, you look at the failure of socialist or communist regimes. I don't know if the issue there was so much redistribution.
That was one of many issues.
I don't think it was an issue at all, actually.
What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks?
If you believe climate models, or if you believe that we're heading in a certain direction.
I don't believe any of those presumptions.
People keep saying that, but we just got another one of the hottest years on record.
That's a classic leftist argument.
Why wouldn't Putin? Why wouldn't Xi Jinping? Why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out? It was as horrible as it was.
There are plenty of people attempting to call
Nobody
it out.
credible.
You really think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines? Do you? Hello, everyone. I'm here today talking to Stephen Bunnell, known professionally, known online as Destiny. He's an American streamer, debater, and political commentator. He really came to my attention, I would say, as a consequence of the discussion you had with Ben Shapiro and Lex Friedman. And I decided to talk to him, not least because it's not that easy to bring people who are identified, at least to some degree, with the political beliefs on the left into a studio where I can actually have a conversation with them. I've tried that more often than you might think. It happens now and then, but not very often. So today we talk a lot about, well, the differences between the left and the right, and the dangers of political ideology per se, and the use of power as opposed to invitation, and all sorts of other often heated and contentious issues. And so you're welcome to join us. And I was happy to have the opportunity to do this. So I guess we might as well start by letting the people who don't know who you are get to know who you are with a little bit more precision. So why have you become known, and how has that developed?
It's a pretty broad question. I think I started streaming around 15 years ago when it wasn't really a thing yet. There were a few people that did it. I started early on. I was well, I guess back then you weren't a professional gamer because the game had just started to come out. There was a game called StarCraft 2, and I streamed myself playing that game. I was a pretty good player. It was pretty entertaining to watch, and then kind of grew over just maybe the next 7 years, just streaming that people would watch.
Streaming on YouTube?
Well, back then I started on a website called Livestream, and I switched to Ustream, and I switched to a site called Justin TV, and then that turned into Twitch.tv. So after streaming there for like 7 or 8 years, I was a semi-professional StarCraft 2 gamer. That game kind of came and went, but I had a lot of other interests. Around 2016, I started to get more involved into the world of politics. It's kind of a left-leaning figure because of my background in like esports and internet gaming and internet trash talk. I had more of a kind of like a combative attitude, and that was kind of rare for left-leaning people at the time. So basically, where my early political popularity came from. I think from like 2016 to 2018 was debating right-wing people.
So was there a game-like element to the debating, do you think? And is that part of why that morphing made sense?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, if you get really reductionist, everything in life is kind of a game, but it's not very satisfying. I think I grew up like very argumentative. My mom is from Cuba, so my family was like very conservative, and then I grew up like listening to the news all day, listening to my mom's political opinions all day, and I argued with kids in high school and everything, and I've always been kind of like an argumentative, type A, aggressive personality. So I think that probably lent itself well to the political stuff in 2016.
Was that useful in gaming? That personality?
In some ways, yeah. In some ways, no. I don't know directly for the games itself. I don't know how much it necessarily mattered. But for all the peripheral stuff, in some ways it was really beneficial. I could kind of like cut out my own path, and I could be very unique, and I could kind of be on my own. In some ways it was very detrimental. I can be very difficult to get along with, and I'm very much kind of like, I want to do this thing, and if you try to tell me what to do, I don't want to have like a sponsor or a team or anybody kind of with a leash on me. So yeah, I guess it worked out.
It's interesting because the temperamental proclivity that you're describing, that's associated with low agreeableness. And generally, well, and that's more combative, it's more stubborn, it's more implacable, it's more competitive. The downside is that it's more skeptical, it can be more cynical, it can be less cooperative. But generally, a temperament like that is not associated with political belief on the left, because the leftists tend to be characterized by higher levels of compassion, and that's low agreeableness. So, that element of your temperament, at least, is quite masculine, and a lot of the ideology that characterizes the modern left has a much more temperamentally feminine nature. So all right, so shift from your popularity to
by John Peterson.
You said that started about 2016, and why do you think that shift happened for you? Your interest?
I think I've always been interested in a lot of things. Like I grew up with a very strong political.
Dude, if like John Peterson, like shakes your hand and says, "Oh, you know what? I thought you was a pussy, but you're only a bit of a pussy." It's freaking hard.
Around 2016, when I saw all of the conversations going on with the election and all the issues being talked about, I felt like the conversations were very low quality. And in my naivety, I thought that maybe I could come in and boost the quality, at least in like my little corner of the internet, to have better conversations about what was going on. And so that was basically my injection point into all of that was, fighting about those political issues and then arguing with people about them, doing research and reading and all that.
And so did you do that by video to begin with as well?
Yeah, it was all streaming, yeah.
It was all streaming. And so I presume you built an audience among the people who were following you as a gamer first, and then that started to expand. Is that correct?
Basically, yeah. Without getting too much into like the business or streaming side of things, basically, actually, this probably carries over to basically to all media, I would imagine, is you've got people that will watch you for special events. So maybe you're like a commentator of the Super Bowl, or maybe you're hosting like a really huge event. Then you've got people who will watch you every time you're participating in your area of expertise. So for me, that's like a particular game I might be playing. It might be when you're on like a particular show or something that people watch you for. And then the fundamental fan, like the best fan that you're converting to the lowest and most loyal viewer, I guess, is somebody that's watching you basically no matter what you're doing. And these are the people that will follow you from area to area.
Right.
And I think because of the way I did gaming and I talked about a lot of other stuff, whether it's politics, science, current events, whatever, I had a lot of loyal fans that kind of followed me wherever I went. So quite a few of them stuck with Star Trek.
Reputation.
Yeah.
So how would you characterize your reach now?
I think can you be more precise?
How many people are watching a typical video that you might produce, and what are you doing for subscribers, say on YouTube? Any idea about that?
Yeah, well, I guess my subscribers on YouTube, I have I'm not around 750,000 on my main channel. I think I probably do 3 channels around 20 million views a month. And then I live stream anywhere from 5 to 15,000 concurrent viewers a day for hopefully around 8 hours a day. Yeah.
Okay. So you have quite a substantial reach. And so you said that initially you were more conservative leaning, but that changed. What did it mean that you were more conservative leaning, and how and why did that change?
When I said I was conservative leaning, I was writing articles for my school newspaper defending George Bush in the Iraq War. I was like very much like I think it's like an insult now when people say like neocon, but I was like very much like a conservative, a Bush era conservative. So supported big business, supported traditional, all of the conservative, I guess, like foreign policy, hawkish foreign policy, for whatever that meant as like a 14, 15-year-old. And then I saw this incident big for Cuban Americans, where there was a Cuban boy that tried to come to the United States with his mother, and I just crashed or something happened. I think his mom died and some other people died, and there was a huge debate on whether or not to send him back to Cuba, and Clinton ended up sending him back to Cuba, and I know that my mom was super irritated and all that, to say the least. And then once I hit college, I think I supported Ron Paul in 2008. So I was a big Ron Paul libertarian guy in high school. When I went to a Catholic Jesuit high school, and I kind of became atheist in that process. I started reading Ayn Rand. So I was very, 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 very Yeah, initially on the
that makes more sense in relationship to your temperament.
Sure, maybe, yeah. Initially it was like Christian conservative, and then it became like libertarian conservative. Without my life kind of took like a wacky path, and then as I started working, I kind of had to drop out of school. I was working, and then I got into streaming.
Right. So this
streaming, had a son basically around the first year I started streaming. As I started to go through life, and I went from kind of being in this like working poor position to making a lot of money, especially through the lens of my child, I saw how different life was when I had more money versus less. And I guess like the differences between what was available to me and then my child, as I made more money, while I was really wealthy, but not as wealthy, and I started to change the way that
So you got more attuned to the consequences of inequality?
I basically, I would say, yeah.
Okay, and so how did that lead you to develop more sympathy for left-leaning ideas, particularly?
I guess my core beliefs have never really changed, but I think the way that those can apply kind of changed. So much the same way that you might think that everybody deserves a shot for an education. That might be like a core belief, where as a libertarian or conservative, I might think that as long as the school is available, everybody got the opportunity to study. And maybe now it's like a liberal or progressive, or whatever you call me. I might say, okay, well, we need to make sure that there's enough, maybe like food in the household, or there's household that can have funding program, make sure that kids can go to school and study, basically. So like the core drive is the same, but I think the applied principle ends up changing a bit based on
right. So is your concern essentially something like the observation that if people are bereft enough of substance, let's say, that it's difficult for them to take advantage of equal opportunities, even if they are presented to them, let's say.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
And you have some belief, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have some belief that there is room for state intervention at the level of basic provision to make those opportunities more manifest.
Yeah, to varying degrees, yeah.
Okay. So let's start talking more broadly then on the political side. So how would you characterize the difference, in your opinion, between the left and the conservative political viewpoints?
On a very, very, very broad level, if there's some, I would say if there's some like good world that we're all aiming for, I think people on the left seem to think that a collection of taxes from a large population that goes into a government that's able to precisely kind of dole out where that tax money goes, you're basically able to take the problems of society, you're able to scrape off, hopefully, not super significant amount of money from people that can afford to give a lot of money, and then through government programs of redistribution, you target those taxes essentially to people that kind of and then for on the conservative end, I guess conservatives would generally think that why would the government take my money? I think from a community point of view, through churches, through community action, through families, we can better allocate our own dollars to our own friends and family to help them and give them the things that they need so that they can better participate in a thriving society.
Okay, so one of the things that I've always found a mystery, and I think there's an equal mystery on the left and on the right in this regard, is that the more conservative types tend to be very skeptical of big government, and the leftist types tend to be more skeptical of big corporations. Well, so following through the logic that you just laid out, you made the suggestion that one of the things that characterizes people on the left is the belief that government can act as an agent of can and should act as an agent of distribution. Okay. Potential problem for that is the gigantism of the government that does that. Now, the conservatives are skeptical of that gigantism, and likewise, the liberals, the progressives in particular, we'll call them progressives, are skeptical of the reach of gigantic corporations. And I've always seen a commonality in those two, in that both of them are skeptical of gigantism. And so one of the things that I'm concerned about, generally speaking, with regard to the rise of tyranny is the emergence of giants. And one potential problem with the view that the government can and should act as an agent of redistribution is that there is an incentive put in place, two kinds of incentives. Number one, a major league incentive towards gigantism and tyranny. And number two, an incentive for psychopaths who use compassion to justify their grip on power, to take money and to claim that they're doing good. And I see that happening everywhere now. In particular about the left, and about the progressive edge. So I'm curious about what you think about this. First of all, it's a paradox to me that the conservatives and the leftists face off each other with regard to their concern about different forms of gigantism, and don't seem to notice that some antipathy, this is especially true for the libertarians, some antipathy towards gigantic structures per se. And so then I would say, with regard to the antipathy between liberals and conservatives, the conservatives are pointing to the fact that there are intermediary forms of distribution that can be utilized to solve the social problems that they're describing that don't bring with them the associated problem of gigantism. And like this is, it seems shocking to me to watch the left, especially in the last 6 years, ally itself, for example, the pharmaceutical companies, which is something I've never thought in my lifetime. I mean, for decades, the only gigantic corporations the left was more skeptical of than the fossil fuel companies were the pharmaceutical companies. And it all seemed to vanish overnight around the COVID time. So I know the story. That's a lot of things to throw at me. But it sort of outlines the territory that we could probably investigate.
So I think that the platform that you have, I think is last, I understand the concept of conservative corporations and liberals supporting like large government. I think today the divide we're starting to see more and more is more of like a populist, anti-populist rise, or even like an institutional or anti-institutional rise. So for instance, I think conservatives today in the United States are largely characterized with, I would say with populism. And that they're supporting like certain figures, namely right now Donald Trump, who they think alone can kind of like lead them against the corrupt institutions, be them corporate or government. I feel like most conservatives today are not as trustful of big corporations as they were back in like the Bush era, where we would, conservatives would champion, big
Yeah, I
corporations.
think that's right.
Yeah. I don't
That's a
think
strange thing because it makes the modern conservatives a lot more like the 60s leftists.
potentially, yeah.
I mean, that brings us into the issue, too, of whether the left-right divide is actually a reasonable way of construing the current political landscape at all. And I'm not sure it is, but
Right now, it kind of is, but only because so many conservatives are following Trump. So, like, your populist, anti-populist thing kind of maps on kind of cleanly to the left and right. It doesn't work with progressives, though, or the far left, because they're also anti-large and everything. So, in a surprising way, on very, very far left people, you might find them having a bit more in common with kind of like a MAGA Trump supporter than like a center-left liberal. So, for instance, like both of these groups of people on the very far left will be very dovish on foreign policy, probably a little bit more isolationist. They're not a big fan of like a ton of immigration or a ton of trade with other countries. They might think that there's a lot of institutional capture of both government and corporations. So both all of the MAGA supporters and the far, far left might think that corporations don't have our best interest at heart and the government is corrupt and captured by lobbyists. Yeah, you'll see a lot of overlap there.
right.
I think that sometimes there's a couple things. One, this is something I feel like I've discovered. People have no principles. I think that people are largely guided by whatever is kind of satisfying them or making them feel good at the time. I think it's a really important thing to understand because people's beliefs will seem to change at random. If you're trying to imagine that a belief is coming from some underlying principle or is governed by some internal.
Well, I can't
or
finish this because it's not giving me
social groups and people kind of follow them along.
the part that I need.
Which is why you end up in
So
sometimes where like the position on vaccines and being an anti-vaxxer might have been seen as something,
all I can do is check.
And now maybe it's more like conservative or it's essentially more like MAGA, Trump supporters or whatever. I think as a result of how the social groups move around. When it comes to you mentioned like the gigantism thing, that's another thing. I'm not sure if people actually care about gigantism or if they're using it as a proxy for other things that they don't like. Like, I could totally imagine.
Well, I care about it.
Sure, yeah, you might, yeah, sorry. It's just in general, yeah. Imagine somebody saying that, like, they don't trust the large government, they think there's too much, prone to tyranny, things like that, but also supportive of an institution like the Catholic Church, which is literally, one guy who is
But they can't tax. And they don't have a military.
That is
They can't throw you in jail.
that is true, yeah. I mean,
Those are major. I mean, I hit you with that. Don't get me wrong.
sure. And, like, even if you had a local government, like, if you have a tribe, usually they've got brutal, but they can very easily. Construction happens to the U.S. and to Vietnam War. I mean, yeah, true. Yeah. So yeah, I think that I guess when I look at
Oh yeah, well,
To the redistribution issue. We pay 65% of our income.
right. There's no grace. I'm using a brown,
Upper middle class.
and at some point there's gonna be oh no, there's no brown.
It's obvious to me.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking use it. Yeah. So.
In fact, quite the contrary. In my country now, our citizens make 60% of, they produce 60% of what you produce in the U.S. That's plummeted over the last 20 years as state intervention has increased. I'm not convinced that the claim that the interests of people who lack opportunity are best served by state intervention. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, first of all, I'm aware of the relationship between inequality and social problem. There's a very well-developed literature on that, and it essentially shows that the more arbitrary, the broader the reach of inequality in a political institution of any given size, the more social unrest. So where all people are poor, there isn't much social unrest, and where all people are rich, there isn't much social unrest. But when there's a big gap between the two, there's plenty, and that's mostly driven by disaffected young men who aren't very happy that they can't climb the hierarchy. There are barriers in their way. And so there is reason to ameliorate relative poverty. The problem with that, to some degree, is that most attempts to ameliorate relative poverty tend to increase absolute poverty, and they do it dramatically. And the only solution that we've ever been able to develop to that is something approximating a free market system. I wouldn't call it a capitalist system because I think that's capture of the terminology by the radical leftists. It's a free exchange system. And the price you pay for a free exchange system is you still have inequality, but the advantage you gain is that the absolute levels of privation plummet. And I think the data on that I think they're absolutely conclusive, especially, and that's being especially demonstrated in the radical decrease in rates of poverty since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, because we've lifted more people out of poverty in the last 4 decades than we had in the entire course of human history up to that date. And that's not least because the statist interventionist types who argued for a radical state-sponsored redistribution lost the Cold War, right? And that freed up Africa to some degree, and certainly the Southeast Asian countries, to pursue something like a free trade economy. And that instantly made them rich, even China. So that's an argument, let's say, on the side of free exchange, but it's also an argument, twofold argument, pointing out how we ameliorate absolute poverty, which should be a concern for leftists, but doesn't seem to be anymore, by the way, and also an argument for the maintenance of a necessary inequality. Like, I'm not sure that inequality can be decreased beyond a certain degree without that decrease causing other serious problems. And we can talk about that, but it's a complicated problem.
Yeah, but for one point of clarification, when you say leftist, what do you mean by that?
Well, I was going with your definition, like essentially that the core idea being something like the central problem being one of relative inequality in distribution of resources, and the central solution to that being something like state-sponsored economic intervention. I mean, there's other ways we could define left and right, and I'll stick with the one that you brought forward to begin with.
Gotcha. Okay, I only want to be clear on that because people get mad if I call myself a leftist. Oftentimes online or especially in Europe or worldwide, leftists will refer exclusively to like socialists or communists, and anybody to the right of that would be considered like a liberal.
No, usually a fascist.
Well, depending on who
very rapidly.
Yeah. I just want to be clear on that. So I'm absolutely a pro-capitalist, pro-free market guy. I'm never gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. It's good to get that clear. Why?
Yeah. Because I would argue that when you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union, or you look at the failure of like socialist or communist regimes, I don't know if the issue there was so much redistribution. I think the problem.
That was one of many issues.
I don't think it was an issue at all. Actually, I would say I think the issue was command.
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks? That was forced redistribution. It resulted in the death of 6 million people. So maybe I'm not understanding what you mean, but that was redistribution at its like pinnacle.
Sure.
And forced redistribution. That was brutal.
When I think of the strengths of capitalism, the ability for markets to dynamically respond to shifting consumer demand is like the reason why capitalism and free market economies dominate the world. When you've got socialist or communist systems, command economies where a government is trying to say, this is how much this is going to cost, this is how much you're going to produce and make. This is a failed way of managing a state economy. Even in places where they still do it, there are always shadow economies and stuff. There were in the Soviet Union that crop up where people try to basically ameliorate the conditions that are resulting from said horrible command economy practices. So I guess in a way you could argue a command economy is kind of like redistribution, it's a form of it, but
no, it's a worse problem. If you're pointing to the fact that that's a worse problem,
I would say that's definitely the reason why these places failed, because they just weren't able to respond to changing conditions.
Okay, so what's the difference?
Going online without ExpressVPN is like leaving your kids with the nearest stranger while you go to the restroom. They're probably not a kidnapper or a serial
Is there a reason they did this with Destiny?
Risk. Every time you connect to an unencrypted network in cafes, hotels, or airports, you leave your data vulnerable. Any hacker on the same network can steal your personal data, such as your passwords and financial details. It doesn't take much technical knowledge to hack someone. Hackers can make up to $1,000 per person selling personal info on the dark web. ExpressVPN creates a secure, encrypted tunnel between your device and the internet, so that hackers can't steal your sensitive data. It'd take a hacker with a supercomputer over 1 billion years to get past ExpressVPN's encryption. I love how easy ExpressVPN is to use. You just fire up the app and click one button to get protected. Plus, it works on all devices, phones, laptops, tablets, and more, so you can stay secure on the go. Secure your online data today by visiting expressvpn.com/Jordan. expressvpn.com/Jordan, and you can get an extra 3 months free. That's
Oh
expressvpn.com/Jordan.
God, I feel so sorry for Jordan Peterson.
Okay, so
The
what's
most
the difference
respected
between a
man
state that attempts to
in,
redistribute to
like,
foster equality of opportunity and a command
debate
economy? Is it
sponsored by
different to some degree? Like, are you looking at models?
Sorry, Jordan
Let's say
Peterson.
like the Scandinavian countries.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use Canada, by the way.
I'm not going to
because
say you
Canada
sold
is
out,
now,
but
what would you call it? Predicted
became part of the
by
corporate.
economic analysts to have the worst performing economy for the next 4 decades of all the developed world. So maybe we'll just leave the example of Canada off the table.
Sure.
Scandinavian countries are often the polities that are pointed to by, I would say, by people who, at least in part, are putting forward a view of redistribution for purposes of equality of opportunity like you are. But they're a strange analogy because they're very small countries, and up till now they were very ethnically homogeneous. Exactly, and that makes a big difference when you're trying to flatten out the redistribution. Plus, they're also incredibly wealthy, which makes redistribution, let's say, a lot easier. So why doesn't a government that's bent on redistribution fall prey to the pitfalls of command economy and forced redistribution for that matter? How do you protect against that?
I think what you have to do is very, very, very difficult is people get very ideologically captured by both ends, and they feel very, I guess, like committed, or they feel very allegiant to pushing certain forms of economic organization. And I think sometimes it blinds them to some of the benefits of what exists when you incorporate kind of multiple models, or I mean, you call them mixed economies, which is really what every capitalist economy today is. It's some form of free market capitalism combined with some form of like government intervention to control for negative externalities. These are the ways that all economies, even in Scandinavia and the world, work. And I think that recognizing the benefits of both systems are the best way to, to make things work.
Yeah, fair enough. And the Scandinavian countries seem to have done a pretty good job of that. But like I said, they have a simpler problem to solve, let's say, than the Americans have. Negative externalities. That's an interesting rabbit hole to wander down, because the problem I have with negative externalities, you made a case already that, and again, correct me if I've got this wrong, but I think that I understood what you said. A free market, free exchange economy is a gigantic distributed computational device.
Basically, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Which, funnily enough, one of the big problems for command economies is called the computation problem, because no central body can actually compute,
Right, exactly. Right, that's a fatal problem, right? Because it doesn't have the computational power. It certainly doesn't have the speed of data recognition. It doesn't have the on-the-ground agents if all of the perception and decision-making is centralized, right? It's way too low resolution. It's going to crash. Okay, and I think that that's comprehensible technically as well as ideologically. All right, but having said that, with regards to externalities, all the externalities that a market economy can't compute are so complex that they can't be determined centrally by the same argument. And
there are ways to account for them, though.
Really?
That work with.
Tell me.
Yeah.
So I can't see that, because I can't see how that they can be accounted for without the same computational problem immediately arising.
Yeah, and I understand that. And I think that's a problem sometimes of people very far on the left when they want to deal with certain problems. I think that they want to bring like heavy-handed, like things like price controls in to say, well, we need less of this, so let's just make this cost this particular thing, which ironically enough introduces a whole other set of externalities that will happen when you get a lot of friction between where your price floor or ceiling is set compared to what a market is set at. But ideally, if you're a reasonable person and you view economies as mixed economies, what you try to do is you try to take these externalities, meaning things that aren't accounted for with your primary system. So in a capitalist system, an externality might be something that causes a negative effect, but it doesn't cost you any money. Pollution would be a good example of that. And rather than saying like, well, no company can pollute this much, or, if you're a company, you have to use these things because the other things are making too much pollution, all you do is you say, okay, well, if we've determined that, say, carbon is bad for the atmosphere, we're just going to attach a little price to that. The government's going to say that, yeah, if you pollute this much, here's the price, and then if you want to pay for it, you can. But that type of intervention in the economy basically allows the free market to hopefully do its job, because the government has tacked on a little bit of a price in it that tries to account for the cost of the externality. Yeah.
Great. That's a great example. We can go right down that rabbit hole. Horrible. Okay, so first of all, One of the things I've seen, you tell me what you think about this, something that I've seen that actually shocks me, that I was interested in watching over the last 5 or 6 years. I wondered what would happen when the left, the progressives, ran into a conundrum. And the conundrum is quite straightforward. If you pursue carbon pricing and you make energy more expensive, then you hurt the poor. And I don't think you just hurt them. In fact, I know you just don't hurt them. I heard a man 2 days ago who's fed 350 million people in the course of his life, heading the UN's largest relief agency, make the claim quite straightforwardly that misappropriation on the part of interventionist governments increased the rate of absolute privation dramatically in the world over the last 4 or 5 years, and that has happened not least because of carbon pricing, not just carbon pricing, but the insistence that carbon per se is an externality that we should control. Now, Germany's paid a radical price for that, for example, so their power is now about 5 times as expensive as it could be, and they pollute more per unit of power than they did 10 years ago before they introduced these policies that were hypothetically there to account for externality. And the externality was carbon dioxide. I don't think that's computable externality. And I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever that it's actually an externality that we should be warping the economic system to ameliorate if the cost of that, and it will be an increase in absolute privation among the world's poor. So here's a additional argument on that front with regards to externalities. You get that wrong, and here's something you could get right instead. If you ameliorate absolute poverty among the world's 1 billion poorest, they take a longer view of the future. And that means they become environmentally aware. And so the fastest route to a sustainable planet could well be the remediation of absolute poverty. And the best route to that is cheap energy. And we're interfering with the development of cheap energy by meddling with the hypothetically detrimental externality of carbon dioxide. And so I think this is a complete bloody travesty, by the way. We are putting the lives of hundreds of millions of people directly at risk right now to hypothetically save people in the future, depending on the accuracy of our projections 100 years out. And these interventionists, these people who are remediating externalities, they actually believe that they can calculate an economic projection 1 century out. That's utterly delusional.
So just to be clear, the first thing, I'm just giving an example of how you can use like a government intervention to make a free market track something, which is what cap and trade or like carbon taxes would do. I wasn't necessarily speaking to the strength of that individual thing, but
that's a good thing to focus on.
Yeah, we can focus on that as well.
Externality.
We can focus on that as well. So the first thing, this is going to sound mean, but I'm very realistic. There needs to be a better argument than just it disproportionately impacts the poor.
That's
always
classic leftist argument.
It might be, but
it's the same argument you made to justify your swing to the left at the beginning of our discussion. You said that you were looking at economic inequalities that disproportionately affected the poor. So I can't see why, and I'm not trying to be mean about this either. I can't see why you could base your argument that it was morally appropriate for you to swing to the left from your previous position because you saw disproportionate effects on the poor, and I can't use that argument in the situation that I'm presenting it right now.
Well, because it depends on if we think it's a condition that ought to be remedied or not. For instance, if I walk around and I see homeless people, I'm like, man, this is really sad. We ought to spend more money on homeless people because it seems like they're disproportionately affected by their living conditions. And then somebody says, oh, well, do you think we should still lock up, rapists and murderers? Aren't they disproportionately poor? I'd probably say, well, yeah, we probably should. I go, well, isn't that hypocritical? Well, no, I think that rapists and murderers should probably be in jail, but we can also help the homeless at the same time. I think that just helping the poor isn't an argument, like a blank check to do every possible thing to satisfy poorer people.
Right,
it's going to depend on each
Yeah, that's fine.
So, like, for instance, I think
because the poor, everyone who's poor is not a victim. Some people who are poor are psychopathic perpetrators.
Sure.
And it's very useful to distinguish them. But I was making a much more specific argument. My argument was that the fastest way out of absolute privation for the world's bottom billion people is through cheap energy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. So I just work my way towards that. I just want to say that just because something targets the poor is not necessarily an argument against it.
It depends on how hard it targets them, and it depends on whether mass starvation is the outcome.
The outcome is important. That I agree with. So, for instance, like a sin tax.
The
taxes on like
outcome will be mass starvation.
I'm getting to it. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting to it. Okay. Sin taxes on like cigarettes and alcohol are always going to disproportionately impact the poor, or even sugar, we might say, right? But just because that disproportionately impacts the poor, is that a good thing or a bad thing? These are probably the people that suffer the most from those particular afflictions.
Right.
So,
and that is an immediate versus delayed issue too, right? Because the reason.
Obesity is an immediate.
I mean, the reason for the tax is to stop people from pursuing a certain form of short-term gratification at the cost of their longer-term well-being.
Correct, and that exact same idea, if you believe climate models, or if you believe that we're heading in a certain direction in terms of climate, the overall warming of the planet, would be the same argument you would make for climate change.
Only if you believe that you could model economic development 100 years into the future.
Well, we're not trying to model. We're more concerned with modeling climate development.
No. You're equally well. Okay, tell me how I'm wrong. I don't believe that, because what I see happening is two things. We have climate models that purport to explain what's going to happen over a century on the climate side, but we have economic models layered right on top of those that claim that there's going to be various forms of disaster for human beings economically as a consequence of that climate change. And so that's like two towers of Babel stacked on top of one another. And so, because if people were just saying, oh, the climate's going to change, there'd be no moral impetus in that. It's the climate's going to change and that's going to be disastrous for the biosphere and for humanity. But that's an economic argument as well as a climate-based argument.
It's both, but the worst projections of what would happen if the climate took a disastrous turn are worse than the worst projections of what is our planet going to look like economically if we hardcore police.
Right. Why would you? Okay, but I don't understand the distinction between models.
Well, the argument would be that whatever pain and suffering poor people might endure right now because of a move towards green energy, that pain and suffering is going to be short-term and far less than the long-term pain and suffering.
Right, but that's dependent on the integrity of the economic models and
the climate models as well, right?
Exactly, but in exactly the stacked manner that I described it. Like, there's nobody in 1890 who could have predicted what was going to happen in 1990 economically. Not a bit. And if we think we can predict, like, 50 years out now with the current rate of technology and calculate the potential impact of climate change on economic flourishing for human beings, we're deluded. No one can do that. It's worse. So imagine that as you do that and you project outward, your margin of error increases. That's absolutely, definitely the case. And at some point, you're certainly on the climate side, the margin of error gets rapidly to the point where it subsumes any estimate of the degree to which the climate is going to transform, and that happens even more rapidly on the economic side.
Potentially, but I think right now this is a disagreement on the fact of the matter, though, not the philosophy of what we're talking about. It's just controlling externalities. If we think, I'm curious. Let's say that we think we can accurately predict the climate and the economic impact, and we think that the climate impact would be far worse if we don't account for that, both in terms of human conditions.
I don't believe any of those presumptions.
Sure, but then if you don't, but I mean, like, obviously, if I agreed with that factual analysis, I would probably agree with you on the prescription here too, right? And I don't like none of the climate models were accurate or couldn't accurately predict anything.
They're not sufficiently accurate. That's the first thing. And second, because they have a margin of error, and it's a large margin of error, they don't even model cloud coverage well. That's a big problem. They don't have the resolution. They don't have nearly the resolution to produce the accuracy that's claimed by the climate apocalypse mongers.
People keep saying that, but we just got another one of the hottest years on record. How many times are we going to have another hottest year on record? How many times are we going to have an increase of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere before we're finally like, okay?
I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because it depends. The scientific answer to that question depends precisely on the time frame over which you evaluate climate fluctuation. And that's actually an intractable scientific problem. So you might say, well, if you take the last 100 years, this variation looks pretty dismal. And I'd say, well, what if you took the last 150,000 years? Or the last 10,000, or the last 10 million. You can't specify the damn time frame analysis.
The time frame is incredibly important. That'd be like saying, look at your, let's say somebody developed cancer, they didn't realize it, and the person has lost, 40 or 50 pounds in the past 6 months, and they're like, you look very sickly. And you're like, okay, well, look at my weight fluctuation over the past 10 years. Well, it doesn't really matter. What matters
I'm
is
not
fact
saying
that
the
the
time
Constitution-
frame isn't important.
Well, but I'm
I'm
saying
saying
like
that it is important.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
no.
saying I don't know how to specify it.
Well, you would probably specify with the beginning of the industrial age, right?
Why?
Because that's when carbon dioxide, which is a gas system, is trapping more heat on the
Why
planet.
is that
begins to-
relevant to the time over which you compute the variability?
Because it seems like as carbon dioxide has increased in the atmosphere, the surface temperatures have risen at a rate that is a departure from what we'd expect over 150,000 year cycles of temperature variations on the
No,
planet.
not with that time frame. That's just
Absolutely.
not the case.
It's absolutely the case.
No, what do you mean? You just flipped to 150,000 year time span.
What I'm
So-
saying is that if we expect to see a temperature do this in a 150,000 year time span, in a 100 year time span, seeing it do this, that's very worrying. Now,
I
it
mean,
could be
like
that
Michael
they've-
Mann's hockey stick, the one that's under attack right now in court by a major statistician who claimed that he falsified his data. I mean, that spike?
I'm talking about the record temperatures that are declared, that have been declared for like the past 5 years, that have also increased with the concentration of parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. I mean, I'm not going to tell you that every model is perfect.
They're
but
not
right now, sure, but right now we're like standing in traffic with our eyes closed, saying the car hasn't hit me yet, so I don't think there's any coming. I think it's pretty undeniable at this point that there is an impact on climate across the planet. I
think that's highly deniable. We have no idea what the impact is from. We don't know where the carbon dioxide is from. We can't measure the warming of the oceans. We have terrible temperature records going back 100 years. Almost all the terrestrial temperature detection sites were first put outside urban areas, and then then you have to correct. Then you have to correct for the movement of the urban areas, and then you introduce an error parameter that's larger than the purported increase in temperature that you're planning to measure. This isn't data. This is guess. And there's something weird underneath it. There's something weird that isn't oriented well towards human beings underneath it. It has this guise of compassion. Oh, we're going to save the poor in the future. It's like that's what the bloody communists said. And they killed a lot of people doing it. And we're walking down that same road now with this insistence that, you know, we're so compassionate that we care about the poor 100 years from now. And if we have to wipe out several 100 million of them now, well, that's a small price to pay for the future utopia. And we've heard that sort of thing before. And the alternative to that is to stop having global level elites plot out a utopian future or even an anti-dystopian future. And that's exactly what's happening now with organizations like the WEF. And if this wasn't immediately impacting the poor in a devastating manner, I wouldn't care about it that much, but it is. You know, I watched over the course of the last 5 years the estimates of the number of people who were in serious danger of food privation rise from about 100 million to about 350 million. That's a major price to pay for a little bit of, what would you say, for progress on the climate front that's so narrow it can't even be measured.
I don't think the increase in hungry people in the planet is because of climate policies.
Why not?
Because I don't think that countries in Africa are being pushed away from fossil fuels. I mean, most developing.
Of course they are. They can't even get loans from the World Bank to pursue fossil fuel development. And there's plenty of African leaders who are screeching at the top of their lungs about that because the elites in the West have decided that, well, it was okay for us to use fossil fuel so that we wouldn't have to starve to death and our children had some opportunities. But maybe the starving masses that are too large a load for the world anyways shouldn't have that opportunity. And that's direct policy from the UN, fostered by organizations like the WEF. They're going to have to turn to renewables. Yeah, well, good luck with that, because renewables have no energy density. Besides that, they're not renewable and they're not environmentally friendly. And then one more thing. There's one more weird thing underneath all of this.
Okay.
Well, let's say if carbon dioxide was actually your bugbear and it was genuine. Well, then why wouldn't the Greens, for example, in Africa, the progressives, be agitating to expand the use of nuclear energy? Especially because Germany has to import it anyways, especially because France has demonstrated that it's possible. We could drive down the cost of energy with low-cost nuclear, and there'd be no carbon production. And then the poor people would have something to eat because they'd have enough energy. And that isn't what's happening. And that's one of the things that makes me extremely skeptical of the entire narrative. It's like two things. The left will sacrifice the poor to save the planet. And the left will deindustrialize even at the nuclear level, despite the fact that it devastates the poor. And that's even worse, because if you devastate the poor and you force them into a short-term orientation, in any given country where starvation beckons, for example, they will cut down all the trees and they will kill down all the animals and they will destroy the ecosphere. And so even by the standards of the people who are pushing the carbon dioxide externality control, all the consequences of that doctrine appear to me to be devastating even by their own measurement principles. We're trying to fix the environment. Well, boys and girls, doesn't look like it's working. All you've managed to do is make energy 5 times as expensive and more polluting. You were wrong. That didn't work. And I can't understand. You can help me. That's why you're here today talking to me. I can't understand how the left can support this.
This is one quick thing. Let's say that everything you've said is true. What do you think is the plan then? What's the goal? What is the drive? Like why push obviously horrible ideas for the planet before?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Well, because you're positing it, right? So what do you think is the driver goal?
Well, I listen to what people say. Here's the most terrible thing they say. There are too many people on the planet. Okay, so who says that? I've heard people say that for 30 years. Perfectly ordinary, compassionate people. Well, there's too many people on the planet. And I think, well, for me, that's like hearing Satan himself take possession of their spine and move their mouth. It's like, okay, who are these excess people that you're so concerned about? And exactly who has to go? And when? And why? And how? And who's going to make that decision? And even if you're not consciously aiming at that, you are the one who uttered the words. You're the ones who muttered the phrase. What makes you think that the thing that possessed you to make you utter that words isn't aiming at exactly what you just declared? And so that's a terrible vision. But when you look at what happens in genocidal societies, and they emerge with fair regularity, and usually with the utopian vision at hand, the consequence is the mass destruction of millions of people. So why should I assume that something horrible isn't lurking like that right now, especially given that we have UK? Like, it's insane. Like, look, man, if they would have got rid of the nuclear plants and made energy 5 times as expensive, and the consequence would have been they weren't burning lignite coal as a backup, and their unit production of energy, of pollution per unit of energy had plummeted, you could say, well, look, we hurt a lot of poor people, but at least the air is cleaner. It's like, no, air's worse, and everyone's poorer. So, explain to me how the hell the left could be anti-nuclear.
Okay.
I don't understand it at all.
Gotcha. All right. This is something I brought up earlier that is concerning to me. I feel like when people get political beliefs, I feel like what happens is, what we think happens, what we hope happen is you have some moral or philosophical underpinning, and then from there, you combine this with some epistemic understanding of the world, and then you combine these two things, you engage in some form of analysis, and your moral
It'd be nice if that was true.
Yeah, you start to apply like prescriptions. So maybe I'm religious, maybe I analyze society and I see that particular TV shows lead to premarital sex. So my societal prescriptions, we should ban these TV shows, right? Ideally, this is how you would imagine this process works. What I find happens, unfortunately, all too often is what people do is they join social groups, and then with those social groups, they inherit something that I call like a constellation of beliefs. And this constellation of beliefs, instead of rationally building on each of these, you basically get this like Jenga tower that is like floating over a table, and every block is like supporting itself, and no real part of the tower can be addressed because you pull out one piece, it all falls apart. So people become like very stuck in all of this combined constellation stuff, and none of it is really given like any analysis, and you can't really push anybody from one way or another in terms of like reevaluating any of the beliefs that are part of this constellation. I wish I would have.
That's fine.
Sleep is the foundation of our mental and physical health. You must have a consistent nighttime routine to function at your best. If you're struggling with sleep, you need to check out Beam. It's not just your run-of-the-mill sleep aid. It's a concoction carefully crafted to help you rest without the grogginess that often accompanies other sleep remedies. Several people on our team use Beam's Dream Powder to sleep better through the night and show up ready for work. Other sleep aids can cause next-day grogginess, but Dream contains a powerful, all-natural blend of reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, apigenin, and melatonin to help you fall asleep stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Now available in delicious flavors like cinnamon cocoa, chocolate peanut butter, and mint chip. Better Sleep has never tasted better. And today, our listeners get a special discount on Beam's Dream Powder. Your science-backed, healthy hot cocoa for sleep with no added sugar. Better Sleep has never tasted better. Just mix Beam Dream into hot water or milk, stir or froth, and enjoy before bedtime. If you find yourself struggling to sleep, give it a shot. Get up to 40% off for a limited time when you go to
I'm never going to find this thing, so we'll just keep on building.
at checkout. That's shop, BEAM.com/Peterson, and use code Peterson for 40% off.
That's good. That's fine. That's right. Well, you know, there are models now of there are models now of cognitive processing, belief system processing that make the technical claim that what a belief system does is constrain entropy.
Sure, that's not surprising at all.
Okay, so and now the signal for released entropy, which would be a consequence of, say, violated fundamental beliefs, is a radical increase in anxiety, right, and a decrease in the possibility of positive emotion. And so people will struggle very hard against that, which is exactly the phenomena that you're describing.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with what you said.
So here's my
so I'm not sure why it's relevant to the issue I was pursuing.
I'm getting it.
Fine. Yeah.
Here's my issue. Okay, so when I'm trying to evaluate a situation, I like to think that I have I've got some insulation from the effects of what liberals think or what conservatives think. Because on my platform, I don't necessarily have an allegiance to a particular political ideology. Like right now, I'm like center left to progressive, but I break really hard to progress on certain issues. I think Kyle Rittenhouse is on the right. I think basically everything you guys are doing with indigenous people is insane, including the complete mass grave hoax. I think that I'm a big supporter of the Second Amendment. I have beliefs where I can break from my side, pretty hardcore because I am not like allegiant to a certain political ideology. One thing that worries me with this constellation of beliefs thing is that sometimes when it comes to evaluating a particular policy or a particular problem, I feel like it's part of the constellation. And sometimes it inhibits people from like taking a step back and reasonably thinking about the issue. So when we're talking about climate change, you mentioned the WEF sacrificing tons of people, the UN, global elites, 5 times energy costs in Germany, genocidal people. I feel like this is part of like a whole thing where it's like, okay, well, let's take a quick step back and let's just like think rationally about this particular issue for one moment. Okay.
Well, you asked me what the motivation for anti-poor policies might be, so that's why I was.
Well, I did, but I got all of those things before I then asked that question, because I think it's totally possible that somebody might say, okay, well, when you put carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it seems to cause an increase in surface temperatures. This has been happening from about the 1800s, and as we started to track surface temperatures, whether the thermometer is on top of the Empire State Building or in the middle of the field, it seems like there's an average rise in temperatures. And people all around the world are observing this. In some places more than others. If you live in Seattle and 20 years ago, your apartment building wasn't built with air conditioner units, you feel that now. If you live in a place in London and you've never had an air conditioner before, now that's not acceptable. I think that people on the ground can see that there are changes, and I think that scientists, when they look in labs, can see changes. It might be that some models aren't precise enough, and it might be that for reasons we don't even understand.
Well, the economic models certainly aren't precise enough.
Sure, maybe that might be true.
Maybe. They can't even use them to predict the price of a single stock for 6 months. The economic models are not sufficiently accurate to calculate out the consequences of climate change over a century.
I like the comparison because economic models can't predict individual stocks, but they do predict the rough rise of the market. You invest in the S&P 500,
you get cataclysmic collapse.
Oh, even with the cataclysmic collapse accounted for, you're going to see about 7% returns on average with inflation over
I wouldn't call an average a very sophisticated model analogous to climate change.
That's the difference between climate and weather, though, right? Is that climate isn't going to tell you what the temperature is on a given day, but it might tell you the average surface temperature over a period of 1 year or 10 years. And then that's the difference between climate and weather. That's the difference between like market and stuff. It is a hypothetical, but again, we're seeing more and more and more data every single year.
Okay, so let's jump out of our clouded presuppositions for a minute.
Sure.
Now, one of the things that...
Oh, no, wait. Before we do that, actually, because I want to say, there are some things that we've gotten as a result of investing in green energy that have been good. So, for instance, the power of solar energy has dropped dramatically in the United States, faster than anybody thought possible, such that solar energy is like competitive or beating fossil fuels in certain areas. As long as you can set the solar panels up, you're literally beating fossil fuels.
And as long as the sun is shining.
Well, it still is, but we're not a nuclear winter yet.
No,
So
but it isn't when it's cloudy. And
that's why I said depending on where you live. There are places, equatorial places, if you're trying to set up a solar panel in Seattle, you might not have as much luck, or in New York City, you might not have as much. Or in Germany, true. There are also, I think,
Canada.
There are also other issues that are coming up that I think are obfuscating our ability to evaluate what's being caused by green energy versus not. When we look at energy increases in Germany, I think there's a similar constellation around nuclear energy, for instance. People don't want nuclear energy because they think of nukes, and they think of nuclear meltdowns, and they think of Chernobyl, and they think of Fukushima, and they think of atomic bombs, and that's it. And that's stupid. And I agree with you. But nuclear energy is a totally viable alternative to other forms of.
Then why does the radical left oppose it? You think it's just this
for the same reason the right opposes vaccines, because it sounds scary and it's a big thing and they don't trust it.
Well, the right has a reason to distrust vaccines in the aftermath of the COVID debacle.
Well,
because they were imposed by force, and that was a very.
You get to choose. You have a nuclear power plant. That's imposed by force too, no? You don't get to choose where your energy comes from. If you live in a country, you turn the light switch, and hopefully you don't have a Chernobyl that melts down in your particular town, right?
Well, you get to choose it because you can buy it or not.
Well,
that's the choice.
It does, but
nobody had a choice with the vaccines.
Nobody had a choice whether or not they lived near Chernobyl or not. Nobody's a choice.
They could move away.
Well, I don't really think it's to move like 500 miles. That's like telling conservatives when Biden tried to do the OSHA mandate for vaccines, like, well, you just get a different job.
I don't want to debate about whether or not large nuclear power plants are frightening. They are.
Sure. Okay.
And there are technologies now where that's not a problem. Mm-hmm. And I think that's part of the place for our discussion to go, because I also understand why people are afraid of it. But what I don't understand, for example, is why the Germans shut down their nuclear power plants and the Californians are thinking and doing the same thing when they have to import power from France anyways. Like, it's completely.
Or burn coal, which is a million times worse.
Not just coal, lignite.
Yeah.
Right. And then with regards to these renewable power sources, they have a number of problems. One is they're not energy dense. They require tremendous infrastructure to produce. They might be renewable at the energy level, but they're not renewable at the raw materials level. So that's a complete bloody lie. They're insanely variable in their power production. And because of that, you have to have a backup system, and the backup system has to be reliable without variability. And that means if you have a renewable grid, you have to have a parallel fossil fuel or coal grid to back it up when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow, which is unfortunately very, very frequently. And so, again, I'm not going to say there's no place for renewable energy like solar and wind, because maybe there are specific niche locales where those are useful. But the logical, antidote to the problem of reliability, if we're concerned about carbon, but we're really not, would be to use nuclear. And the Greens haven't been flying their bloody flags for 30 years saying, well, we could use fossil fuels for fertilizer and feed people, and we could use nuclear power to drive energy costs down in a carbon dioxide-free manner. That seems pretty bloody self-evident to me. And so then it brings up this other mystery that we were talking about earlier. What's the impetus behind all this? Because the cover story is, we care about carbon dioxide, which I don't think they do, especially given the willingness to sacrifice the poor. It makes no sense to me. And I think it's relevant to the issue you brought up, which is that people have these constellations of ideas, and there's a driving force in the midst of them, so to speak. They're not necessarily aware of what that driving force is.
Isn't it more likely that people are either misinformed or misguided than people are legitimately trying to depopulate the planet?
Misinformed and ignorant, that's plenty relevant and worth considering. And stupidity is always a better explanation than malevolence. But malevolence is also an explanation. And no, I don't think it's a better explanation, because
why do we waste so much money sending food aid, having Bush do programs through Africa for AIDS, having other billionaires like Bill Gates invest so much money in anti-malarial stuff? Like, why would all the global elites be so invested in helping and killing the people here at the same time?
Well, some of it's confusion.
Okay.
And some of it's the fact, many things can be happening simultaneously with a fair bit of internal paradox, because people just don't know which way is up often. But the problem with the argument, so you tell me what you think about this.
Uh-huh.
So, Hitler's cover story was that he wanted to make the glorious Third Reich and elevate the Germans to the highest possible status for the longest possible period of time. Okay, but that wasn't the outcome. The outcome was that Hitler shot himself through the head after he married his wife, who died from poison the same day, in a bunker underneath Berlin while Europe was in flames. Well, he was insisting that the Germans deserved exactly what they got because they weren't the noble people he thought they were. And then you might say, well, Hitler's plans collapsed in flames, and wasn't that a catastrophe? Or you could say that was exactly what he was aiming for from the beginning, because he was brutally resentful and miserable right from the time he was, a rejected artist at the age of 16. And so he was working, or something was working within him, and something that might well be regarded as demonic, whose end goal was precisely what it attained, which was the devastation of hundreds of millions of people, and Europe left in a smoking ruin. And the cover story was the Grand Third Reich. And so there's no reason at all to assume that we're not in exactly the same situation right now.
I think there's a great reason to assume. I think that Hitler's motives and everything he was trying to do wasn't a secret. I don't think that anybody had to guess that he was incredibly anti-Semitic, that his Aryan supremacy was going to lead to the destruction and the murder of so many different people in concentration camps. None of this was a secret. It's not like he was hiding it. He tried to maybe hide the death camps, but nobody in Germany was wondering, wow, crazy that pogroms are happening against Jewish people. That's so crazy. Or, wow, they're all being shipped to just mainly the Jews to camps to work. That's kind of interesting. Or, wow, he talks about this a lot in Mein Kampf, but maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't think you can compare Hitler to people that are worried about climate change. The worry that I have here is because if we're applying
people in Germany thought Hitler was perfectly motivated by the highest of benevolent.
If I were to take this standard of evidence and apply this lens of analysis, couldn't I say the exact same thing about the conservative constellation of beliefs? They don't want to intervene anywhere in the world because they don't care about the problems there. They're anti-immigration because they hate brown people. Trump wanted to ban Muslims from coming to the United States because he's xenophobic. Conservatives don't want to have taxes to help the poor because homeless people starve and die in the winter. But I feel like
some of that's true, and yes, you can adopt that criticism. I think the difference with regards especially to the libertarian side of the conservative enterprise, but also to some degree to the conservative enterprise, is they're not building a central gigantic organization to put forward this particular utopian claim. And so even if the conservatives are as morally addled as the leftists, and to some degree that might be true, they're not organized with the same gigantism in mind. And so they're not as dangerous at the moment. Now, they could well be, and they have been in the past, but at the moment they're not. And so, of course, you can be skeptical about people's motivations when they're brandishing the moral flag.
Why would we say that they're not as concerned about the gigantism? I feel like everybody is when it's particularly that they care about.
You mean whether they would be inclined in that direction?
For sure. That conservatives wield the power of the government whenever they feel they need to, just as liberals do. Right? Conservatives were very happy to see, for instance, abortion was brought back as
that's a good objection. I think that you're correct in your assumption that once people identify a core area of concern, they're going to be motivated to seek power to implement that concern.
I think cancel culture is a good idea too. I think conservatives, prior to the 2000s, if they could censor everything related to either LGBT stuff or weird musical stuff, or so that they didn't want their kids to watch, conservatives would do it. But now that you see that liberals and progressives are kind of wielding that corporate hammer, now conservatives are very much, well, hold on, we need freedom of speech, we need to platform everybody. And now progressives are well, hold on, maybe we shouldn't platform people.
I've got no disagreement with those things that you said, and I have no disagreement about your proposition that people will seek power to impose their central doctrine. Okay, so then you might say, and so we can have a very serious conversation about that. What do we have that ameliorates that tendency?
In the United States, we've got hopefully a form of decentralized government. I can't speak to Canada as much, but
yes, that's true. So that's one of the institutional protections against that, because what that does is put various forms of power striving in conflict with one another, right? And so that's a very intelligent solution. But then there are psychological and philosophical solutions as well. And one of them might be that you abjure the use of power, right, as a principle. And so and this is one of the things that was done very badly during the COVID era, let's say, because the rule should be something like, you don't get to impose your solution on people using compulsion and force. There's a doctrine there, which is any policy that requires compulsion and force is to be looked upon with extreme skepticism. Now, it's tricky because now and then you have to deal with psychopaths, and they tend not to respond to anything but force. And so there's an exception there that always has to be made, and it's a very tricky exception. But look, let me tell you a story, and you tell me what you think about this. because I think it's very relevant to the concern that you just expressed, and I don't believe that the conservatives are necessarily any less tempted by the calling of power than the leftists. That's going to vary from situation to situation. Though I would say probably overall in the 20th century, the leftists have the worst record in terms of sheer numbers of people killed.
So I mean, it depends on how we're quantifying.
Not really.
But
okay,
yeah,
we'll just quantify
sure.
Mao. How's that? Direct death of 100 million people. So, that's a pretty stark fact. And if we're going to argue about that, well, then we're really not going to get anywhere. So,
I'm not disagreeing that the Holodomor happened as well. The Soviet Union and China were.
20 to 50 million people in the Soviet. It's a war of hope.
I'm just saying, for World War II, it was how much you attribute the war does to Nazi Germany, et cetera, et cetera. But sure, like largely speaking, I don't think that the left beat the right because the right wasn't trying. I don't think it's because Hitler's lack of trying led him to kill less people than who ended up dying during the Great Leap Forward or during the industrialization of the
Yes, well, I also think it's an open question still to what degree Hitler's policies were right-wing versus left-wing, and no one's done the analysis properly yet to determine that.
Well, what do we
because
consider?
It was a national socialist movement for a reason, and the socialist part of it wasn't accidental.
Well, but there was no, cooperatively formed businesses that were owned by all of the people, for the people, and distributed to the people. And I don't think redistribution was high on Hitler's list of things to do.
That's true. It was a strange mix of totalitarian policy.
I don't think it was a strange mix. I think it was a bid to appeal to mid-left and center-left, the KPD and the German Socialist Party by calling themselves National Socialists. I think it was very much like an authoritarian, ultra-nationalist regime that pretty squarely fits with. People get mad if you call something far right or far left because they have
one of the things I would have done if I would have been able to hang on to my professorship at the University of Toronto would have been to extract out a random sample of Nazi policies and strip them of markers of their origin and present them to a set of people with conservative or leftist beliefs and see who agreed with them more. And that analysis has never been done as far as I know, so we actually don't know. And we could know. If the social scientists would do their bloody job, which they don't, generally speaking, that's something we could know. We could probably use the AI systems we have now, the large language models, to determine to what degree left and right beliefs intermingled in the rise of National Socialism. So that's all technically possible. So, and it hasn't been done, so it's a matter of opinion.
Sure, so, I don't necessarily disagree. That's something you could.
So I was going to tell you the story. Okay, well, this has to do with the use of power. So I spent a time with a group of scholars putting and analyzing the Exodus story, an Exodus seminar recently. And so the Exodus story is a very interesting story because it's what would you say? It's an analysis of the central tendency of movement away from tyranny and slavery. That's a good way of thinking about it. So the possibility of tyranny and the possibility of slavery are possibilities that present themselves to everyone within the confines of their life, psychologically and socially. You can be your own tyrant with regards to the imposition of a set of radical doctrines that you have to abide by and punish yourself brutally whenever you deviate from them. We all contend with the issue of tyranny and slavery. And there's an alternative path, and that's what the Exodus story lays out. And Moses is the exemplar of that alternative path, although he has his flaws. And one of his flaws is that he turns too often to the use of force. So he kills an Egyptian, for example, an Egyptian noble who has slayed a one of Moses' Hebrew slave brothers, and he has to leave. There's a variety of indications in the text that he uses his staff, he uses his rod, and he uses power when he's supposed to use persuasion and legal or verbal invitation and argumentation. And this happens most spectacularly right at the end of the sojourn. So Moses has spent 40 years leading the Israelites through the desert. And he's right on the border of the promised land. And really what that means at a more fundamental basis is that he's at the threshold of attaining what he's been aiming at, what he's devoted his whole life to. And he's been a servant of that purpose in the highest order. And the Israelites are still in the desert, which means they're lost and confused. They don't know which way is up. They're still slaves. And now they're dying of thirst, which is what you die of. spiritual thirst if you're sufficiently lost. And they go to Moses and ask him to intercede with God. And God tells Moses to speak to the rocks so that they'll reveal the water within. And Moses strikes the rocks with his rod twice instead, right? He uses force. And so God says to him, you'll now die before you enter the promised land. It's Joshua who enters and not Moses. Okay, and you might wonder why I'm telling you that story.
We'll find it in a bit.
That story because those concepts at the center of that cloud of concepts that you described are stories, right? They're stories, and if they're well formulated, they're archetypal stories. And this is an archetypal story that's illustrating the danger of the use of compulsion and force. And so one of the problems you're obviously obsessed by and that I'm trying to solve is what do we do as an alternative to tyranny, whether it's for a utopian purpose in the future or maybe for the purpose of like conservative censoring music lyrics they don't approve of. And one answer is we don't use force. We do the sort of thing that you and I are trying to do right now, which is to have a conversation that's aimed at clarifying things. And so that's a principle that's something like the consent of the governed, right? It's something like, but it's also something like you have the right to go to hell in a handbasket if that's what you choose. And as long as you don't, in doing so, you're not in everyone's way too much. You have the right to your own destiny, right? And so, and you don't get to use power to oppose that. That's the other thing that worries me about what's going on the utopian front, because the problem is, once you conjure up a climate apocalypse and you make the case that there's an impending disaster that's delayed, and you might say, well, delayed how long? And the response would be, well, we're not sure, but it's likely to occur in the next 100 or so years, which is pretty inaccurate. You now have a universal get out of jail card that can be utilized extremely well by power-mad psychopaths. And they will absolutely do that because power-mad psychopaths use whatever they can to further their cause.
Look, Mr. Peterson, you're incredibly fantastically amusing and intellectual, but no, okay.
Live from London, it's Plank of the Week with Mike Graham.
Good evening and welcome to Plank of the Week, the one show where you don't have to worry about judging anything because we do it all for you. But Israel Upshot's here, Howard Cox is here, Candice Holford, haven't seen you for a while, welcome back. Stephen Allen as well. I suppose you'd have to start at the top of the tree, wouldn't you, today? So Keir Starmer.
I mean, where do you begin with this guy? So what's really exciting me this week is his brutal repression of free speech, which is so sinister.
Yes.
I'm kind of feeling like plank is too nice a word for it, actually, but nonetheless, I don't want to weaken my own nomination.
Yeah.
So this is a week in which we have seen a number of people who have either been jailed or have been chucked into a police cell for up to 36 hours for the crime of posting messages on social media. Now, in some cases, those messages have been clearly pretty awful and designed to create unrest.
Pretty stupid.
All worse, pretty stupid. But in other cases, they've only been stupid and not malign and not malicious, and nonetheless, those people have been treated as if they're terrorists. And it just is very, very concerning. The way that the police forces, and backed up by the government, have been putting out these finger-wagging statements saying, if you're a keyboard warrior, we've all got to take responsibility. We'll be coming for you. And they literally are using that kind of rhetoric. We're coming.
And this was coming from Sir Mark Rowley, wasn't it? Who was the head of the Metropolitan Police, saying he was even going to come after people in America, which everybody felt about.
I mean, this is like McCarthyism in the pursuit of a different side. Red's under the bed. In this case, it's far right dogs under the bed.
Yeah.
And it just is the kind of repression that I don't think has any place in a proud, strong, modern democracy. And why is it happening? Because the government doesn't have any answers to the crisis, so the best thing they can do is shoot the messenger.
And try and stop him from writing. I mean, you can see why they clamp down on people that write it. As we all said at the time, how much further is this all going to go? And where are they going to stop? Because nobody really knows. I mean, I don't know, for example, what they will consider to be incitement to riot. I don't know what would be considered to be hate crimes or non-crime crime, whatever the hell it is.
The definitions, one of the problems, Mike.
Nobody knows what you can say and what you can't say.
Well, I mean, what I've written in the last probably 15 months about Sadiq Khan, I should be a life sentence.
Yeah, well, don't worry, there's still time. There's still be
We'll come and visit you.
Yeah.
I mean, we
They
will be
might
with you. We'll be with you.
I found that so sinister on Twitter, the gov.uk tweet, think before you post.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that. I think it really does fit the definition
Yeah.
of Orwellian. It
Yeah.
really, really does.
Yeah.
Think before you post should only be applied to greeting cards with glitter.
Yes.
Don't send me one of those because you are making my life hell for about 4
No, don't worry, you can't send anything through the post anymore because it never gets there.
Wouldn't get
Nothing
there.
gets there. You know,
But I think anything that demonstrably says let's go out and burn things down,
Right.
or let's go out and harm people,
Yeah.
that of course there is a category for
but that's always been the
But a
case,
lot of
isn't it?
stuff is reasonable comment, and the problem with this type of repression is that people become very nervous about having a legitimate and important public interest debate. And I'll tell you what it is the government is desperate to cover up. That is any link being exposed between violent crime and immigration.
Yeah.
They cannot handle that. They want it
They don't want
swept
to talk about
away. And this is why every time something awful happens, they're quick to say, well, this was a local person from, wherever it was, when quite patently it almost certainly was not a local person.
Right.
Unless you're stretching that
But you know what the other
definition to global.
the other interesting thing in reverse of that was that they talked about this sort of far right, mobilised force of sort of thugs who were moving all around the country, rioting everywhere, and everywhere they turned up on trains, they were travelling together, and almost everyone, I think, to a man and woman who has been sent down and done jail time for this, they're all local. Not one of them is a sort of travelling far right thug. These are all people who are concerned about their own communities, and they've done something very, very stupid and criminal, and now they're paying the price for it. But what they were was some kind of, well-organised mob.
And the thing that really unsettles me about all of this is the way they're being made an example of.
Yeah.
Now, we can have a debate about whether politicians and governments are allowed to do that. Maybe there is a case for making an example of people in a certain very, very difficult situation. But it really sits badly with me that there are actual rapists, actual killers, actual serial drug dealers, and those who have committed literally dozens of offences who are avoiding custodial sentences. Then you've got some poor, middle-aged woman who, in a bit of a hot temper, tweeted something stupid, and it's being sent down for months or years.
It's incredible.
I thought we didn't have enough prison places.
Well, we have, because we've let some killers out in order to let them in.
Brilliant.
So that's great. But let's have a look at how you deal with Keir Starmer. If he ever comes round and tries to do you for thought crimes.
That man is not allowed in my pub. Get out of my pub. Go on. Get out of my pub.
Remember that? That was during the election campaign, 2019, I suppose. My goodness, that's fine flies. And he's wearing the stupid mask, and that guy just wasn't having it, and he was great. It was in Bath, I think that happened. And
He's a Barbara Windsor comment. Get out of my pub.
Absolutely. It would be great. Anyway, Howard, over to you.
Well,
I mean, you come in so rarely nowadays. I'm surprised that you haven't thought of another plank that you proposed. But here we are again.
Well, my dear friend, he's been elected for a third term, and by 18% of numbers, 82% didn't want it, but 18% got it, and he's doing all the usual things, all the promises and all the things. He's promising the £12 million on more LTMs and cycle lanes, and all those sorts of things. But this is the thing that's really incredible. He actually bought into saying building 3,000 affordable houses.
Yes.
He's only built 71.
Right.
2.3%. Yeah. 2.3% is what he's achieved. Now,
and he's always been very critical. He was always critical of the Tories for not building houses, but he hasn't done it either.
Well, why did the Tory government and why have the Labour government not jumped on him? And Lord Bailey, Sean Bailey, my good friend, he actually said that he should be put into special measures.
Yes. Well, that would be. I mean, I saw the other story this week that I can't remember the exact numbers, but under Boris Johnson, there was something like 10 senior members of the mayor's staff who were on sort of the top level of salary. Under Sadiq Khan, it's gone up to something like 75. And he's got loads and loads of these people, not least the new climate czar that he's brought in from somewhere up.
And the night side.
And of course, the night czar, she was on Playing the Week last week.
Yeah.
Amy Lane,
whatever we call
it, who's been off sick but able to still do her radio show on BBC Radio 6, even though she's off sick.
But there are 1,000 employees under him, around 6 salaries.
Yes. No, he's absolutely, and TfL is the same, isn't it? Also, you've got to give him the credit for managing the Metropolitan Police as well, it's not because only today, this was said about the Metropolitan Police, the force was assessed across 9 areas and graded as requires improvement or inadequate in 7 of them.
Brilliant.
including investigating and preventing crime.
Which is kind of their core offer.
Right. So apart from the fact that they can't do investigating and preventing crime very well, I don't know what the other two are that are okay. Presumably dancing about, with rainbow shoelaces, painting rainbows on police cars. You get full marks for that.
But the arrogance of the mayor, Mike, is this is one of the things at a mayoral question time. He was asked, I can't remember who it was, but I think it's one of the Tory Assembly members, asked him, Mr. Mayor, have you got any flaws?
Yes.
And he just simply responded, no.
No. I'm sure he believes that.
He does believe it.
He's got 10 floors down the road in that building that he doesn't use.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't even use the building that was built specifically for London Assembly.
Which was an icon for the capital.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, we've got a clip you please today of Steve Khan, and here he is showing his normal kind of, neutral side when addressing a crowd.
What I find unacceptable, though, is some of those who've got legitimate objections joining hands with some of those outside who are part of a far-right group who are... Let's call a spade a spade. Some of those outside are part of the far-right.
This was, you might remember, at Ealing Town Hall some months ago. It was probably a couple of years ago now, actually. And there was a meeting at Ealing about you, Les, basically. And there were some people protesting outside who were, quite frankly, local people who didn't want to
Not far right.
They weren't a far right gang of thugs. I mean, they're sort of obsessed with this word.
It is. It's just the easiest, laziest way of trying to smear and demean people. It's no different from saying the word racist. That is the level of it, and it is when they've got no other argument.
Yeah.
You know what I think is weird about Steve Khan? Is the extent to which he's sort of invisible, but actually this guy gets away with just taking his huge salary, failing and failing and failing and failing, and actually most of the time no one really troubles him, do they?
Well, one of the Olympians came back to the airport last week. He was at front.
He found himself in front.
Why?
Yeah.
What did he do? Did he get a gold medal?
No, I know, exactly right. And then I saw a couple of people responding to your tweet, which is probably another one that put you in jail for a while. And basically they said, he was the mayor of London when we had the Olympics in 2012. Well, he wasn't, was he?
No.
I mean, I don't think he had anything to do with it.
It was Boris.
And London was once the host city, so that's why he's there. It's like, no, it's not.
12 years ago.
And also, look at the state of London. I mean, since he's been in charge, I mean, Boris Johnson may have had many failings, but when Boris Johnson was mayor, London was a much brighter, funnier, happier city.
Yeah, it was a high
and it's now a city full of miserable, angry, nasty, violent people. And I'm afraid, that's down to, it's got to be somehow down to Steve.
People are genuinely scared to walk the streets of London at night. I mean, my daughter's 30.
I tell my kids,
she won't go out.
I tell my kids who like to come up to London, don't get your phone out on the street. Go into a doorway if you're going to look at it.
Yeah.
If you've got a nice watch, don't wear it. All of that stuff.
But this is all pretty.
We shouldn't be living like
I never
this.
felt like this about London a few years ago, pre-pandemic.
I would say, literally, it's got this bad in the last year and a half.
Yeah, and also the random stabbings of children.
Right.
Which is just a whole next level. That's not just a one-off anymore. That seems to be periodically children are being stabbed on our streets.
Yeah.
What is that all about?
I mean, a guy got shot by the police the other day in Surrey, and it barely made the papers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Anyway, Candice, over to you. Thanet Council, we're going east.
Yes. So Thanet Council, in their infinite wisdom, have decided that they will no longer tolerate what they deem to be foul or abusive language in public spaces.
Right.
And they said if people do that, they're going to be fined £100 if they say something which causes someone else distress. The obvious point for that is, what causes someone distress?
Right.
I mean, that is so subjective.
Yeah.
And the Free Speech Union has said, well, this is clearly not lawful, and how can they enforce this? And they've agreed to back anyone who falls afoul of this law. But for me, I think it just shows how many, and we've been discussing this, like institutions, corporations, they have no regard for free speech anymore.
No.
They just don't, and they kind of view it as problematic.
Yeah.
And I think organizations like the Free Speech Union are going to start becoming more and more and more important.
Yeah.
We're going to have to start being a lot more assertive about it, and we're going to have to start challenging the authorities on it, because I don't think we can guarantee that they will uphold it.
So is the aim of this to stop people just swearing and using really ugly language?
Well, they say that, but it's very vaguely defined. So it says foul or abusive language, which could cause distress. But I mean, someone could just be a bit leery, a bit boisterous, having a
We could be
discussion.
sitting in a pub or something, I could be swearing, as I quite often do, not particularly at anybody, but just because that's the way I talk.
Yeah, how do you
And somebody could come up and give me an on-the-spot fine.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, I feel like I'm going to just be a bit of a devil's advocate here. I feel like there has been a kind of disintegration of, polite standards on public transport, for example. So if you're travelling with children in particular, it is horrible to hear teenagers and young people shouting and swearing and using the most disgusting,
But Mike wouldn't
really
do that for the
sexualised
children.
stuff.
No, that's the point. It's in who the
And because also these are not the people that will be getting the spot fines, will they? Because it'll be the usual thing if you've got wardens going around, swear wardens going, I heard you just using the F word. They're not going to go after the kid because the kid might have a knife, or the kid might punch you, or the kid might do something else. They'll go after people like me on the basis that I'll just go. Okay then.
Yeah, it's a bit like whether or not you can get away with bursting through the tube barrier.
Yes.
Because only certain people can get away with
right.
that.
Yeah.
It isn't
I
really
certainly
me.
wouldn't. No.
This is like speed cameras. This is a cash cow, right? Because this is in Thanet, and if you're in Thanet, you swear. Let's be honest, right? I used to live in Kent. You got to say something.
I still do.
I know you used to have it. I don't know it. This is just making some money, isn't it? People are they're bound to have some choice.
Well, they're always looking for new ways to make money now. I mean, there was another story this week. I think £35.8 billion was collected last year by local councils in council tax alone, right? And yet they're still all going bankrupt. So they still need ever more money to pay for the ever dwindling services we get.
And it's going to go up.
Yeah. And this is the thing, they only collect bins like once every 3 months now.
Yeah.
So you're going to be swearing about that when you walk past it, and you pay another £100 for it. What money making scheme?
I actually got a parking ticket the other day. I came out, I popped in my little Cranbrook village town, that sort of thing. And I came out, the guy was about to put ticket. I said, I went. And so could he have actually done double the fine?
Probably. But it's like those signs that you see everywhere. We will not tolerate any abuse.
I'm so bored of that. I don't need to be told not to be abusive all the time. Let's have an assumption that we're all pretty
It's like
civil.
the one. It used to be one at the bottom of the escalator was at London Bridge Station, which said, it is. What was the phrase they used? It is illegal to touch somebody, to touch people, something like that. I'm not going to put my hands on something I don't know.
But it's very normalised now to have that sort of finger wagging, that chiding.
Yeah.
The public is not to be trusted.
No.
It sets a horrible atmosphere, doesn't it? I mean, I had this yesterday morning. There I was, just got on the train, lovely Portsmouth Harbour, heading into London, and then you get a lecture from the tannoy at 9 in the morning saying, anyone who abuses our staff will be handed to the British Transport. Well, hang on, I wasn't actually thinking of abusing the staff.
But now I am.
Just sitting there eating my cereal.
No one's going to see that sign and go, I was just about to abuse the
Yeah, I was.
sign.
So then I was.
I love signs so much.
Exactly right. And we've got a little clip for you. This is from somebody who's in America, in Detroit to be precise, who was fined for swearing.
I was completely shocked. I wasn't expecting that at all. Colin Anderson is paying his ticket for disorderly conduct for cursing after encountering a police officer.
As I was walking away, under my breath, and I'm like, you know what, this is...
Anderson tried fighting his ticket in court, but lost.
I mean, that's what it's going to be like, isn't it? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, down the road, there's going to be people being shot.
Yeah, but never mind that. Nothing to see here.
Here's a ticket for swearing.
It shouldn't be £100 per swear. It should be graded, like 20 quid for a P or a B words.
Yes.
You get up to the S or a.
Well, we could give them the Ofcom guide. That's one of the most amusing things. I don't know if anybody's ever seen it. There's an Ofcom guide to swearing, right?
Oh.
And I was once in the pub, and a few drinks had been had, and I just started reading it out. Because we were in a little group, we weren't offending anybody, but the reading of the swear words is absolutely hilarious. It's got every single word under the sun you can think of, and what happens if you say this one, that's a bad one, but this one you can sort of get away with as long as it's after 9 o'clock at night.
Right.
Really funny.
There's something I'd forgotten about, but then I read the list and was like, we used to say that.
Yeah, right.
It's so good.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I heard somebody shouting in my street the other day a word. Poxy, I think you'd say, which I haven't heard for ages. Poxy.
I'm offended. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So this was a woman.
Small.
No, it's kind of, it means crap, really. Crap. Yeah. But it was a woman who was shouting at her own children. I mean, that's the sort of people that live in my street. Referring to Poxy. Anyway, there was a few other bad words as well. Over to you, Steve.
Back
to the old Olympics.
The Olympics, yeah. I don't want to offend trans women because some are bigger than me. But previously at the Olympics, we had the controversy of 2 boxers who may have failed gender tests, and Paralympics.
Well, we definitely did fail the gender test.
Well, the Paralympics thought, oh my dear,
yeah.
we can do that even better. What we're dealing with now is officially a 50-year-old trans woman, Valentino Trillo, who's in the running for the running, and only transitioned 5 years ago. So while we can talk about the benefits of going through a male puberty, Valentina went through a male midlife crisis.
Yes.
I mean, which often includes taking up running and spending time with younger women. So this actually still really fits.
She's got a Porsche.
Previously, and the ponytail. previously won titles in the men's T12.
Right.
Born with Stargardt disease, and also testicles, before I get mentioned. But now it's a tricky situation, isn't it? Because if Valentino wins, Harry Potter's real mum's going to throw some hate.
Yeah.
But if you lose, you lost to a girl, and I remember at school that was the worst thing. And this person went to school at the same time as I did.
Yes. It's quite unusual for a 50-year-old at all.
That's going to be
I
true.
don't
That's a
think
bloke, for
I
Christ's
don't
sake.
think this is complicated at all.
No,
Just quite simply should be disqualified.
Yeah.
Well, the Athletics Federation, whatever they're called, disqualifies trans women. So
If you
it's
think
just
normal
the
girls do that, then it's got
But there's a misclassification in the IOC and versus the athletics group. They don't talk to each other about what is a
Well,
woman.
the Olympics is full of the virtue signaling crowd, isn't it? I mean, I was not surprised at all to learn, I mentioned something last week, that the guy at the IOC who was talking the most about boxing was apparently one of the best men at Keir Starmer's wedding.
Yes,
that milieu.
Right.
Yes.
And he had, and I said this last week as well, 4 of them. He had 4 best men. I mean, who does that? I don't know of anyone who
He
gets
doesn't
married.
understand the word best.
No, he can't well, he can't make up his mind. He's like, who's your best man? Those 4.
Flip-flopping.
How did everyone have to listen to 4 speeches?
I presume so,
Each
yeah.
one
I
doing a
presume
different
so.
speech.
I don't imagine
Maybe
anything
if you
worse.
want to offend any of his friends.
Maybe, yeah.
I think this enhances his qualifications for being Plank of the Week.
Yes, I think he
It's
absolutely
revelation.
does. You're absolutely right. Very true. We've got lots more to do. Coming up in the next bit, we're going to be going up to Scotland. We're going to get back to the Labour Party, and we're going to visit the NHS in hospitals as well. This is Plank of the Week. More Welcome back to Plank of the Week. Time for me to give you my first plank today. And it's got to be, I'm afraid, the NHS, because they haven't been in for a while. But we were talking just there about trans men and running and jumping and also as well as shot putting, all the rest of it. If you go into a hospital nowadays to get an x-ray, they have to ask you if you're pregnant, even if you're a bloke. And this is apparently now absolutely down the line. Nobody gets away with it. Even if they look at James Whirl tells me the story that when he goes to get his treatment, he's always very full of praise for the nurses and full of praise for the treatment he's getting. And it's now a laugh. The nurses say to him every time, James, we have to ask you again. And he said, well, I wasn't pregnant last time. And they go, yeah, well, we have to ask you again if you are. And they still have to do it, even though they know, and everybody knows it's a joke. And some people were getting quite exercised about this, saying, why does it bother anyone? Those on the left who think it's like completely normal. Yeah, it's really annoying.
Because it's absurd and it's a waste of breath, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it also gives an insight, does it not, into how these people think. Because they're worried about upsetting somebody on a very, very, very slim chance that the person standing in front of them who looks like a man is actually a woman and might be carrying a child.
In that case, I'd say the onus is on that person to volunteer the fact.
Yes,
I mean,
so by the
know.
way, before you run the radiography over me, I should tell you that I'm pregnant.
And it discourages people from just being able to follow their instincts. I mean, I had something a few weeks ago where the doctor, I was sent for an x-ray, and he sent me with the wrong forms, which I didn't look at.
Right.
It was a man's name. So I handed it over to the secretary at radiography, and she was scrutinizing me, she was looking at me, and she said, are you this person? And I said, no, that's the wrong form. And she's like, I'm so sorry. I thought maybe you might be transgender. Like, she couldn't ask me.
She apologized.
Yes, I swear. And she said to me, I couldn't just say, listen, he's given you the wrong forms. These are for a man.
Right.
She sort of had to sit there and think, what is the right thing for me to
Well,
say?
at
This
least-
is clearly a woman in front of me.
At least she checked before she gave you the prostate test, because you could have been there all day.
This is the other problem, is they then create all sorts of ridiculous kind of, niceties around ordinary speech. Like you can't talk to people in a normal way. You can't have a conversation in case you get something wrong.
There's a offense. If someone says to me, when's it due? I think they're calling me fat.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's what I take from this. Like, how do you think this is?
Right.
Am I showing already?
Yeah.
So there's still got to be offence to be had.
I think so. I mean, they're actually creating offensive.
And how far is it going to go?
Because we're also being told that this might be offensive to some people who are particularly sensitive about the pregnancy word, because they've been trying to get pregnant for years and years and years, and it's never worked out for them. So if anybody else, they might burst into floods of tears.
I can testament to that because we had trouble having children. I mean, I adopted in the end, etc., quite late in life.
Right.
We had real problems with miscarriages galore and all that sort of thing. So it can be said that my wife has taken a lot of abuse of it. Abuse is the wrong word.
Right.
But insensitivities that have been thrown at her. And so I can understand that. but for a bloke walking in like James Whale.
Yeah. I mean,
sorry.
Presumably the reason they're asking is because if you are pregnant, you shouldn't be going to the radiography department.
Yeah.
So why don't they just have a sign that says that?
Yeah.
You know,
But
if
the
you're
NHS
pregnant,
is
don't come in here or something. I don't know.
the NHS is replete with this stuff. I mean, I've seen some of the guidance, for example. At the Brighton NHS Hospital Trust there, where it's all about chest feeding
Right.
and basically,
Yeah.
you know,
Brighton's one of the leading lights in this area, isn't it?
unfortunately, yeah, one of the leading
It's
dogs, I would say.
it's chest, it's not breastfeeding.
No.
Chest feeding.
It sounds like something from a zombie movie.
Exactly.
It sounds like somebody's eating your chest,
Yes.
you know, with a sort of ear hanging off or something. You know, it doesn't sound normal at all. I had an X-ray done this week because I was I had my dental checkup, and they wanted to do an X-ray. And all he did was give me a glass of water and asked me to turn my jacket off. I feel a bit left out, to be honest. He didn't ask me anything.
And stood about 5 minutes.
Mind you, that cost me 40 quid, you know. But of course, you know, that's what happens. Anyway, as you might expect, we've got a clip, which is what a pregnant man would look like.
I just can't wait to meet you, sweet child, you're on the way. I'm filled with expectation, and you're growing every day. Yeah, I just can't wait to meet you, and I know this much is true. The greatest part of me, my babe, will be living on you.
I don't know where Chuck finds things now. I don't even know what that is. I think it's an advert for some cereal.
Oh, yeah.
Fibre. Right, Isabel, over to you. Angela Rayner.
So Labour's crazy housing plan.
Yes.
You know, they're going to build thousands and thousands of new homes, and the question is who's going to be given these new homes? Who's prioritised in the grand housing list?
Yes.
And the Tories had what seems to, I think, most people a pretty reasonable proposal.
Yeah.
That if you have a strong UK connection, i.e. you're actually British,
Right.
or you've lived here for at least 10 years and paid into things and made a contribution, then actually you should be prioritised over people who've actually broken into this country illegally.
Yes.
Because that is what we're doing.
Seems
Come
sensible.
over and vote.
Yeah.
Labour, in their infinite wisdom, are going to drop this, and they're taking it so far that they're convicted criminals maybe ahead of people who, from overseas, by the way, maybe ahead of people who have been here all their lives and paid into the system and, you know, have done some kind of positive thing for society rather than just coming here. I just find this stuff absolutely staggering.
I know. Well, some of the stuff.
How's that a vote winner?
I know. Well, it kind of isn't really, is it? I mean, that's the trouble. A lot of the stuff that's happening now,
Yes.
we didn't really know they were going to do. People did warn us about it, but, you know, a lot of people didn't listen. And the trouble is, you know, housing, obviously, speciality for Angela Rayner, having you know, had the two houses
how it
at
is.
the same time. But yeah, I mean, I remember being shocked and stunned when we found out, I think this was back in sort of early part of this year, that the former leader of Hamas is living in Colindale, in a house that he got through the council.
I mean,
He's still there.
What the hell?
And you kind of go, sorry?
I mean, I don't know. I'd like to be presented with evidence that lots of other countries do this, because I strongly suspect that the vast majority of countries in the world say, if you want any kind of subsidised housing, you have to be a citizen of this country.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, if I wanted to just mosey on over to, I don't know, Pakistan or something, you know, it's
like demanding a free
it's
house.
quite surprising, actually, even in the poorest countries or poorer countries in the world, how tough they are on immigration.
Yeah.
So they're always worried that you might be coming over there for, you know, to try and get a job in some strange world in which you might be better off over there. Imagine if I went over there and said, yeah, I think, can I just have a free house, please? Would you mind putting me on the list?
Right.
You know, you're just going to be told.
I know. Unbelievable.
They always say keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So Colindale's quite close.
It is quite
and
close.
maybe that's why they
It's on the northern line.
Yeah, it's
So
handy, isn't it?
It is handy, yeah.
But the idea that if they prioritise criminals, the good news is you can become a criminal by sending a tweet.
Yes.
So,
So you might get up the housing under that one.
Yeah.
It's a very good thought. Let's have a look at Angela Rayner when she was on Question Time.
I'm not saying and I'm not suggesting we ignore the vote. The vote is quite clear. But as a member of parliament, I have a responsibility for British jobs, British workers.
Your job is to represent the public, the people who elect you. Start doing your job. If you don't like it, clear off.
God, I don't know how he got into question time. Normally he wouldn't be
He's
allowed.
probably in prison now.
He probably is. Yeah, never been seen again.
But she said British jobs for British workers, didn't she?
She did.
So what happened?
I know. Well, let's not forget. You've changed. When they said change, what we didn't know they meant was actually change themselves from the chameleons that they were before the election. Because let's not forget, Keir Starmer is actually quoted. There's a clip that we've played before of him having a go at Rishi Sunak because he's threatening to take away the winter fuel allowance to pensioners. And sort of wagging his finger up saying, are you actually considering doing this horrendous thing? And now they've done it.
They're going to become very unpopular, I think.
I think they already have.
Become.
Well, they already have. I mean, people have been saying to me, it took Tories 14 years to become as unpopular as this. This mob have done it in about 4 weeks.
It's the most disastrous start.
It really is.
And I've also seen, as you know, where I come from, the Fairfield UK, fighting on behalf of motorists.
Yes.
I've seen an email in the Treasury already, fuel duties going up in the budget by 10 pence.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Which is equivalent to about £5.50 per average family car.
Yeah. I see they're also punting on putting some road charges.
Pay
per mile. Is coming as
that's
well.
all coming, and they're not. And Pump Watch, they're still allowing people to be actually fleeced at the pump. Watch this space.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Howard, it's down to you.
Well, we've been talking a lot about
First Minister of Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot about prison and and all the things that you should be. If you're a naughty person, you go to prison. I understand that when you go to prison, isn't that a punishment?
It's meant to be.
Yeah.
Depends who you ask.
Yeah, but
see, Labour used to say it wasn't a punishment. It was actually a really, really bad idea. But now that they're locking those people up, they think it's a punishment again. So again, we're all a bit confused.
He's all over the place on this kid.
Yeah.
I mean, just in the first few days of his premiership, he said too many people are going to prison. So
right.
what's going on? Now he wants more.
Well, Holmes user during the lockdown, during the pandemic, apparently he spent £6 million in giving free mobile phones to prisoners.
What?
Yes. And guess what? They actually had enough money and they bought enough to actually give every prisoner 2 phones.
Oh, good. So you've never heard of them as well. Because you always leave one of those in prison.
I might defer to my learned colleague down there because he wrote a great article on this recently. But what happened? Guess what? There's more crime committed as a result of they have access.
Why are you giving phones to prisoners?
Exactly.
Absolute muppet.
In his defence, though, how could he know that people who are in prison for committing crimes will go on to commit crimes? There was
there's no way they could have known that. No. I mean, also, everybody knows the only reason you have a phone in prison is twofold: either to intimidate witnesses so that you can bring them up and tell them you're going to kill them if they or order some drugs, or communicate with people on the outside about some criminal activity that you can do on the inside, or order some stuff that you can't afford to pay.
Apparently the SIM card actually was doctored, so they couldn't do much with it. But guess what? People were bringing them proper SIM cards in.
Yeah.
Coming into the phone. And there was apparently, they actually detected, I think they actually associated 8,000 breaches, criminal breaches, that took place because of those phones.
And it ruins the classic thing about getting a phone in prison. It's all about smuggling it, in nature's pocket.
Yeah.
And if it's just a SIM card there, that's not even a fun story anymore. If it's a Nokia 8210,
that's taking a lot of the fun away.
That's worse than the prostate.
It is. My problem is the charger. 3-pin plug. We live in the wrong country.
I mean, down in Wandsworth prison, so they've got different forms of entertainment. You don't need a phone for that. But we've got the other thing we should remember about Holmes and Useless is that this week he also, rather unwisely in my view, decided to take on Elon Musk and said, I'm going to sue him. And he called him a race baiter, didn't he? Which is pretty good coming from him.
Wow.
Well, he's become my hero.
And Elon Musk just absolutely eviscerated him on Twitter. And I think he called him a scumbag at one point. But it was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, imagine suing Elon Musk because of something he said on Twitter. How stupid you have to be.
Well, he's very stupid.
He is very stupid. Oh, however, he does have one skill, and let's have a look at what it is.
It's got to be.
I remember this. Yes, he calls over.
I'm sorry, it never failed.